Mr. Speaker.
Order. I have to inform honourable members that I have, on the 29th of September this year, communicated to the President the address of thanks agreed to by resolution of this Parliament on the 26th of September 2025. Order. Questions for oral answers. Dr. Chu Pei-Ling.
Question 1, sir.
Mr. Speaker, may I have your permission to answer oral questions number 1 to 7 in today's orders paper, because they are on the US pharmaceutical tariffs?
Please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, on 25th September 2025, the US announced a 100% tariff on any branded or patented pharmaceutical product with effect from 1st October 2025, unless companies are building manufacturing plants in the US. It is unclear whether they will be subjected to tariff once their building works are completed. The implementation of this tariff has since been delayed to allow time for pharmaceutical companies to negotiate exemptions with the US administration. The pharmaceutical industry is a key contributor to Singapore's economy, with 8 of the top 10 global pharmaceutical companies having manufacturing and research and development activities here. Between 2022 and 2024, Singapore's pharmaceutical exports to the US averaged $3.7 billion per year. These are primarily active pharmaceutical ingredients instead of finished products like tablets and capsules. We do not have a breakdown by branded and non-branded pharmaceutical products. We have been engaging Singapore-based pharmaceutical companies on the impact of the US tariffs. Many already have plans to build new capacity or expand their existing facilities in the US and are awaiting further details from the US administration to confirm that their plans could qualify for tariff exemption. We are also in discussion with the US administration on a preferential tariff arrangement for Singapore's pharmaceutical exports to the US and will provide an update when ready. On the immediate support measures for Singapore businesses, including pharmaceutical companies, a written reply had been provided to a similar question raised by Mr. Saktiandi Supaat at the sitting on 22nd September 2025. We are closely monitoring the situation and stand ready to provide further support as needed. Our economic agencies continue to attract new manufacturing and R&D investments from global companies, provide support to our local enterprises, and create good jobs for Singaporeans. However, the US tariffs and related global developments do point towards a changed world with greater uncertainty. The 5 committees undertaking the Economic Strategy Review, or ESR, they are developing recommendations on the strategy to grow our economy for the longer term, and will provide an update in due course.
Dr. Chu.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the MOS for her response. I have 2 supplementary questions. 1, what proportion of Singapore's pharmaceutical exports to the US comprises active pharmaceutical ingredients or intermediates? And 2, are these categories subject to the same 100% tariff or eligible for any exemptions? Thank you.
MOS Khan.
I thank the member for her supplementary question. As of 2024, 13% of our domestic exports to the US were pharmaceutical products, and this makes up about 19% of our pharmaceutical exports to the US. It is unclear at this point on the details of the tariffs differentiating between the patented and the non-patented products.
Ms. Bolison.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, MOS. I'd like to ask, what may be the long-term knock-on effects in this pharmaceutical industry, and given the government has invested quite a lot of money in this area, would there be any strategies to diversify our investments?
MOS Gun.
It's actually really too early to tell if there will be a change in the manufacturing and R&D investments in Singapore arising from this set of new tariffs on the pharmaceutical products. But also, I think we have to understand that beyond tariffs, companies would consider a range of other factors in making their investment decisions in Singapore, including our political stability and rule of law, pro-business environment that we have here, global and regional connectivity that we will continue to enhance, and of course, best-in-class infrastructure and access to skilled workforce. And we will continue to look at how we can diversify sectors in our economy. And as I said earlier on, the ESR is looking into this and will be providing an update on the strategy going forward.
Mr. Hong Wing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the MOS for her answer. How would the new U.S. pharma tariffs affect our healthcare system, particularly medicine availability and drug pricing? Are Singaporeans seeking care likely to face higher costs? And will MTI, together with MOH and HSA, conduct a formal assessment of near-term risks to common medicines and how tariff costs may pass through to consumers? Thank you.
MOS Gun.
Well, the Singapore government is still currently in discussion with the US on preferential tariff arrangement for our pharmaceutical exports to the US. I think it is really too early for us to tell whether prices of pharmaceutical products in Singapore will be affected. But we will certainly make sure that healthcare will continue to be accessible and affordable for Singaporeans.
Mr. Louis Chua.
Thank you, Speaker. Just two supplementary questions for MOS. I think the first is, I think as early as in May, I think DPM has mentioned that Singapore is pursuing preferential tariffs to the extent of even zero tariffs on pharmaceutical exports. And so from that perspective, now that we are already in October, is the idea of having zero tariff still a possibility given the current environment? And secondly, again, more from a longer term perspective, while companies like AstraZeneca, Pfizer, and some of these big pharma companies are able to negotiate their own deals with the US, but more broadly for Singapore as a whole, given that the EU and Japan already have their own tariff deals with the US, for Singapore's perspective, if MOS can actually share the latest updates and what are some of the impediments to a deal from the US administration? Thank you.
MOS Gun.
We are still having negotiations with the U.S. administration in particular. DPM Gan just had a virtual meeting with U.S. Secretary Lutnick last week on a broad framework, and the details are being followed up. The negotiation details are confidential, and I'm sure Speaker and members in this House will clearly understand this point. I think we also have to take note that the preferential tariff rates secured by countries like Japan and Korea for their pharmaceutical exports were part of broader negotiations with the US on reciprocal tariffs. We have to be realistic at this point, but at the same time, we are working our best to negotiate for the good of our Singapore economy and the companies here. Thank you.
Mr. Leong Eng Kua.
Thank you, sir. My concern is about how we can continue to attract investments, especially pharmaceutical investments into Singapore with this announcement. So can I ask the MOS whether MTI or EDB see that to have an impact on how we attract new investments, whether it's from existing companies or from new companies? And secondly, how also that will impact our aspiration to be the R&D center for drugs and vaccines discovery, whether that will impact that exploration as well.
Well, I will answer both questions together. Indeed, it is in our interest to try to continue to be an attractive place for investments and R&D in pharmaceutical sector. Under the RIE 2025 plan, which is on research, innovation, and enterprise, we have committed $28 billion for research and innovation with the intent to accelerate human health and potential as one of the key focus areas. This includes funding to drive research and translational efforts in biotech and life science sectors. We will be announcing the research funding under RIE 2030 later this year. And at the same time, we will continue to invest in talent development, both our local as well as drawing foreign talent, so that we can have a competitive sector to attract businesses and R&D to Singapore.
Mr. Lee Hong Chuan.
I thanks MOS for the statement, but just want to clarify that, are there any companies right now that they are looking to come into Singapore, but because of this tariff, they are still deterred or just still consideration? That's it.
MOS Khan.
I seek speaker and also members understanding that the negotiations are still ongoing, and I think it is sensitive for us to disclose information about companies that are considering coming to Singapore at this point.
Associate Professor James Lim.
Thank you, Speaker. Presumably, MTI has a plan for what it will do should negotiations end up being somewhat less fruitful than we will all hope. Would the MOS be willing to share if there are plans to expand to third markets that they hope to target with our pharmaceutical exports? And if that was the case, whether she would be willing to share more details about which ones these may be?
MOS Khan.
Well, regardless of the outcome of the tariff negotiation, I think Singapore will continue to look at how we can go to more markets where we think it makes business sense for our pharmaceutical exports. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Question 8.
Mr. Speaker, sir, may I have your permission to answer questions 8 and 9 in today's order paper together? Thank you.
Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Sir, my response will also address related questions 423, 444, 615, 631, 634, 635, 639, 640, and 735 by Honourable Members Mr. Gabriel Lam, Mr. Yip Hon Wing, Mr. Xie Yao Chuan, Mr. Ng Chi Meng, Ms. Valerie Lee, Ms. Eliza Chen, and Ms. Goh Se Ki, which are scheduled for subsequent sittings. Thereafter, MOS Alvin Tan will, with your permission, sir, address questions numbers 10 and 11 in today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, may I request that we deliver our replies which pertain to neighbours' disputes, and then for us to take supplementary questions together thereafter, please.
All right, so we'll take any excuse after we've addressed question PQ11.
Obliged, sir. First, I'll briefly recap the government's overall approach for managing community disputes before addressing members' questions on difficult neighbour disputes and how we intend to address this more effectively. My colleague, MOS Alvin Tan, will respond to questions on the Community Relations Unit, or CRU in short. Last year, we enhanced our Community Disputes Management Framework when this House passed the Community Disputes Resolution Amendment Act 2024. As Minister Edwin Tong explained during the second reading of the Act, our aim is to strengthen our community so that neighbours can constructively engage with one another, even when disagreements arise. This starts by fostering positive neighbourly relations. Now and then, disputes between some neighbours do arise. It is best for these to be settled amicably. So whenever community leaders or HDB officers become aware of a dispute, they attempt to mediate informally, particularly at an early stage, before relationships break down. They will also encourage residents to attempt formal mediation at the Community Mediation Center, or CMC in short. When both neighbors participate, mediation has proven effective in resolving community disputes. It is free and it preserves neighborly relations in the longer term. Our experience shows that neighbor disputes become harder to resolve when they become personal, emotionally charged, or if they are prolonged. For these cases, where suitable, the recent CDMF enhancements will empower public officers, such as HDB officers, to issue a mediation direction, or MD in short. MDs are legally backed orders that require recipients to attend mediation at the CMC. Non-compliance without reasonable excuse is an offense. This allows us to require disputing neighbors to attend a mandatory mediation which members have asked about. Next, we have established a community relations unit and empowered its officers to take decisive action in a neighbor dispute. CRU officers are empowered to investigate, collect evidence, and if need be, intervene quickly through levers like advisories, warnings, and abatement orders. Since 7 April 2025, the CRU and the MD framework have been piloted in the HDB estates of Tampines Town. We have previously explained why we have chosen to start with a pilot. Generally, most cases should be addressed through mediation or by the CRU. For the remaining intransigent cases, affected residents can consider the CDRT as a last resort. We have enhanced the CDRT's processes under the amendments last year and are working to operationalize them as soon as practicable. Having set the context, let me now address the questions that honourable members have filed in relation to our community mediation framework and the CDRT. Honourable Member Mr. Yip Hon Wing asked about the number of neighbour disputes where parties refuse mediation. As I mentioned earlier, it is best for neighbour disputes to be settled amicably between neighbours or via informal mediation by community leaders or HDB officers, and many are indeed resolved in this way. For disputes that proceed to formal mediation from November 2024 to August 2025, about 1,300 neighbour disputes were registered with the CMC for voluntary mediation. In about 50% of these cases, one party did not respond. In another 20%, at least one party declined outright. Honourable members Mr. Ng Chee Meng and Mr. Gabriel Lam asked how we can refer more disputes to mediation. As mentioned, directed mediation is now being piloted in Tampines. In suitable cases, authorized officers such as HDB or CRU officers can issue an MD to direct disputing parties to attend mediation at the CMC. MinLaw will continue to work with MND and HDB to ensure that more suitable disputes are directed to the CMC for mandatory mediation. An early intervention with mediation will give parties a better opportunity to resolve their disputes before it becomes entrenched. Ms. Goh Soo Kee asked whether we will consider empowering the CMC to issue mediation directions. This is already the case for what we call remediation cases. These are cases where residents previously attempted voluntary mediation and arrived at a settlement, but same disputes resurfaced subsequently. So there is value in directing remediation in such cases, since both parties were willing to attempt voluntary mediation at the first instance. In a similar vein, Honourable Member Mr. Kenneth Thiong asked whether residents may appeal to the ministry to compel mediation. Beyond remediation cases, it will not be appropriate for the CMC to issue MDs to parties directly. The CMC cannot be seen as taking sides and compelling mediation because of an appeal by one party. The CMC cannot rely on the representation of one party to enforce mandatory mediation on the other. A proper assessment of the circumstances must be made. In this regard, the CMC has to rely on triage by ground agencies such as HDB and CRU to determine the situation on the ground. For example, cases involving physical threats will not be suitable for mediation. Residents who are unable to obtain their neighbor's agreement to attend mediation can approach the HDB or CRU for assistance. Also, if a CDRT claim is subsequently filed, it is possible for the judge to direct parties to attend mediation. Honourable Member Mr. Gabriel Lam asked about the expansion of the MD pilot, which started about 6 months ago on 7th April 2025. Agencies are actively reviewing the learnings from the pilot and will continually refine operational protocols. I'll come back to this again in my concluding remarks. MOS Alvin Tan will also speak more on the CRU framework in his response. Honourable Member Mr. Xie Yao Chuan asked whether stakeholders such as grassroots advisors can be empowered to issue mediation directions. We have scoped the legislative power to issue an MD to public officers and officers of statutory boards. Given the nature of MDs and that non-compliance can result in a fine of up to $1,500, we have not expanded this power to include non-public officers. We will appoint more public officers as needed. Mr. Kenneth Tiong asked about the number of compulsory mediations for neighbour disputes at the CMC for each of the last 5 years. For court-mandated mediation from 2022 to 2024, the CDRT and magistrates' courts referred about 90 and 80 cases to CMC respectively. Since 7 April 2025, the CRU has issued 1 MD. HDB has not issued any MDs. The CMC has not issued any remediation directions under the MD framework. The police do not direct any party to attend mediation. Next, Honourable Member Ms. Valerie Lee asked about penalties for parties who fail to comply with the mediation direction. First, apart from the fine mentioned earlier, once the CDRT enhancements are fully operationalized, complainants who fail to comply with the mediation direction will not be allowed to file a CDRT claim against their neighbours. Next, where a respondent fails to comply, a case is subsequently filed with the CDRT, and the CDRT may make an adverse cause order against the respondent. This is because the respondent has failed to make reasonable efforts at amicable resolution. Mr. Xie Yao Chuan asked about the CMC's plans to appoint more mediators and extend its services into the community. The CMC has increased accessibility to voluntary mediation by establishing 18 satellite mediation locations at various service SG centres, community clubs, and neighbourhood police posts. Where suitable, virtual mediation is also offered. The CMC continues to expand its pool of trained volunteer mediators, which has grown from about 140 at the start of 2022 to around 170 as at October 2025. Mr. Yip Hon Bing asked about the immediate intervention measures when parties show aggression. In a similar vein, Dr. Chu Pei-Ling asked about preventive measures and statistics on disputes that escalate to aggression. To Dr. Chu's query, we have checked with the relevant agencies. Such statistics are not specifically tracked. Any resident who feels threatened by his neighbour should immediately call the police. The police will intervene when there are law and order concerns, taking proportionate action based on threat severity. More broadly, agencies will look at how we can strengthen our enforcement posture, particularly in cases that may involve threats of physical aggression. Ms. Valerie Lee, Mr. Gabriel Lam, and Ms. Goh Soo-Kee asked about neighbour disputes where one or more parties may have underlying mental health conditions. The framework remains as Minister Edwin Tong and Senior Minister of State Sim Ann had explained during the second reading in November 2024. Our guiding principle is to persuade the resident to voluntarily go for assessment and treatment, here the assistance and involvement of the family and caregiver can be crucial. If frontline officers are unable to persuade the individual to seek treatment, then they will consider guiding the case towards a mandatory treatment order, which we expect to operationalize by the end of this year. For some conditions, treatment may not be possible. In such cases, frontline officers partner with agencies such as the Agency for Integrated Care so that professionals can be brought in to assess how best to support the resident and manage the condition. Ms. Eliza Chen asked for data on the CDRT's caseload. She also asked about support for claimants in preparing evidence for CDRT hearings. The top 3 CDRT disputes for the last 5 years are claims for excessive noise, excessive vibration, and littering. A party may include multiple types of disputes in a single claim. Between 2020 and 2024, a total of 1,031 CDRT claims were filed. About 65%, or 2 out of 3 claims, involve excessive noise. Of these CDRT claims, the CDRT issued 233 CDRT orders and dismissed or struck off 145 cases. Another 651 claims were withdrawn or discontinued. The CDRT made 26 enforcement orders, comprising 24 special directions and 2 exclusion orders. For cases that involve alleged breaches of CDRT orders to cease smoking, any evidence that points to the fact that the respondent was smoking in breach of the CDRT order would be relevant. Some examples include letters or contemporaneous messages exchanged between neighbors and written records with specific timestamps of the acts in question. Residents who require more information on the CDRT process can refer to the Guide to Neighbor Dispute Claims, which is available on the Judiciary's website. Residents may also seek legal help from Pro Bono SG's community law centers and community legal clinics. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me say a few words in conclusion. Some Singaporeans are understandably concerned after the incident in Yishun last month. The government will continue its existing efforts to strengthen the CDMF. This is a continuous, ongoing process. For the more difficult cases, we are now piloting a directed mediation framework and the CRU in Tampines. Agencies are prepared to and will expand the application of the enhanced CDMF as soon as practicable so that more cases can benefit from mediation and the direct intervention tools of the CRU. However, no framework will be able to address all manner of neighbor disputes or curb specific individual behavior, especially violence. No one should resort to violence to deal with a neighbor dispute. That's a personal responsibility. It is therefore necessary for us all to press ahead with the important work of building up the community's capacity to practice self-moderation and to engage with each other when disputes arise. It is a multi-pronged approach in building a harmonious community together. Thank you.
MOS Tan.
Mr. Speaker, sir, may I have your permission to take questions 10 and 11 on today's order paper together, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, my answer will also address similar questions filed for oral answer by members Ms. Mariam Jaafar, Mr. Xie Chen, Mr. Fu Zhexiang, Dr. Charlene Chen, and Ms. Nadia Ahmad Samdin, scheduled for the sittings on 15th, 16th, and 17th October, and the questions filed for written answer by MPs Mr. Gerald Giam, Mr. Tsai Ing-chou, and Dr. Charlene Chen for the sittings on 14th, 15th, and 16th October. Sir, when neighbors engage in a dispute, our priority is to bring them together, to understand each other's perspectives and needs, and then also try to find a mutually acceptable solution. It is neither desirable for our community spirit nor sustainable for government to step in as a first response for all disputes between neighbours. The CRU framework strikes a balance between government stepping in to manage a dispute and leaving enough room for neighbours to settle disputes themselves. It is not a panacea for neighbour disputes, and it is not a substitute for a strong foundation of positive community norms, and also good neighbourly relations and community dispute resolution options. So the CRU has a range of investigatory and enforcement powers, including the power to install noise sensors. Now, these noise sensors are used as a confirmatory tool after CRU's initial investigations narrow down from which unit the noise nuisance might be coming from. In the 5 cases in the pilot town of Tampines that CRU has investigated since April this year, noise sensors were not required because either the noisemakers gave formal statements that confirmed that they were the sources of noise, or the source of noise was clear and unambiguous. The CRU framework is a useful step forward, but its implementation requires significant amounts of resources. Therefore, it is piloted in one town first, Tampines, focusing on severe neighbour noise and hoarding cases. And we are reviewing this pilot carefully to ensure our systems and processes are effective and we have resourced it correctly and sustainably before we extend the CRU services to other towns. As Minister Edwin Tong and Senior Minister of State Sim Ann explained in their second reading speeches in November 2024, CRU focuses on severe cases that frontline agencies like HDB and the police have triaged and escalated to it. Now, these cases represent a small proportion of all disputes between neighbours. They can include cases where one neighbour is deliberately making excessive noise at unreasonable hours and/or over prolonged periods to cause suffering to surrounding neighbours, and where prior mediation has not been successful. Severe cases with a mental health nexus are another example. Of the 3 mental health-related cases CRU is dealing with, it has facilitated inpatient admission and treatment for one, and more consistent follow-up with the community for the other 2. Now, the one case involving deliberate use of noise to disturb neighbours and not related to mental health has abated after joint intervention by CRU, police, and the Town Council. CRU will continue to take on severe cases in Tampines that frontline agencies escalate to it. Now, as a deterrent and a last resort after exhausting all levers, CRU may refer the most severe and recalcitrant nuisance makers to HDB to consider compulsory acquisition of their flats. Now, we will take this course of action only after due care and careful consideration. For new BTO developments since February 2023, HDB has increased the thickness of floor slabs to 200 millimeters. And this has reduced interfloor noise transmission by up to 5 decibels. For existing flats, the scope for major infrastructure changes is limited. Nevertheless, residents can practice simple steps to reduce interfloor noise. They can, for example, place rubber padding or chair socks on the legs of furniture. HDB will also continue to explore other possible solutions through R&D. Overall, the average monthly volume of neighbour disputes feedback in HDB estates across Singapore over the past 5 years has held steady at about 2,500. HDB does not otherwise track the number of disputes between neighbours in HDB flats or the number of cases that escalated into physical altercations. Ultimately, we need strong community bonds and strong community norms so fewer disputes will arise. But where they do arise, parties involved are more likely to resolve their differences in an amicable and mutually acceptable manner if these norms and practices are strong. This is an outcome worth working towards as a We First society.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong. you. 3 SQs for MinLaw and 2 SQs for MND. So for MinLaw, I would respectfully disagree with the ministry's view that because most of the residents who've appealed for compulsory mediation and have written 2 letters are through the MP, and generally the MP will you not agree that the MP is a sufficient gatekeeper of these compulsory mediation appeals to the ministry? Second SQ, so for residents outside of Tampines, how should they currently appeal for compulsory mediation? Should they appeal to HDB to come down to their units and see the circumstances for themselves? SQ3, there's a widespread perception that the CDRT is quite toothless because even if you get an injunction, getting an enforcement order seems to be quite difficult. And I quote a Mothership article of 2024, which reported a Bukit Panjang resident who got a CDRT injunction for the neighbor to stop smoking in June 2023, but found it subsequently difficult to get the evidence to get an enforcement order when her neighbor persisted in smoking. For MND, first SQ, so the CRU has 15 staff members, has had 6 months, 5 severe cases in 5 months, for 6 months. That means less than 1 case per month. And yet there are about 2,500 noise cases per month. So generally using the Tampines electors as a proxy for the number of cases, there should have been about 150 cases for Tampines. So less than 1% of them have been deemed severe. So my question is, what are the thresholds preventing CRU escalation? And will MND publish the criteria so that residents and frontline officers know when a case is deemed severe? Second SQ, if no sensors were deployed, what unique capability did CRU add beyond current procedures by HDB and the police, which already mediate and investigate? Thank you. SMS Murali.
Mr. Speaker, sir, before I deal with the Honourable Member, Mr. Tiong's 3 SQs, I just make a clarification. I mentioned in my speech just now that Mr. Tiong asked for the number of compulsory mediations for neighbour disputes at CMC for each of the last 5 years. Actually, he asked for 3 years. So with that clarification, let me just now deal with the SQs. The first point about whether the MP can be the gatekeeper, my response is to point out that as far as the issue of directing compulsory mediation is concerned, that has to be dealt with even-handedly, and also it involves 2 institutions. One, the judge, which is an independent branch of our government, and the other one is in relation to the public officers. So we cited it with the public officers as far as compulsory mediation is concerned, so that anybody who's aggrieved, he may write, or his MP may write to the public body concerned, and then they will look at it and see whether or not there's a need to issue mediation directions. Because when MPs get information, they only hear one side of the story. It's very difficult to hear both sides of the stories, but the public officers are able to do so. At the judiciary level, as I mentioned in my speech, the judges have discretion to order directions as well. So cumulatively, we are able to deal with this matter, ensuring that mediation is really the main thrust of our approach or strategy to deal with neighbours' disputes. Now, the Honourable Member asked about compulsory mediation outside the Tampines project. So this is really something which we are looking at, and as was mentioned in the speeches made by myself and MOS Tan, we are looking to complete the pilot, learn from the issues that has presented itself, and then we certainly want to extend it to all parts of Singapore. I certainly remember the debate that happened in the last session of Parliament, where almost every member asked that his constituency we volunteered for the extension after the pilot as well. So it's a matter of resources, it will come. Now I come to the last SQ, which is an assertion that the CDRT is toothless. Now, I'm just looking at it from the perspective of the legislative framework. The legislative framework allows for a person who breaches a special direction to be prosecuted and be convicted. And that must mean that there's some truth to the action. It's really a matter of enforcement. And may I also add that under the enhanced powers visited with the CDRT, the HDB has even the powers to evict a person from his house. In fact, there have been instances where respondents have been ordered to leave their homes for a period of 10 days and 14 days. So these measures are certainly measures with serious outcomes. Thank you.
Herr Moistan.
Excuse me. Sir, I thank the member Kenneth Tiong for his questions. I think there are two parts to it. One is with regards to the efficacy of the CRU and the expansion, and the second is whether the CRU has special power, In this regard, sir, I would also like to ask the member if he can 100% guarantee that any of these suite of measures, including the CRU, can de-escalate a neighbor dispute, and then I'll respond shortly.
Mr. Tiong.
That's a strange question. Clearly, I think you cannot 100% guarantee de-escalation, but it will make sense at the margins.
Herr Moistan.
So, of course, that was a question in which we know the answer. Regardless of whatever we do, there is no 100% guarantee. You apply CDRT, CMC, or even to that regard, the CRU to any of these cases, it can help, it can also hinder. And in certain cases as well, it may even exacerbate the situation. So there is no special power that the CRU has, and so let's exercise reason. Let's exercise reason to it, and recognize that there is no tool that is perfect, and recognize that we have a useful suite of tools that are available to us thanks to the enhanced CDMF, and we are using those tools, and we are using novel tools in the Tampines pilot with regards to the CRU as well as the MD, but there is no perfect tool in this regard. And so there is no special power. But what the CRU does is help to be a intermediation in the middle between voluntary mediation as well as enforcement. And that's what it is purporting to do. At the November 2024 2R, I think many members of this House from across both aisles have naturally asked for the expansion of the CRU beyond the Tampines pilot. I understand that, and I'm no exception. In fact, I think that was one of the biggest asks across. Can I ask, and can I also request for members to understand this, that this is a pilot. We've done this for 6 months in Tampines, and it is resource intensive. We are now only 6 months into this of a 1-year pilot. There are 5 cases, and we will continue to take on severe cases in Tampines that are being floated to or raised or triaged by the agencies. But I ask for some patience. We are studying this pilot very carefully, sizing it very carefully, and where appropriate, we will expand this pilot. At this point, I also wanted to remind members that in the 2R reading last year, that Ms. Sylvia Lim had also asked for the expansion of the CRU pilot, amongst many other members in this House. But what is also very useful is that members of this House also acknowledged 2 things. One is that this is a multi-year effort by several ministries and agencies, and I thank members for duly acknowledging that. But the more important point is also that Ms. Sylvia Lim had, while asking, like many members, to expand the CRU pilot, you've also acknowledged the resource-intensive and challenging nature of the work. I quote Ms. Sylvia Lim. She said, "It is also clear that the enhanced CDMF will be a resource-intensive exercise requiring standby teams after office hours and active management of difficult cases by the new DG of Community Relations. The work will not be easy," unquote. And I thought this is just useful for us. Give us some time. Let us study the pilot. We are working very hard on learning from the 5 cases that we have in Tampines. I've given in my reply the outcomes of these CRU cases in Tampines. And we are also looking at cases outside of Tampines that some of members have also floated to us. And taken together, then we are able to then look at how best to resource this and then extend it beyond Tampines when it is appropriate. Thank you.
Dr. Chu Pei-Ling.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the SMS and MOS for their responses. I have 3 supplementary questions. 1, as noise disturbances and hoarding in common areas remain among the most frequent neighbour disputes in HDB estates, would the Ministry consider reviewing and strengthening legislation and enforcement, including setting maximum permissible decibel levels or clearer hoarding thresholds to address these issues more proactively? 2, as the Ministry explored the use of predictive analytics or risk assessment tools to identify the high-risk neighbour disputes before they escalate? And 3, if so, what safeguards are in place to ensure there is fairness, transparency and privacy? Thank you.
SMS Murali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'll take the first part of the question posed by the Honourable Member Dr. Chu. She suggested whether the legislation can be reviewed further to put specific noise levels. Certainly something that we can consider. I would give her and honourable members an assurance that we are continually looking to see how we can strengthen the system, because we know how important this issue about ensuring neighbourliness and harmony in the community is. But I think one must agree, the core point is that these issues must be dealt with in the community, and community must exercise self-moderation. That's really the principal point. We should not be directing cases to be dealt with at the CDRT as a first resort.
MOS Tan.
Thank you, sir. With regards to Dr. Chu's questions, I want to say that the severity of noise disturbances can vary, of course, depending on ambient noise levels. And rather than just across-the-board decibel thresholds, CRU measures noise levels above the ambient. I also wanted to assure members, and in fact, last year at the 2R reading, SMS SimAn had also assured members that there will be safeguards to protect residents' privacy in the deployment of noise sensors. I refer the member to that speech. Thank you.
Mr. Muhaimin Abdul Malik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 excuse for MND. Out of the 5 cases that CRU has taken, how many of those cases are considered resolved, and how long did it take? Second question, when can we expect the Ministry to decide if the CRU can be expanded to other towns? Will it be after the 1-year period pilot? Thank you.
MOS Tan.
So I thank the member. I had mentioned earlier on, going into the details of the cases, there are 5 cases. I mentioned that of the 3 cases that CRU is dealing, it's facilitate inpatient admission and treatment for 1, and more consistent follow-up in community for the other 2. SMS Murali had mentioned that CRU had issued mediation direction for 1. And then I also mentioned in my main reply, please refer to that, that the 1 case involving the deliberate use of noise to disturb neighbours and not related to mental health has abated after joint intervention by CRU, police and town council. We are studying the way in which the CRU is managing these cases, and you see that there are some encouraging signs, but just please do give us some time to study this in detail. and also cases outside of the pilot so that we can better think about resourcing it. I think we discussed this in detail last year, and I really ask for members' patience in this. Work with us. We are serious about this. We are working hard on this, and we will take all of the learnings very seriously and your feedback into account.
Ms. Elisa Chen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, SMS Morale, also on the affirmation of the importance of positive neighbourly relations. To improve the process, I wanted to ask whether the Ministry is studying ways to further simplify or digitalize the evidence submission process for CDRT hearings to make it more accessible for laypersons. Thank you.
SMS Morale.
Sir, I'm obliged to Honourable Member Ms. Eliza Chen for her positive remarks. Insofar as the point about assisting applicants in the CDRT process, certainly the judiciary has leaned forward. As I mentioned in my speech, there's a website which provides very important information on how to collate evidence. And also, I would say the CRU has been formed. The legislative intent is also to assist applicants in certain cases by also gathering evidence, and that can be presented to the CDRT, or in a very clear-cut case, the CRU itself can issue abatement orders. So collectively, this will assist the neighbor who is belaboring under some disamenities from his other neighbor. Thank you.
Mr. Ng Chee Meng.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to thank the two ministers for their clarifications. Mr. Speaker, my grassroots leaders are really the true heroes on the ground in mediating neighborly disputes. According to what I know on the from the Straits Times, 90% of neighborly disputes are actually resolved at the grassroots level. So they often work late into the night on their own time to preserve the harmony between neighbors and in the community. So two SQs. How can we enhance the ecosystem of support, including resources, so that our grassroots mediators can do their job and play this vital role before formal escalation to the suite of measures that have been mentioned? And most importantly, given the anxiety of the murder in Yishun, how can we also enhance the safety of our grassroots leaders so that they can do this work with a peace of mind as they work deep into the night? Perhaps training for some pickup of warning signs and maybe techniques to de-escalate more serious scenarios. I'd like to hear from the ministers. Thank you.
SMS Morale.
Sir, I'm grateful to the Honourable Member, Mr. Ng Chee Meng, for acknowledging the heroes on the ground, the grassroots leaders. Indeed, that has also been my experience. They do it on their own time, dealing with disputes from neighbors, disputes involving neighbors, and also they take their own time to train themselves. They go through mediation courses as well. And as a result of which, a substantial number of neighbors' disputes are being solved through them. I would also add, sir, that actually there's also another aspect of what they do, which is really creating the goodwill through community activities, getting the neighbors to meet each other. I mean, this is something that we took for granted during the kampung days when our doors are always open. Here, the grassroots leaders make sure that neighbors meet each other through, say, block parties and other events for residents. And that is very helpful because with the relationship that's built, the neighbor who is originally thinking of complaining may say, hey, wait a minute, I know his circumstances, I know his family well, maybe I'll live with it. And that's the live and let live attitude that we want to promote in the community. As to the SQs on supporting the grassroots leaders, certainly we are happy to lean forward to to train suitable grassroots leaders for for mediation training. Mediation is not an easy area for many of them because they may not be legally trained. So, we are certainly happy to see how we can train more. In fact, at the CMC level, we are also looking out for suitable candidates to increase our core of mediators. I think that can certainly help. We can certainly continue to share best practices, and that's one way to strengthen the competence of our grassroots leaders as mediators. On the issue of the anxiety following the incident in Yishun, I would say this: if anyone feels threatened, then the first thing to do is to call the police via 999, and there's no doubt about that. Mediation is not suitable when there are signs of violence, threatened or actual. And you should break off and then let the police deal with it. And that must be something ingrained in everybody's mind. And of course, sometimes we are dealing with evolving situations, and there must be a constant assessment as to whether the line is crossed. Thank you.
Emerson, you want to reply as well?
So I thank MP Ng Chee Meng for highlighting the tireless work of his volunteers. And even last night, I also saw dealing with one case, and my volunteer stayed late night, and I think many of us can attest to that as well. So this is a shout out to many of the volunteers who work very hard to mediate and also to build the community bonds that are very important upstream. If I may also, just to suggest that also members please continue to support the Municipal Services Office's ongoing work in this front. MSO has a Love Our Hood Youth Challenge, and as well as HDB's Singapore's Friendly Neighbourhood Award. These are just some measures in which we can take all of these upstream. And I just wanted to also reflect that these upstream measures are complemented by what SMS Murali and I had outlined today, a comprehensive suite of measures for the enhanced CDMF. They are not panaceas, but taken together, I think we can build that we-first society that we all aspire to. Thank you.
Mr. William, although you didn't file a PQ, but since your name was quoted by MOS Tad, I will give you the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two supplementary questions for the MOS of MND. Earlier on, when he said that the CRU officers don't have special powers, I just wanted to understand what he meant by that, because under the Act as we amended last year, they do have actually special powers, legal powers anyway, under the provisions of the bill that we passed last year. For example, they can issue orders on the spot and so on. So I wonder whether he could clarify that point, what he meant by that the CRU officers don't have special powers. The other question is that, he quoted my speech earlier about the fact that, and of course I do recognize that the work is not going to be easy, but I did say, perhaps erroneously last year, that the CRU had standby officers after office hours. I believe I was wrong on that point because it was later clarified that the CRU does not work after office hours. So I'd like him to clarify that on that point. Thank you.
MOS Tan?
Yeah, so Lim is right on that second point. So clarify it. On the first point about superpowers, that wasn't my term. That wasn't my term. I think it was the member Kenneth Tiong's term. Or special powers or superpowers or, yeah. So you're absolutely right. There are a few, and I think in the 2R it has already been mentioned under different sections, new section 13E, under section 13M. These are powers that the CRU have been afforded under the bill, which was passed last year. And so I just wanted to clarify, because I did not say special powers, and that's why I wanted to make sure that it is very clear. That's why I asked the member Kenneth Tiong about what he really meant by special powers. If he meant that it would be a special antidote or panacea to resolving this, then it is not. And I think we've agreed that the CRU would not be able to do that any intervention could help, it could also hinder. So I think, just to clarify, the exchange between me and Kenneth Tiong, member Kenneth Tiong, that's what I meant. But you're spot on that there are powers afforded to the CRU as outlined by the second reading last year.
Ms. Mariam Jaffa?
for the answers. My question is to the Minister for Law. I have two SQs related to a particular step, which is the service and enforcement step of the process. You gave a lot of data on the number of cases, the number of resolutions, and I actually wanted to clarify if you had mentioned, maybe I missed it, was there data on the proportion or number of CDRT cases that are actually enforced? So that's my first SQ, and I ask that because I hear from the ground that actually that percentage can be fairly low. And my second SQ related to that is, under the current framework, I understand that the affected neighbor who initiated the CDRT is actually the one that is responsible for service and enforcement of the orders from CDRT. In particular, and that would involve either hiring, going through a process server, or as you said earlier, to make an application to the court. These are, of course, can be quite intimidating to the average resident. So my question is, will the government consider shifting the responsibility for service of CDRT orders to a government agency? And related to that, are CRU orders treated the same way? Do those also have to be served and enforced by the affected neighbors? Thank you.
SMS Morali.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in response to the Honourable Member, Ms. Mariam Jaafar, on the second question first, the issue of service of the CDRT order is really a judicial matter. And I take the Honourable Member's points, and we will convey her feedback to the judiciary as to the modes of service of CDRT orders that should be available to the successful litigant after the CDRT hearing. Insofar as CRU orders are concerned, that's dealt with by the unit itself, so that shouldn't present an issue. And certainly the framework is really to assist the resident. Because the CRU, through the enhanced legislative framework, is able to make the investigations and, in a clear-cut case, issue an abatement order. And thereafter, if it is not complied with, then it can escalate and consider enforcement. Just as I mentioned just now in response to the Honourable Member Mr. Tiong, there could be eviction orders. There can be pursuant to which the person has to leave his house, or there could also be compulsory acquisition by HDB. So these are all the measures that are available. As to the steps to be taken to enforce, or rather the figures for enforcement, my apologies, I don't have the figures offhand, but if the Honourable Member would like to file a PQ, I can answer that specifically. Thank you.
Okay, there are still many members who wish to ask questions, so please keep your SQs short as possible. Mr. Bikramna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Picking on some of the points that SMS made, I understand that 2/3 of the disputes relate to noise-related matters, and about 50% of people who are asked to go for voluntary mediation do not do so. Another 20% refuse it outright. Now, taking these points, I would like to make a suggestion to MND, which I'd actually raised in the last sitting 5 years ago, and that is a very simple solution for MND to set threshold levels on noise, educate the public on it, and then take enforcement. And I would respectfully suggest this solves several issues. It avoids the entire swathe of resources needed to decide each noise case by case in mediation, then CDRU, and then everywhere else. Instead, with a clear benchmark and enforcement, the first point of contact for most people is to call the police. If there are guidelines, they can enforce, or a suitable MND officer can enforce. I'd be grateful for MND's consideration of this. Thank you.
MOS Tan.
So I responded to that similar question, and MND will take these into consideration.
Mr. Jerogiam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, can I just ask the MOS, how many neighbor dispute cases have been reported in Tampines HDB town since April 2025? I asked this in my original PQ. Given that the Community Relations Unit pilot has taken on only 5 cases in the 6 months since it started, is this the rate of referrals that can be expected for a typical HDB town? And if the CRU, which has greater expertise in handling neighbor disputes, how would it, if it never gets referred cases, how would it be able to achieve any significant success? And lastly, for the SMS for law, can you confirm that the plans are for grassroots leaders or grassroots advisors to issue mandatory mediation orders? Because if it's grassroots advisors, then I believe all but 10 of the grassroots advisors in Singapore are also MPs, which will present the same problems that the SMS mentioned in his response to Mr. Tiong.
MOS Tan.
So I don't have the numbers for Tampines, but the trend that I mentioned earlier on in my reply about the average monthly volume of neighbor noise feedback in HDB estates across Singapore over the past 5 years, which has held steady at 2,500, the trend is similar in Tampines town. Please let me get back to the member on those numbers. You mentioned earlier on about whether we could have expanded it, and what are the measures that we can take, right? Can you just respond, just repeat your question, please? Thank you.
Mr. Giam.
I'm referring to the expansion within a town. So Tampines town has had 6 months to run this pilot, but it's taken out only 6 cases or 5 cases so far. Is this the rate of referrals that we can expect moving forward when it's expanded to other towns?
So I think inherent in that question is also a very important question that we want to ask. How many referral cases do we want to have? And how many serious cases we want to have? And I think the member would agree with me that we would ideally have less cases. Ideally. I mean, you would, because at the upstream you would have. But let me respond to this. The fact is that we are looking at all of these 5 cases. You've seen some encouraging signs within all of these different 5 cases that the CRU has already addressed. And we are studying these very carefully for us to see what we can do. I also want to take this opportunity to also say that the CRU officers, earlier on, the member, Kenneth Tiong, also mentioned that, you have how many different officers, and then why is it just 5 cases? These are my officers at the CRU have worked very hard on these cases. They have devoted time, and as the member would appreciate, these are very complicated cases. And that is exactly why these are severe cases that have been referred to by HDB and the police. If they are normal cases that are easily managed in the community or in CMC or other measures, then they wouldn't have been. So I wanted to just make the point that ideally we would address many of these cases upstream. But where there are severe cases downstream, that's where the pilot has shown us some ways in which to deal with it in concert with and augmented by the suite of CDMF measures that are already there. So I really wanted to thank my public officers because in this regard, they work incredibly hard and spend incredible amount of times in the 5 cases in Tampines. And as I mentioned to them that we are open to taking on even more cases that have been severe cases, to be precise, that have been escalated to us by police and HDB.
SMS Murali.
Sir, in response to the honourable member, Mr. Giam's question, I'd like to clarify that there are absolutely no plans to vest with grassroots leaders or advisors with the power to issue mediation directions. As I explained in my speech, these powers will be vested in public officers. Thank you.
Ms. Valerie.
Thank you, Speaker. One supplementary question for MOS. I understand there are considerations to extend the CRU framework to beyond Tampines to other towns if the pilot is successful. I just want to seek clarification whether this plan also includes private estates like condominiums and private apartments, because I'm not just concerned about my HDB residents, I'm also concerned about my private estate residents. Thank you.
MOS Tan.
So I have a majority of private residents in my constituency as well, and the pilot is meant to inform. We're focused on Tampines Town now as a pilot, and after getting all of the feedback and all of the learnings from it, the plan is to extend it to other towns, including where there are private estates.
Mr. Tsai Ing-tou.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Moss MND. I understand HDB will consider compulsory acquisition of flats by severe and recalcitrant nuisance makers. The constant distress caused by noise transmission is a root cause of many disputes that escalate, including pickleball. And I'm glad to hear that new BTO developments now feature increased floor slab thickness. To ensure we address the structural root issue, can the Minister clarify whether they will commit to immediately implementing a mandatory logging and tracking system, and with which agency, to monitor all dispute cases that are reported to involve threats of physical violence in order to identify and flag these recalcitrant offenders, or even consider providing equipment like industrial-grade sound monitoring for rental. My second question is, given the limited scope for major infrastructure changes in existing flats, will the Ministry consider exploring subsidized soundproofing improvements or technology as a specific upgrade option under future home improvement programs for blocks that have high persistent record of noise-related disputes? Thank you.
MOS Tan.
So I thank Mr. Tsai Ing-tou for his questions. I think from the first one on the mandatory logging and tracking system, and then the second one on the subsidized soundproofing. I think this require, again, resources and as well as careful learning. And I think, pilots and others, even beyond Tampines, we will look into these, and then if relevant or appropriate, we'll consider them. Thank you.
Mr. Ip Hong Wing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My SQ is directed to MinLaw, and it's about interagency coordination. So when neighbor disputes turn violent, how do we better capture the warning signs, such as repeated police calls, past mediation cases, town council complaints? And can the ministry work with the police, HDB, town council, MOH, perhaps to set up an early warning system so that when multiple reports come in from various agencies about the same household, agencies can act decisively before tensions boil over? And is the current data sharing between CMC, CDRT, SPF really robust enough to flag dangers early? Thank you.
SMS Murali.
So I'm indebted to the Honourable Member Mr. Yip, for his thoughtful suggestion. Certainly, I'm aware that there's a level of cooperation between the agencies. I think he's looking towards a proper framework so that we can better detect cases which may become violent. It's certainly something that we can consider. Sir, while I'm on my feet, may I also state that my colleagues have given me the statistics for the enforcement orders, a question that Honourable Member Ms. Mariam Jaffar asked for. So in the past 5 years, there are 24 special directions issued and 2 exclusion orders issued. Thank you.
Dr. Charlene Chen.
First of all, I would like to thank the HDB officers for all their help. I think they have been putting in a lot of effort to help resolve some of these dispute cases, and I'm very thankful that HDB has also chosen Tampines to pilot the CRU. I just have one question for MND's consideration. So I think a lot of the focus has been on the mental health of the neighbors that have potentially been causing a lot of these nuisances. But I also have cases where the mental health of the neighbors on the receiving end have been very badly affected. And I wonder if this could be a consideration in terms of the severity criteria for MND to step in and activate CRU. Thank you.
MOS Tan.
So I thank Dr. Charlene for her PQ. I mentioned earlier on that some of the criteria we had, or how does the CRU take on these cases? I mentioned earlier on about severe cases with regards to a nexus of mental health conditions, as well as prolonged and unreasonable interference. There are also in the 2R some details about what criteria we're looking at, but as I mentioned earlier on, let's look at the cases, let's study the pilot, which is again only 6 months old, and then take in your feedback and apply as appropriately. I also wanted to get back to Member Gerald Giam for his question about Tampines, if you don't mind. First is that since April 2025, there's been 160 feedback per month in Tampines. Thank you.
Mr. Xiao Chen, last SQ.
Thank you, Speaker. I just have a question for the SMS. I heard in his reply that MinLaw is planning to work with HDB and MND to refer more cases for directed mediation. So if the SMS could share in more concrete detail how the ministry plans to get more cases referred for directed mediation, because I do agree with the SMS that this must be one of the centers of gravity for our CDMF framework going forward. Thank you.
SMS Murali.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in response to the Honourable Member, Mr. Xie, can I say that quite clearly not all cases, as I mentioned in my speech, are cases which should go for formal mediation. The idea, and I could take the opportunity to reiterate the framework, is to settle the bulk of disputes in the community itself. And that's really using the resources that the Honourable Member, Mr. Ng Chee Meng, said, our grassroots leaders, community leaders. So that's the bulwark of the cases that we would have to deal with. Beyond that, there needs to be an assessment made by the public officers, HDB, CRU, to see whether or not these are the cases where it may make sense for the issuance of the formal mediation direction. So again, one has to look at the context. In a situation where the CRU is of the view that the case is made out straight away, it's a straightforward case made out, they may not even bother the residents to go for mediation. They can issue an abatement order. So that's not necessary for them to go through the entire process. And in situations where they feel that there is no troublesome signs like threat of violence and all that, that's the situation where the legislative policy contemplates the issuance of the MD. And I guess as we gather more experience from the pilot, we will fine-tune the protocols and make sure that the aim behind this CDMF, which is really to ensure that our community self-moderates when it comes to the dealing of disputes, ensure that as far as possible, we don't invoke the formal processes, which also includes the MD, so that neighbors not only can live and let live, but also continue on in the spirit that we would want them to see. Thank you.
Mr. Bikramnath.
Question 12, sir.
So MOH does not currently track social media and gaming addictions among youth. There are youth counseling and intervention programs available for those seeking help, such as Touch Community Services and We Care Community Services. MOH is working with experts to review the latest medical evidence for social media and gaming addictions amongst youth, and working with the National Council of Social Services to review access to addiction support services in the community.
Mr. Nair.
Thank you, SMS. One clarification. If parents were to identify youth with such addictions and flag it, who would be the best authorities to flag it to, and what interventions would be available, assuming the child or youth was unwilling to be treated?
SMS Co.
So I think in any form of intervention and treatment, the client or the patient in this case who needs help has to be cooperative. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to actually force someone to receive any form of intervention or care. But if parents are actually struggling with where to start to begin the journey of helping their child, they could actually go to our myline.sg website and take a look at some of the resources that are available there. Or for those who need maybe someone to talk to get a sense of how to actually begin that care journey for their children, then to call the National Myline 1771 and speak to one of the counselors online on the phone, or use the text messaging function to contact one of the counselors who can then actually guide them on the appropriate resources in the community to begin some of these interaction with the child. Sometimes you may have to begin with actually some befriending so that the child or the adolescent actually gets comfortable with someone they feel they can open up to and trust, and then gradually bring them on board to actually receive treatment. So it's not a straightforward process of dispensing an advice or prescribing a medication. It may require some degree of interaction to get a sense of what's the best way to approach to deliver help to the person in need.
Mr. Brickham.
Question 13, sir.
Sir, MOE closely monitors the state of mental health of our students using internal data and through research studies. Two of the latest research studies are the 2020 Youth Epidemiology and Resilience Study with the National University of Singapore and the 2024 National Youth Mental Health Study by the Institute of Mental Health. These research insights and data are used to improve the full suite of measures on student mental health. For example, we regularly refresh the mental health education lessons within the character and citizenship education curriculum to address emerging issues. MOE also provides parents with up-to-date information packages to enable them to better support their child's mental well-being. MOE also collaborates with other government agencies, such as the Ministry of Health, as well as the Ministry of Social and Family Development, to implement the National Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy. This includes the tiered care model for youths to promote help-seeking and improve their access to services. The Parenting for Wellness initiative was also launched to equip parents with practical skills in strengthening parent-child relationships and their children's resilience.
Mr. Brickham.
I thank the SBS for the response. One of the concerns underlying this question was the article that suggested or that said that suicide was the leading cause of death amongst youth. Has the MOE done any studies into these suicide cases to see if there are any lessons to be learned and how best early intervention might have helped in each of these cases so that we can prevent or reduce the number of future cases? Thank you.
SBS side. Dr. Syed Harun.
I thank the member for the supplementary question. I think specific to the question on national suicide rates with regards to the youth population between 10 to 29 years old, I do not have the data specific to this particular question. Again, this particular research rests with the national agencies looking at the numbers of suicides as well as death globally, and I think that's something that we can come to if the member has a specific question in relation to that particular trend. That notwithstanding, if I may add, in the context of the Ministry of Education, we do look at it in terms of the different tiers in terms of intervention. So from the level of the students, as we've mentioned earlier, with regards to any opportunity with regards to mental health education, that is something that we address. We also equip our teachers with skills and basic counseling skills to be able to identify any early signs of distress among our students. At the level of the school, we also have our school counselors who can do a suicide risk assessment and also work in tandem with our colleagues from the Ministry of Health as well as healthcare institutions in terms of the REACH teams, the response early intervention and assessment in community mental health teams, which also work very closely with our schools, as well as the specialist teams which reside in the hospitals. So in terms of the mental well-being and care for our students as well as youth in general, it is a whole entire ecosystem of support. I hope this clarifies.
Dr. Wan Rizal.
Mr. Speaker, my response will also address written question 17 in today's order paper and a similar PQ filed by Dr. Wan Rizal for a subsequent sitting. If the questions have been satisfactorily addressed, it may not be necessary for the member to proceed with the question for future sittings. So suicide is a complex phenomenon. Apart from warning signs, the assessment of suicide risk takes into account individuals' thoughts and behaviors. These are incorporated into the practice guide for tiered care model for mental health, which guides mental health service providers on how to assess suicide risks and determine the appropriate follow-up actions. Like other mental health service providers, school counselors are trained to conduct suicide risk assessments. Students at imminent risks are directed to hospital emergency departments, while those with non-imminent risks are referred to the response, early intervention, and assessment in community mental health, or REACH teams, for further assessment and intervention. MOH and MOE do not currently track the data from school alert to first clinical contact. The National Mindline 1771 serves individuals of all age groups, including children and youth, by providing brief counseling and referrals to other mental health services where needed, including crisis response teams. Frontline personnel and volunteers in various sectors have access to basic mental health training to help identify individuals in psychological distress and refer them for further support. As of March 2025, about 140,000 frontliners have been trained. MOH will continue to work with relevant agencies to work on ensuring timely support of individuals with suicide risks.
Dr. Wan Rizal.
So I thank the SMS for sharing this issue with regards to suicide and the workflow. My concern, but to be honest, I want to express my thanks to the counsellors, the school educators, and of course everyone involved in this mental health space, because working with youth is really not easy. It's certainly complex and requires some dedication in that regard. But having said that, I do believe that we need a national crisis pathway, and in so we need a KPI that will be distinctive enough for us to actually ensure that the timely intervention is set. Because right now we do not have a particular KPI to set as such. May I suggest that the ministry consider this and put this as part of our crisis pathway. And having said that, will this pathway flowchart be issued and publicized so that it can be used across the different organizations, whether it's in schools, whether it be in the hospitals, whether it's whoever is doing the crisis intervention? We need to have the data properly be accessed when an imminent risk occurs. Thank you.
SMS Co.
So I thank the member for his concern on youth mental health. And indeed, as he said, it is a complex issue and not something that, in my previous response to Member Vikram Nair as well, that it's not something you can force onto the youths. They have to be encouraged to come forward and be open about sharing and discussion. And in terms of KPIs, based on what I've just explained about the complex process or even getting someone to begin to seek help, it is therefore probably not very practical and difficult to set a downstream KPI, because how soon the person is prepared to step in to receive care, how well they respond to the conversation with their counselors or their doctors, it's really very much individualized. And it will be quite difficult to set a KPI that artificially constrain what the counselor or the interventionist needs in terms of having time to build the rapport and build trust and understanding. So it is a journey that must be taken between the counselor and the patient or the youth. But what we have done is to make sure that at the very upstream, we want to make sure access to care is readily available and there's no barrier to entry for any youth who is prepared to come forward and seek help. And that's why this is the true value of our first stop for mental health, the National Mindline 1771. It is meant to be something that can be anonymous so that it actually does not add that stigmatization or the fear of the youth of having to face-to-face see someone that they may not be comfortable with. They can pick up a call, speak to a counselor in a non-judgmental way, and without asking them for their identity, to just seek very simple consultations and get counsel to help them get through the immediate emotional distress that they may be feeling. And if they feel comfortable with what the counselor is talking to them, and they're prepared to look for, a connection to a physical contact point with social services, this is where the counselor can then try and link them up with someone that may then take their conversation and their relationship further in the physical space. So the whole idea is to create options that the youth can actually access. Those who may be more comfortable using, say, text messaging and WhatsApp can also use the WhatsApp function, text messaging function on this MyLine portal. So they were just trying to provide a lot more access and options so that there is absolutely no reason why the youth who are prepared to step forward and seek help will be deterred from it. So I think that is something that we hold ourselves to try and provide and to do more in this area. In terms of flowchart for assessment and escalation, in the practice guide, where we actually graded our interventions into 4 different tiers, from tier 1 to tier 4, from lower acuity, those who are mentally well that needed some education, to tier 4, where there is more of a crisis intervention at the acute care setting, for example, in IMH. This entire practice guide also includes a flowchart, as the member has asked for, that helps care providers, counselors of different grades across the whole spectrum of mental health interventions to see at which point they need to escalate to the next level and to guide them on the appropriate pathway to take, including certain eligibility criteria, certain guides that they can follow, so that there is some degree of standardization and also forms as a basis for communication across different care providers.
Order, end of question time. SMS Sun Sherling, you have a clarification to make?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. During the supplementary questions on HDB shop rents on the 24th of September 2025, Mr. Ang Wei Neng had sought a clarification on the number of sold shops that HDB had selectively acquired before. I had replied then that I will come back to the member as to whether or not we have selectively acquired any HDB sold shops before. I have since checked on the member's question and would like to provide a clarification for the record. To date, HDB has bought 7 HDB sold shops located in Yishun, Pasir Ris, Jurong West, and Choa Chu Kang. This refers to instances where HDB bought the shops for time-sensitive upgrading and reconfiguration works. Thank you.
Order. Ministerial statement coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs.
Thank you, sir. The purpose of this ministerial statement is to reiterate the fundamentals of our approach to race and religion and language and its application in the political context. I'll cover 3 areas in the statement. First, the background to our approach to race, language, and religion. Second, recent incidents where race and religion were brought into politics. And third, why, if we go down this path, it will lead to bad outcomes for Singapore and Singaporeans. So let me begin by setting out the historical backdrop to our nation-building journey. After the Second World War, many former colonies became independent countries. Many had a dominant ethnic group. In some countries, this group made up the absolute majority. In other countries, the dominant ethnic group was the largest minority. Many of these countries chose the language of the dominant ethnic group to be the official language of their new nations. Sri Lanka and Malaysia are 2 examples. This is the approach of countries in the West as well to organize themselves. In many countries, in the West as well as elsewhere, minorities who do not speak the official language are disadvantaged. disadvantaged in education, employment, and opportunities to progress economically and socially. Many countries also implemented policies which favored the dominant ethnic group at the expense of and even suppression of the minorities. Sri Lanka is one example of this practice in the past. Many such practices and arguments over race, language, and religion were quite common. Thus, in 1965, when Singapore became independent, whether you looked at Asia, Africa, Americas, or Europe, the norm was that the language and culture of the majority would automatically become the language and culture of the state. Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, may I ask the clerks to distribute Annex A, which contains a copy of a quote made by Mr. Lee Kuan Yew. Members may also access this material through the parliamentary app.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. If our founding fathers had followed the prevailing norm, Mandarin would have been our only official language. But we became independent in 1965 precisely because Mr. Lee Kuan Yew and his team decided on a very different approach for Singapore. Mr. Lee Kuan Yew declared on the day of our independence, this is not a Malay nation, this is not a Chinese nation, this is not an Indian nation. Everyone will have his place equal, language, culture, and religion. This was not just political rhetoric. Our founding fathers took systematic steps to build a multiracial, multireligious Singapore. They enshrined the foundational principles, unity in diversity, justice and equality in our national pledge. All citizens, regardless of race, language, or religion, were to have equal status. Policies were designed to enable each ethnic group to preserve its own cultural heritage. At the same time, our common space would be enlarged to facilitate interaction and understanding between the ethnic groups. English was used as the language of administration and instruction, meaning the language used in schools. At the same time, students studied their mother tongues, Mandarin, Malay, Tamil, as a second language. Selected festivals of the major ethnicities were designated as public holidays. And on the ground, in the heartlands, activities were organized for all ethnicities to promote multiracial harmony. Religious freedoms were protected in the Constitution. At the same time, we retained Malay as our national language. This meant that we continued singing our national anthem, Majulah Singapura, proudly in Malay, in schools and at national events. Members can see how different this approach is compared with the approach taken by most countries. We did not force any ethnic group to assimilate. The majority group accepted that while they were the biggest group, they should nevertheless take extra care and make sure that the minorities were not slighted. It was in this spirit of multicultural integration that we encouraged each ethnic group to preserve its own heritage. And we created space to enhance mutual understanding and develop a common identity. Our founding fathers, however, faced tremendous opposition to this approach. Many Chinese organizations, including some highly influential ones, asked the government to make Mandarin our national language and the only official language. Questions were asked, why not, since Chinese was 77% of the population? Why should Singapore adopt English, the colonial master's language, as the language of administration and instruction? why should Malay be the national language? Why should our national anthem be in Malay? Barisan Socialists, the main opposition party then, took an active position on this matter. The communist-inspired left had long rallied in Singapore and Malaya on the mobilization of Chinese-educated students and labor organizations. They did this by emphasizing Chinese language, Chinese culture, and Chinese education. By doing this, they repeatedly stoked tensions within the Chinese community. The politically expedient course for the PAP government would have been to agree to these demands and make Mandarin Singapore's only official language. It would have helped to anchor the support of the majority Chinese community. In the run-up to the 1963 general elections, the PAP government's majority had been steadily whittled down. Their foothold in parliament had been eroded to just 25 out of 51 seats at the time of the 1963 general elections, less than half. The PAP's position did improve after the 1963 GE, but it was still in a fierce contest with the Barisan Socialists. Yet it chose to follow the more difficult, more idealistic course at a time when the PAP government needed the support of the majority Chinese population. Mr. Lee and his colleagues chose a path that would, in most contexts, be seen as politically foolhardy. I would ask members to take a moment to reflect, think about this. You will realize how extraordinary their actions were, how this cuts against all political realities and standard norms. And for 60 years, we have strived to achieve the ideals in our pledge. But achieving the ideals is still work in progress. We haven't fully achieved them. Minorities in particular will tell you about the lived realities on the ground, that they sometimes face racism at different levels, that they sometimes feel discriminated against. Beyond what each of us hears, surveys show how minorities feel. Some Chinese will also tell you of their experiences, though the instances are much fewer. The key point, however, is we set out these principles as our ideals, and we swam strongly against the tide of ethnic identity as the organizing principle of society. Instead, our foundational principles were a secular state, meritocracy, multiracialism, equal opportunities for all, and the rule of law. A secular state with neutral language English as the language of administration and instruction, the language of government, business, education. Mr. Lee explained this in this House in the year 2004. If Chinese had been made the working language in 1965, and I quote, Singapore would fall apart, our races would be in conflict, close quotes. And over the last 60 years, we have taken various steps to achieve the ideals in our pledge. In this context, I will mention two key policies. These were put in place to make the ideals our reality. The first policy, it was decided that a strong legal framework was necessary to preserve our communal harmony and minimize racial, religious conflict. One of the first constitutional amendments after independence established the Presidential Council for Minority Rights. The Council's function is to assess whether any legislation would create a differentiating measure which would disadvantage any racial or religious group more than others. The Council's report would then be tabled in Parliament. Laws were also passed to set out what conduct, what speech would not be allowed, and relating to race, religion. And over time, we have been strengthening, modernizing these laws. We have, for example, the Maintenance of Racial Harmony Act, Maintenance of Religious Harmony Act. These laws set out the ways in which we can deal with threats to racial and religious harmony. These laws take their inspiration from earlier legislation. They are only two amongst a whole framework of laws which seek to preserve our racial and religious space and deal firmly with attacks on race, religion. For example, we disallow hate speech and offensive speech against races, religions. So these points have been addressed many times. However, some members may not be aware of them. So for their benefit, I have set out a background summary on some of these points. And Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, may I ask the clerks to distribute Annex B?
Go ahead.
So as we did that, set out the laws, we also know that people will have views on sensitive issues and that these views should not be suppressed. So we provide safe spaces where honest, frank discussions can be held. These include closed-door dialogues, fireside chats, regular engagements with different groups, including young people, entrepreneurs, religious groups, unions, nonprofits, and many others. These settings encourage people to be rational, responsible, while pulling no punches on the substance of their views. This is, in broad terms, the first key policy underpinning our ideals. One, a robust legal framework that protects the right of all communities and sets out what you can't do, what you can't say in public. And two, a reasonable, calibrated approach to discussing such views in public as well. But whilst laws can deter and penalize actions that seek to divide our society, laws alone cannot make society harmonious. They can't force people to understand, respect, and like each other across races, religions, and across divides. That's where the second key policy framework comes in. This second key policy is that the government should actively promote actions, platforms, to encourage intermixing and understanding between our different communities. These are too numerous for me to cite. I've listed some of the key examples in Annex B. Members will see that there is a fair degree of activist government policy. In the past, critics have mocked this as social engineering and a violation of free choice. But today, many look at our high level of social cohesion and ask, what is your secret sauce? The Economist has in the past described the Singapore government's approach as dirigism. Dirigism refers to a state-led approach to economic development. The word has negative connotations, but we make no apologies for our philosophy. It extends well beyond economic planning. The government also takes an active stand and approach in managing social issues, housing issues, community issues, and more. And but for this approach, Singapore will not be where it is today. We have in Singapore an exceptionally high level of racial and religious harmony. Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, may I ask the clerks to distribute Annex C, which contains a fuller list of indicators on this. In the 2023 Gallup World Poll, 92% of Singaporeans said that Singapore was a good place for racial and ethnic minorities, and we ranked first out of 135 countries. In the 2024 IPS survey on race, religion, and language, 65% of Singaporeans rated racial and religious harmony as high or very high. More than 90% felt that there was sufficient involvement or that there should be more government involvement to ensure racial and religious harmony. Over the past 5 years, there have been 178 police reports filed relating to race and religion. This works out to only about 3 cases per 100,000 people per annum. So I'm not suggesting that race-religious harmony is perfect in Singapore. As I said earlier, it's work in progress. Members of different communities do experience racism and face other issues. The deep-seated human instinct, the tribal emotions which come from the gut, these cannot be wished away. As the Prime Minister himself has acknowledged, it is more difficult to be a member of the minority community in Singapore than being a member of the majority community. I should say minority communities, yeah. But as a system, we have sought to contain and overcome the natural human impulses by overlaying them with a broader sense of national identity, a community of shared values, experiences, and vocabulary. And in the words of our pledge, regardless of race, language, or religion, our approach towards racial and religious issues is not to forsake our respective races, languages, or religions and force a single identity, but to forge common ground and find strength in diversity. And our people generally accept these principles. Singapore is in a good position today. Not perfect, but I dare say better than most other places. Many of these places started out better and stronger than us, but many of them have been going the wrong way. So this deals with the first part, the background to our approach to race and religion. Now let me move on to the second part. Second point, some recent incidents where race and religion have been brought into politics. The good position we have in Singapore can remain so only if Singaporeans work at keeping it that way. Politicians in particular play an important role in setting the right tone for our society. Not deepening divisions, not misleading the different communities, but by encouraging constructive discussions, by finding solutions to problems and issues faced by the different ethnic communities, not by exacerbating them and not by sharpening differences. It is possible for politicians to say that they subscribe to our multiracial and multireligious values, but still use veiled rhetoric to work up racial and religious sentiment. So if we look at our short history over 60 years, there have been several attempts to inflame racial and religious sentiments for political gain. Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, may I ask the clerks to distribute Annex D, where I have set out some examples of such attempts which happened in previous GEs. In these cases, the government highlighted the dangers of identity politics. But politicizing race and religion remains seductive. It is an easy way to sway the emotions of voters for short-term political gain. But once the division has been sown, it is hard to contain and impossible to reverse. When one group asserts its identity aggressively, other groups in society will push back just as aggressively. And if this happens in a small, diverse city-state like Singapore, we will be irretrievably damaged. You see around the world what happens when such identity politics takes root. Take the United States. Culture wars dominate US politics as parties run identity-based campaigns. Liberals accuse the right wing of preserving white political and social dominance by portraying African Americans as sources of crime and unrest. Republicans counter that Democrats have taken exclusionary identity politics too far, undermining traditional and nationalistic values. Every grievance, every disagreement is framed as an ideological battle. It becomes an all-out war with no room to compromise. If you look at the Netherlands, politicians openly frame Islam as incompatible with liberal Dutch values and portray themselves as protectors of Dutch culture. Some, like Geert Wilders, even go so far as to campaign around banning the Quran, closing mosques, and sharpening divides for electoral gain. We can see how societies are getting increasingly divided. The Edelman Trust Barometer conducts a large-scale global survey every year. They found that more than half of the respondents globally say that their countries are more divided today than in the past. Singapore has come a long way in building harmonious, multiracial, and a multi-religious society. We may look stable now, but we are no more stable than other countries which I've cited before their communal relations became worse. With this background, let me turn to a few troubling incidents during the recent GE. During the last GE, one Noor Deros came to prominence. He is a self-styled preacher based in Malaysia. He has been denied accreditation as an ustaz here in Singapore. Because he refused to comply with the Code of Ethics under Singapore's Asatizah Recognition Scheme, he refused despite being counseled by the Asatizah Recognition Board. On 19 April this year, 2 weeks before the GE, Deros issued a public statement. He said that he would campaign for any political party which could meet his list of demands. These demands included, 1, adopting Islamic economics by changing the financial system to a non-interest-based model. Another demand was that policies aimed at preserving existing racial proportions should be ended. Some of his demands were absurd, I would say very damaging. For example, his demand that we change our financial system to be more Islamic. The financial industry contributes to 14% of our GDP. It employs nearly 200,000 people. It is vital to our economy. This man, who is based in Malaysia, wants to stop all of that. It is madness. On the 23rd of April, Deros put up 2 Facebook posts. He said only the Workers' Party was taking his demands seriously. Deros said that he would invite Muslims in Singapore to vote for the Workers' Party if they agreed to his demands. He also portrayed Workers' Party's Malay-Muslim candidate in Tampines, Mr. Faisal Manap, as a more vocal champion of Malay-Muslim issues compared to Minister Masagos. He called on Tampines voters to, I quote, do the right thing, close quotes, meaning vote for Mr. Faisal Manap. On 24th of April, Deros made further public statements. He reiterated his call for Tampines voters to vote for Mr. Faisal Manap. He also said that he had spoken to all of the Workers' Party's Malay candidates. Deros was saying that he would rally votes for any political party that agreed with his demands which were along racial, religious lines. And he was comparing 2 Malay-Muslim candidates and saying, vote for Mr. Faisal Manap because he has been a more vocal champion of race and religion for Malay Muslims. That was the main troubling issue, not whether some of his demands were absurd, or whether one agrees or disagrees with his demands, or whether one agrees or disagrees with his assessment of candidates. Asking Singaporeans to vote for political parties and candidates along racial, religious lines is a reckless thing to do. It also sets a dangerous precedent. If we allow this, other racial and religious groups will have similar demands, and we have to allow them to make similar calls too. The natural result in a democracy will be that the largest and the best organized religions and races will get their way. They will have the strongest lobbying power and the most number of votes, and political parties will have to listen to them. The other natural result is that the followers of different races and religions will clash. Followers of different faiths can hold beliefs that are essentially incompatible with one another. If different groups press their religious ideals hard instead of compromising with one another, and if the government prioritizes the views of one faith over another, conflict is inevitable. If we go down this path of canvassing based on identity politics, the result will be that most parties will appeal to the Chinese vote, and the minorities will feel the squeeze and will be marginalized. When you try and get the Malay-Muslim vote in this way, and if the Malay-Muslim community responds, the other communities, in particular the Chinese, will quickly notice and very likely start to view the Malay-Muslim community with suspicion along communal lines. This is what happens in many countries, and our sense is that something like that may have started to happen in Tampines. Many Chinese voters in Tampines seem to have observed the communal nature of the appeals to the Malay voters, and they seem to have chosen to take a different direction during this GE. But this sort of racial dynamics in politics is very bad for Singapore. The same can happen with religions, Christianity, Buddhism, Taoism. These will emerge as the dominant religions influencing politics. That will cause deep resentment and anxiety amongst Muslims, Hindus, other groups. In the US now, there is a blurring of lines between religion and politics. There was an article published by Spiegel International 2 weeks ago, the 2nd of October. The article reported that prominent US religious leaders are openly pushing political agendas. One even called for the establishment of an American theocracy and banning Muslims from holding public office. Instead of rejecting these ideas, some politicians in the United States are promoting them in order to get votes. More citizens have also become more accepting of political violence in the name of furthering religious ideals. Bigger countries may possibly survive with these sorts of divisions. Singapore, we will certainly be divided, damaged, and ruined. Just consider one example from our history, which few in this House will remember. In the 1963 GE, after we became a constituent state in Malaysia, the PAP won all 3 Malay majority seats in Singapore at that time: Geylang Serai, Kampung Kembangan, and Southern Islands. The PAP's Malay candidates beat Singapore UMNO Malay candidates in these constituencies. The UMNO leaders in Kuala Lumpur were furious. They weren't going to allow a non-communal party like the PAP to make inroads into what they considered to be their special preserve. So they launched a vicious anti-PAP and anti-LKY campaign. Malay Singaporeans who voted for the PAP were called traitors. The leading Malay leader in the PAP then, Encik Uthman Wok, was called a kafir. Chinese-Malay relations spiraled down, and within 10 months, we got the riots of July 1964. That's all it took, 10 months, to unravel everything. Hence, when Deros started making dangerous statements, Prime Minister Lawrence Wong decided to go public. He felt that he must respond robustly to Deros, and he did so. I'll come back to this later. On the 25th of April, my ministry, Ministry of Home Affairs, and the Elections Department released a joint statement highlighting the dangers of mixing religion and politics. This was in the middle of the GE. The statement also urged all political parties and their candidates to do their part to safeguard the harmony in Singapore. On the 26th of April, the Prime Minister held a press conference. He called on Singaporeans to reject efforts to bring race and religion into politics. He asked all political parties to take a clear stand on two principles. One, that identity politics has no place in Singapore. And two, that we should never mix religion and politics. In this GE, the Workers' Party released its own statement on 26 April, the day after ELD and MHA had issued their statement. The WP statement stated that no promises, commitments, or agreements were made to DEROS in exchange for political support. In the circumstances, given the fundamentals of our multiracial, multireligious approach and the ideals set out in our pledge, more needed to be said by the WP, and it needed to be said immediately after DEROS had made his posts. First, on the timing of the Workers' Party statement. On the 23rd of April, DEROS publicized his meeting with the WP. That was on nomination day. He said that the WP were the only ones who took him seriously. He called on all Muslims in Singapore to vote for the WP if they agreed to his demands. He also called on Tampines residents to vote for Mr. Faisal Manap, specifically over Minister Masagos. The next day, on 24th of April, DEROS continued to speak publicly about his meeting with the WP. He said that he had met with all of the WP's Malay candidates. He also repeated his call for Tampines voters to vote for Mr. Faisal Manap. Only on 26 April did the WP issue its statement. That was more than 2 days after DEROS publicized his meeting with the WP, and after the statement by ELD and MHA. This was during the campaign period when every day made a huge difference. This delay on such an important matter begs many questions. It can confuse the ground. For example, sections of voters might be misled into thinking on those 2 days that the WP was possibly considering DEROS's demands. DEROS was saying all these things and the WP was silent. MHA and Elections Department had to step in and say this was unacceptable. And after that, the WP issued its statement. Second, the WP's statement was ambiguous. It said that no commitments, promises had been given and no agreements were reached, and that the WP was committed to the principle that religion and politics should be kept separate. The statement did not categorically reject DEROS's call on Muslims in Singapore to vote along racial, religious lines, nor did it reject DEROS's support for its anchor in Tampines, Mr. Faisal Manap. If we accept that identity politics has no place in Singapore, then a clearer and more immediate response was called for. For example, something along these lines would have been much clearer, that DEROS set out various demands based on his religious beliefs. He said that he would ask Muslims to vote for candidates who accepted his demands. He asks Muslims to vote for the WP candidates if the WP agreed to his demands. He also said that he endorses Mr. Faisal Manap in Tampines because Mr. Faisal is a more vocal champion of Malay-Muslim issues. The WP rejects his attempts to influence the Malay-Muslim community based on religion and race, just as we reject his endorsement of Mr. Faisal Manap based also on religion and race. That is completely unacceptable. We rejected it when he told us, and we reject it now. This is what needed to be said. It is one way of putting it. Any other form of words conveying the same points could also have been used, but it should have been squarely stated. Immediately after DEROS issued his statement on 23 April, without letting the matter drag. Mr. Singh did follow up on 26 and 27 April at media interviews to say that De Rosa's endorsement doesn't mean that the WP will carry forward his policies. But we hope that in future, if such incidents occur, there will be more immediate, forthright, and unequivocal response given by political parties. Establishing this common understanding on how such issues must be dealt with in future is one of the key reasons for this ministerial statement. Let me now turn to the contest in Tampines GRC in the last GE. As I said earlier, the WP fielded Mr. Faisal Manap in Tampines to contest against the PAP team led by Minister Masagos. That the Malay-Muslim vote in particular was being targeted was obvious, not just to Singaporeans, but pertinently also obvious to Malaysian observers. Malaysian politicians from PAS jumped in. They saw an opening and urged Singaporeans to vote along racial and religious lines. PAS National Treasurer Iskandar Abdul Samad expressed support for the WP's Mr. Faisal Manap. PAS Selangor Youth Chief Muhammad Sukri Omar reposted a social media post stating that PAP's Malay-Muslim MPs cannot be trusted. More than 60 years ago, Malaysian politicians said the same things about PAP Malay-Muslim leaders. PAS is an Islamist party. Its goal is to Islamize society in Malaysia. It has persistently pushed for the adoption of Sharia law and penalties. Does anyone, whether in here or outside, seriously believe that PAS is supporting the WP's Malay-Muslim candidates in Singapore because PAS cares for Singaporeans? Does anyone believe that PAS has Singaporeans' best interests at heart? Does anyone believe that PAS subscribes to Singapore's multiracial, multireligious model? Statements by PAS leaders have clearly shown otherwise. In 2024, for example, PAS president said that Mr. Lee Kuan Yew's strategy of fielding candidates from diverse ethnic backgrounds had led to Malay political influence diminishing in Singapore. This is why all of this reminded some of us of the first 10 months when Singapore was part of Malaysia. I mentioned this earlier. In those 10 months, between September 1963 and June 1964, the ultras managed to work up sentiments to such an extent that race riots broke out in Singapore. In Dr. Goh Keng Swee's words following the 1964 riots, he feared that Humpty Dumpty had fallen off the wall and could never be put back again. Fortunately, it was only our union with Malaysia which could not be put back together, not our multiracial country, Singapore. But don't forget, it took us decades to repair the damage, decades for the scars to heal. This history is seared into some of us, and it is also seared into some Malaysians, but for very different reasons. So we knew the government had to call it out when PAS leaders openly supported a political party in Singapore on racial and religious grounds and in the middle of a general election, and when the political party in question hadn't responded. Thus, the MHA Elections Department statement I referred to earlier was issued. It spoke about foreigners attempting to influence elections. Access to the post by PAS politicians was disabled. Prime Minister also spoke about this in his press conference on 26 April. Foreigners targeting Singaporeans, asking them to vote on racial, religious lines, that crosses a red line. Prime Minister called on all political parties to, 1, make their stand clear on foreign influence, and 2, clearly and categorically reject foreign endorsements of their candidates. The past politicians were championing one set of Malay Muslim candidates over another set of Malay Muslim candidates. Unfortunately, the truth is that such attempts will have some impact. And therefore, it is incumbent on all political parties to decisively reject any attempts by foreigners to influence our election, especially on the grounds of race and religion. The WP issued a statement on 26 April. I had also referred to this earlier in the context of DeRoss. There are two concerns with the WP statement. First, on the timing, and second, on the substance. On timing, foreign influence is a serious matter. It is even more serious in the middle of a campaign. So, given the gravity of the matter, it would have been better if the WP had issued its statement immediately without waiting until after MHA ELD had issued their statement. On the substance, the WP statement did not clearly reject foreign influence or the foreign endorsement of its candidates. What it said was that the WP had no control over what others said. After the WP statement was issued, Mr. Singh made further statements on 26 April. At a doorstop interview, he said that he stood behind the message in MHA ELD statement. That made the WP's position clearer. Then finally, at a rally speech later that evening, which took place after the Prime Minister's press conference, Mr. Singh went further and gave the WP's clearest statement on the matter. He said that he categorically rejected the involvement of any foreign element whatsoever in Singapore's domestic politics. And two, that the WP does not need the support of any foreign element. It would have been better if the WP had said this right from the start, responding directly and promptly to what the past leaders had said. The WP did so after the Prime Minister had called on all parties to make their position on foreign influence clear and clearly and categorically reject foreign endorsements of their candidates. We hope that in future, political parties will immediately reject any such attempt to interfere in our political process. If this is not done immediately, clearly, and unequivocally, it will give rise to questions, confusion. We therefore hope that in future, political parties will immediately reject, and especially when such interference is made on the basis of race and religion. I will now move on to another incident during the GE. Mr. Damanhuri Abbas was an SDP candidate. He had made attempts to get support along racial lines. At an SDP event, Mr. Damanhuri accused the PAP Malay MPs of failing to represent the Malay community and ignoring their issues. He claimed that more opposition Malay MPs were needed to raise Malay issues in Parliament. In an interview posted on social media, Mr. Damanhuri stated that Malay community issues had not been resolved for 60 years under the PAP government. He called for the Malay voters to vote against the PAP, framing it as an issue of upholding Malay dignity. Dignity is an euphemism. What Mr. Damanhuri means is more Malay rights. More Malay rights, more advocating for Malay issues, more Malay separateness. In a separate podcast, he said meritocracy is selectively applied. He rehashed these arguments again in rally speeches, this time in Malay. Mr. Damanhuri's rhetoric is deceptive. What he is effectively doing is trading off the long-term welfare of the Malay community and our country for his immediate political gain. This is a slippery and dangerous path that will invite strong reaction from other races in future elections. So far, the situation has been broadly stable because the government has anchored our country on our ideal of multiracialism. The governing party itself has eschewed identity politics, fought against attempts to rile up the different ethnic communities. It has set out the fundamental ideals on how our society should be structured, and it has managed to convince most Singaporeans to accept those ideals. Meanwhile, from time to time, various parties, candidates have tried to stir up the Chinese and Malay communities. Because of the PAP government's political dominance, these efforts have not been successful. The PAP has been the dominant political force. So it has been able to bear the political cost of fighting against such sentiments. Making this statement here today, it would actually have been easier to leave all of this unsaid. But this statement has to be made in the country's interest. The situation is a dynamic one. It is not permanent. If future generations of political leaders on all sides see such identity politics as gaining traction, then they will be pressured and tempted to themselves engage in it too. You know what will happen then? It is a one-way street to ruin. So people like Mr. Damanhuri should be more honest with their constituents. Their brand of politics will only work as long as the dominant political force, whether it is the PAP or another party in Singapore, rejects identity politics. But if people like Mr. Damanhuri succeed, then the serious risk is that more and more politicians on all sides will go for identity politics. And then Singapore will suffer. We will experience the same conflicts and divisions we see unfolding elsewhere in the world. So the dangers of politicizing race and religion are clear. But that is not to say that race and religion on the one hand and politics on the other hand are incompatible. All religions provide guidance on important aspects of life. So inevitably there will be areas where faith and public issues overlap. The government recognizes this complexity and how our identity is interwoven out of our faith, our ethnicity, our language, and our culture. In a multicultural society, a pragmatic approach of give and take is necessary. People are free to practice their faiths and express their views on politics and political issues, influenced by their private religious convictions. But we need to be mindful. This must be done in a manner that is respectful to other religions. The public political debate must be conducted and decided on a secular basis, and there must be give and take on all sides. All political parties need to be absolutely clear. Religion must not be misused for political purposes. It must never be brought into election campaigns. Without this shared restraint, destructive competition for power and influence between the different groups can only follow. The same logic applies to race. Our society is structured such that every community gives up something for the common good, and every community has progressed as the nation has progressed. If any community pushes for its interests without consideration for the other communities, then a pushback can be expected. We need to think of our Singaporean identity as fundamental, and we each have to give up something to strengthen the shared Singaporean identity. And so, when there are threats to our social cohesion or attempts to bring race and religion into partisan electoral politics, this government must and will act consistent with the principles it has upheld over the last 60 years. Statements like those from Deros and Mr. Damanhuri in the last GE cannot go unaddressed. We highlighted and strongly criticized some of these instances of racial and religious politics during the GE, but we decided not to take immediate action against those who were transgressing. But we cannot allow such actions to take root because they corrode our democracy and tear our social fabric. That deals with my second point on recent troubling incidents which sought to bring race, religion into politics. So my third and final point was on why bringing in race and religion into politics will bring bad outcomes for Singapore. So I'm not going to go into detail on that. Through the course of this speech, I have explained why that will be bad for Singapore and Singaporeans. It is obvious, if we do not take a firm stand, some foreign countries, including those not in our immediate neighborhood, who must have been watching our GE very carefully, will be tempted to play on ethnic sympathies to influence our politics. And all our major communities are capable of being influenced from external sources. So, in conclusion, our approach to race and language and religion has been largely successful. Our brand of multiracialism is not the only bridge that brings Singaporeans of all races and religions together, but it is the crux of our being an independent nation and our continuance as a successful country. Now that the elections are over and emotions no longer run as high, I make this ministerial statement to remind ourselves as Singaporeans about the framework and fundamentals that have allowed Singapore to succeed. It is not the first time this House is discussing this issue, but events during the recent GE warrant this being raised again. It is too serious a matter, existential for Singapore, for us to simply let it slide. And so I decided to make this statement at the earliest opportunity after the opening of Parliament. The main purpose of this ministerial statement is to set out, one, our fundamentals, on which I hope there will be agreement. Two, and a clearer understanding of how we hope politicians and political parties will conduct themselves in future should these issues arise again. We must learn from what has happened. As parliamentarians, we may debate and disagree on many things, but I hope that we can all commit to handle issues of race and religion in a responsible and sensible manner and to uphold the integrity of Singapore's secular politics. So from time to time, we will have candidates professing that they or their party better represents and serves a specific racial, religious, or some other identified group. That is entirely understandable, as long as it doesn't get into identity politics. And we need to exercise caution that one doesn't get into the other. We need to exercise caution on how these points are made. In the recent GE, Deros, Damanhuri have gone too far. Other instances will be less clear. We need to handle them with care, good sense, and most important, we need deep commitment to our ideals. My statement builds on a series of recent government statements and speeches. During the election, MHA and ELD issued a strong statement warning against bringing race and religion into politics. The Prime Minister also stressed that we are all Singaporeans first, regardless of our backgrounds. In the recent President's address, the President reminded us that we can never take our unity for granted and must guard it zealously. During the recent debate on the President's address, the Prime Minister again urged all political parties to conduct politics with seriousness with integrity and a deep sense of responsibility. So why do we keep repeating these points over and over again? It is because these fundamental principles are central to the very existence of Singapore. We decided that we should state our position formally, robustly, and unequivocally at the highest forum in our country, Parliament. The peace and harmony in our society has been the foundation for the progress we have achieved. Since independence, Singapore has been transformed. The physical environment, the economic opportunities, the jobs available, and the standard of living. Our people's lives have improved, regardless of their race, language, or religion. All communities have benefited, including the minorities. They have done well, not only compared to where they started out, but also compared to other communities in our region. Our multiracial model has worked, and we must not heedlessly and irresponsibly put it at risk. Generations of Singaporeans have carried the torch onward. There is much more to be done to achieve the ideals of our pledge. But it is clear, looking around the world, that we can only achieve that if we steer clear of identity politics. Finally, sir, may I recall something from our history that few here will remember. On the very day Mr. Lee Kuan Yew pledged that this will not be a Malay nation, Chinese nation, Indian nation, and that all will be equal, then Malaysian Prime Minister Tunku Abdul Rahman said that he had asked the Johor state government to set aside 10 acres of land for any Malay in Singapore who wished to leave the newly independent country. You might think that it might have appeared an attractive option to some of our pioneer generation of Malays. Get some land and remain a member of the majority in Tanah Melayu. But not a single pioneer generation Malay took up the offer. They chose to stay in Tanah Singapura instead and build a home here. We owe them so much. If they had left, we wouldn't have remained a multiracial country as we are now. Also, if the Chinese majority had at that point refused to listen to Mr. Lee, then we wouldn't be the multiracial country that we are today. So let us remain faithful to the hopes and dreams and aspirations of our pioneers. Thank you, sir.
Before I call honourable members for clarifications, I just wish to point out that pursuant to Standing Order 23, members may seek clarification on the ministerial statement, but no debate shall be allowed thereon. Members can seek clarifications by way of asking questions. I seek members' understanding to keep your clarifications clear and concise so that the minister can answer as many clarifications as possible. I would also similarly ask the minister to also keep his answers clear and concise. Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the statement. It appears to me that one of the issues the Minister raises is with regard to timing in terms of how quickly the Workers' Party responded to some of the issues the Minister covers in his statement. Let me put that question of timing into perspective, but before I do so, let me just read out as a preamble a short remark that I made at the doorstop interview on the 26th of April, one day after the MHA ELD statement was made, and I said this: the Ministry of Home Affairs and ELD have put together a message, and I stand behind that message. Our political scene is for our people. We persuade Singaporeans of our value proposition, and we urge all Singaporeans, regardless of race, language, or religion, to judge us on our manifesto and our proposals and what we do in Parliament for all Singaporeans, not specific communities only. I think once we go down that road, you're going to have an unnecessary politicization of the public space. And we don't want that. That is not healthy for Singapore, and that's not healthy for minority communities as well. On the matter of timing, the joint MHA-ELD statement was published on the 25th of April. It does not refer to Nur Diros, who is a Singaporean. It makes reference to foreigners attempting to influence the general elections. Now, this comes out on the 25th of April, and if the minister can correct me if I'm wrong, statement comes out at about 10 p.m. That's the 25th of April. On the 26th of April, the following morning at 9:30, the Workers' Party releases its statement, overnight. At 11:30 or thereabouts, there's a doorstop interview, and I make the remarks that, one of the remarks that I made include what I have just mentioned as the preamble to this clarification. So on the matter of timing, I don't agree with the minister that we took too long. I understand minister has an issue about the context of what was said. It could have been clearer, more unequivocal. And minister concedes that on the 26th of April, that same day the press release of the Workers' Party was released that morning, in the evening there is a rally, and at Tampines I make what I think the minister says are clearer remarks and statements about race and religion. So I have a disagreement with the minister about the question of timing. Now, who was Nur Diros before these elections? I didn't know him. I'm not sure whether the minister knew him or the ministry knew of him, unless he was on MUIS or had served with MUIS at some point in some capacity. I'm not sure. I don't know. But as far as the WP is concerned, we don't really have an operations room or a POFMA office to monitor what foreigners or what people are saying about politics and where they may be venturing into territory which is dangerous. But in the event there is something untoward or awry, the Workers' Party is not shy of coming together and trying to resolve the issue. I'll give an example as a matter of clarification. First rally we have at Anchorvale. The rally site starts to turn dangerous because people are slipping and sliding, and the police commander on the ground is uncertain what is happening. And he says, look, we may have to shut the rally site down. So I said, let me make a remark to the crowd and ask them to keep safe, and we deal with the situation. So the point I'm making to the minister is, if something is heading into dangerous territory, I think there are many ways for the national interest, for the government to communicate with political parties and say, look, this is not on, and we are communicating this, we need to come together, resolve it. Make that clear statement. And if the party is not prepared to make a statement, then I think the minister is fully at liberty to make the comments that he wishes to. But I don't think it's fair to say that the Workers' Party didn't take this issue seriously. I also would like to query and clarify, I beg your pardon, did Nur Dirus break any laws? Was a police report made against him, or was it in the government's contemplation to issue a restraining order against him under Section A of the Maintenance of Religious Harmony Act? Because the Prime Minister decides to take a break from the hustings and make a statement in the national interest. So just to clarify, what considerations were on the government's mind in terms of trying to nip this issue at the bud? For the moment, these are my clarifications. Mr. Speaker, I may clarify further, subject to what the Minister says.
Minister.
So Mr. Singh, I think, has confused two different issues. The first is on Deros, and in my statement I said that the Workers' Party statement did not reject Deros's very serious conduct in asking Muslims here to support the Workers' Party on racial and religious grounds, and asking voters in Tampines to vote for Mr. Faisal Manap. I hope after this statement we can at least have common ground that what Deros did was unacceptable. And if there is common ground on what that was unacceptable, then it should have been responded to immediately, and it should have been unequivocal rejection of what Deros said. Second is foreign influence. I said that the initial statement by WP was not clear, but it got clearer when Mr. Singh gave his doorstop, and then it became quite clear after the Prime Minister had specifically called on political parties to make their position clear. Mr. Singh then clearly and unequivocally rejected Passa's statements during the rally. So I did not say that either Mr. Singh or the Workers' Party had made their position clear. On Deros, it should have been made clear. Now, I'm not quite sure why there is a reference to POFMA office or MHA or the government, or this suggestion as to why the government, well, should the government have communicated with a political party in the middle of the GE. Look, we are now here talking about Deros meeting with the Workers' Party's Malay candidates. According to Deros, he met with all of the Workers' Party's Malay candidates. That means Mr. Faisal Manap and 4 others. Assume that was known. Deros put up his posts on the 23rd and 24th of April, nomination day and the second day. Deros talked about his meeting with the WP. He talked about his demands. He said he would canvass support for the WP if the WP agreed to his demands, and said that people should vote for Faisal Manap. And this was after meeting Mr. Faisal Manap and Workers' Party's Malay candidates. Mr. Faisal Manap was and is the vice chairman of the WP, and if I'm not wrong, probably a CEC member as well. Mr. Faisal Manap and others need the POFMA office to tell them about their meeting with Deros and his posts. Now, then there is a larger point, more substantive point, which I've alluded to. The statement was issued on the 26th of April, WP statement. As I said earlier, it did not reject Deros's position that he would ask Muslims in Singapore to vote along racial and religious lines. Nor did it reject Deros's support for its anchor in Tampines, Mr. Faisal Manap. Instead, what it said is that no commitments, promises, or agreements had been made to Deros. That is something that you might find lawyers drafting for each other. You don't see that in political statements which ought to be clear and unequivocal. And I think Mr. Singh, if I heard him correctly, conceded that the statement could have been clearer. And I thank him for that. So it should have been squarely stated that we are rejecting all of this. And when you have when there is no clear response, it raises questions. And if you look at it logically, do we agree that what Deros said was serious? Obviously, yes. I think all of us, regardless of party affiliation, I think would agree to that. Do we agree that it required a clear and immediate rejection without any qualification? And it was important to do so. Listening to Mr. Singh just now, I think he accepts that. Now, can the lack of a clear rejection of Deros's statement be an oversight. Now look, Mr. Lau Tiak Yang has described Mr. Singh as a good politician, meaning a politician who understands politics. Mr. Lau said this last year. So the lack of clear response, a vague response, must have been a deliberate choice based on a calculation of interest. I'm just taking it point by point, a series of logical conclusions, that there is some benefit in keeping it less clear and that Deros can swing some votes. Those who understand politics will know this. This is not rocket science. Now, that sort of calculation may bring some short-term benefits. And whatever I say about Deros also goes for PAS. But it does, as I said, long-term damage to our country. It goes against our national pledge. It goes against our multiracial deals. So being true to our pledge has to go beyond citing it during GE rallies. It must mean putting it in practice even when it's difficult to do so. Sincere belief requires acting true to the words of the pledge, even when it may cost some votes. So I wasn't going to go into any of this detail. I refrain from saying all of this bluntly in my speech. The main purpose of my speech was to say, let's come together, keep faith with our fundamentals of multiracialism, and not play identity politics. My hope and the purpose of my speech is that we will learn from what had happened, move forward as one people, Singaporeans, together agreed on the fundamentals. Close ranks when people like Deros and foreign parties like PAS try to divide us, and say and agree that we will reject such attempts immediately and clearly, even if we may calculate them to be in our short-term political interests. So let's just be clear. Today, we don't need to refer to POFMA office. We don't need to refer to the government, or the government didn't tell us. It's really what each of us is responsible for and what responsible conduct means. When your vice chairman is meeting together with the slate of candidates, and there are these demands, you don't need to be told by the government. Really, let's just, I hope we can agree on these basic points.
Mr. Singh?
Mr. Speaker, before I go into that, I don't think the Minister has answered the point about Section 8A of the MHRA and what Nur Diros, a Singaporean, said and did and how the government responded.
Thank you for reminding me, sir. I thank Mr. Singh through you. I don't want to go into future hypotheticals. As for the past, the government decided to take the approach that it has done, which is to issue a statement through MHA and ELD, and then make this ministerial statement. What might happen in the future, we'll have to assess the facts of each case.
Mr. Singh?
Thank you. Thank you for that, Minister. Indeed, there is an assessment made, and my own view on this matter is when a nobody claims that there's a set of demands that he has of a political party, one has to think of a number of factors. The Streisand effect, by raising the matter, are you actually in the heat of an election, bringing the issue to greater focus? So by dealing with it on the 23rd or 24th, points made by a certain Nur Diros who really no one knows, I certainly didn't know of him. He later on the 6th of May, accepts that the Workers' Party didn't agree to anything that he said. He also later on congratulates Prime Minister Lawrence Wong. He speaks well of the government. Ultimately, in the heat of elections, attentions are all over the place. And for an opposition party, indeed, nomination day, I don't think I need to state here how even the People's Action Party had to move candidates last minute. Your attention is all over the place. But what I would say is that we had made our views quite clear on foreign interference. I understand the minister says that when the statement on Nudiros could have been clearer. I accept that. I think we can make certain things very clear. But my point is, if we talk about the national interest, if this is so important to the government, there are other ways to deal with it collectively as one Singapore. On the matter of PASS, and I think Minister made some extended comments about PASS. About 1 year ago at this time, we know that PAP Malay MPs went to Malaysia. There was the Malay Action Bureau in particular went to Malaysia, and there was some communication with PASS. And I think in the Petir, the government's, the PAP's propaganda, the PAP's publication outlet, it mentioned that it had, just bear with me a minute while I find this. Yes, here we are. This is, the masthead says, the PAP story told from within. Malaysian politics has evolved. In the past, there was only one dominant party. Now there are multiple Malay parties, and those with Malay components. And this is former Malay Muslim Affairs Minister saying, I thought it would be good for party activists to be introduced and build bridges with these parties and personalities. It's an extensive article, and the minister also says, but I thought it would be useful to deploy our Malay activists in a way that would relive the purpose of the Malay, of the MAB. How do we help the party win over the Malay community? Now, I'm not sure what is the party's approach to this matter, and what I would be interested in is, given this relationship that the PAP and PAS seem to have, was there any attempt made by PAP members or intermediaries in private to communicate with PAS and to inform them not to interfere in our elections forthwith? And at the same time, did the government make any intervention or formally raise this matter with the Malaysian counterparts as to not to do this in future? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, sir. So on Deros, let's keep the two separate. On Deros, I think listening to Mr. Singh, he agrees that it should have been and could have been clearer. And let's just remember, the person meeting Deros was the vice chairman of the party, a CEC member, very senior leader. He was meeting Deros, together with all the WP Malay candidates. So I think let's just take responsibility for it and agree that the statement that came out was not unequivocal. It should have been clearer, and I think Mr. Singh agrees that it should have been clearer. There should have been a clear rejection of Deros's demands. There should have been a rejection of Deros's support for the Workers' Party's Malay candidates. There should have been a rejection of his support for Mr. Faisal Mana. It wasn't done immediately, and when it was done without a clear rejection. What do we learn from this? I think based on what Mr. Singh agrees, in future, we need to be very aware and we need to be clear when we make our rejections. So I thank him for that. Government should be more active, I think, is Mr. Singh's second point. I think we all have to work on this together, but that can only come about if we all agree on the fundamentals. Government issued the statement, MHA. The Prime Minister made an extraordinary move because it was so important. And he came out and he spoke in public during the GE and said this is not acceptable. And I think that then prodded the WP into making clear statements on PASS, but not so much on Deros. Now, on the relationship between the PAP and PAS. Sir, there are a number of political parties in Singapore, PAP, WP, SDP, PSP, and Mr. Singh knows that they all have interactions with various political parties around the world. So let's not seek to confuse the issues. This is not an attempt to try and confuse the public. The PAP can reach out to a whole variety of parties, including PAS and UMNO, and around the region in Indonesia and other places. That is part and parcel of understanding what is going on around the world. That is very different from accepting a foreign endorsement of our candidates. If PAS had endorsed the PAP candidates of any race, I think this House, knowing as it does our philosophy, can be sure we would have rejected it immediately. So let's not confuse the issues. Let's stick to what we are talking about here. One is Deros's endorsement of the Workers' Party's Malay candidates, leading clearly into an identity politics situation, and the other, PAS's endorsement of Workers' Party's Malay Muslim candidates. That is what we are talking about. And we are talking about how do you respond to that. So I hope we can agree and move on.
Mr. Singh?
Just a matter of clarification. I think Minister started by referring to meeting Deros, and I mentioned quite clearly during the elections that he gate-crashed a meeting that Mr. Manap was having with someone else. My understanding from Mr. Manap is, Mr. Faisal, I beg your pardon, is that there was no arrangement to meet him specifically. But this is a matter of, this is just a fact by the by. But the points that the Minister has made in terms of not wanting such interference, rejecting individuals who attempt to use identity politics to win votes, I can agree with that. And I think most Singaporeans will agree with that. The point I wish to highlight, and I'm not sure whether the Minister has been unequivocal about it, is when something like this happens, there is an asymmetry of information. The government has a perspective which is far broader than a small political party. And my point is, if it is serious enough, in the Minister's words, for the Prime Minister to take a measure such as stopping campaigning halfway to clarify a point, I don't think it's too difficult to reach out in the national interest to get that clarification also from all political parties as one Singapore. I hope the Minister can consider this in future.
Minister?
So we will certainly consider Mr. Singh's suggestion, but what I would like is a more unequivocal acceptance of responsibility. If there is any asymmetry of information, it is that the Workers' Party had all the information because neither the government nor the PAP met with Mr. Deros. I mean, however the meeting took place, Mr. Deros met with 5 of your candidates, including your vice chairman. He said whatever he said. Until today, I don't know what was said. I only know what he reports as having been said. And I know that nothing has been said by the Workers' Party about what transpired, other than that no promises, commitments, or agreements were made. So yes, there is an asymmetry of information, and that is the Workers' Party knows what happened. We don't. We only know what Deros has put up. And I think even with that asymmetry of information, knowing what we did, it strikes us, and it seems to me it will strike anyone, that this is not acceptable. And if it's not acceptable, for example, Mr. Singh issued a clear and unequivocal rejection of PAS's interference. He knew enough to say that he is, as Mr. Lau described him, a politician who understands politics. He was able to do that after the Prime Minister called for a clear rejection. He never did that, and the Workers' Party never did that about Deros. I think, let's just say that's why we waited for the elections to be over, emotions to calm down. We make this statement. As I said, I wasn't going to go into this level of detail. We draw a line. We move forward as one Singaporeans. In future, if these things happen, the framework hopefully is clear enough. We all accept and move ahead. Now, if you want the government to tell you what to do and what not to do in the middle of the elections, the government is also mindful of being seen to interfere with individual political parties. So we need to be mindful of that because it can be politicized. Maybe Mr. Singh is welcoming of a phone call to say this is not on, but I can imagine a number of other political parties might say, you are trying to threaten me in the middle of a general election. So we need to be very careful. So the statements were clear, but carefully drafted. And that's a MHA ELD statement. And the Prime Minister decided to come out and say it because this is fundamental for Singapore. So how could it be any clearer? He said it. He said, reject this. Reject identity politics. Reject foreign interference. So we did do. Now, if Mr. Singh is talking about a specific reach out to the Workers' Party, we will think about it. But let's all commit in the first place to saying we all understand under no circumstances is this acceptable, and we will be clear in future.
Mr. Singh?
So I don't intend to repeat myself, just to share that the MHA ELD statement, again, did not refer to DROS, but I want to be, the only time it came up officially from the government was when the Prime Minister brought no DROS up specifically. So our statement focused on foreign interference. But as the Prime Minister made his press conference was on the 26th at around noonish, same night, we make our position very clear on needing support from individuals on racial and religious grounds. We don't need that sort of support. So I think that is unequivocal. If the minister wants, I don't think I can be clearer than that. But the substance of what the minister has got on in his ministerial statement is not objectionable.
I think
Minister
Mr. Singh is confusing two different issues, sir. The MHA ELD statement talked about foreign interference. It also dealt with a separate issue, religion and politics. In response, the WP statement dealt with religion and politics and said no agreements, commitments, or promises had been made. On PAS, it said something else, and then I've referred to what Mr. Singh said in his doorstop and further at the rally. So let's keep the two separate. Let's not confuse the two. On DEROS, MHA ELD statement does talk about religion and politics. It doesn't mention DEROS, but it says religion and politics ought not to be mixed. And as I said, the Workers' Party knows. I mean, it's no DEROS. They met with him, and he made all these demands. He made all these calls. I think Mr. Singh has said, yeah, it could have been clearer. Instead of just saying no agreements, promises, or commitments, it should have said we reject his demands. We rejected it when we met him. I don't know. I hope his demands were rejected when there was the meeting. We rejected his demands when we met him. We reject his demands now. This is completely unacceptable. That is all that I'm saying. And I think it is not a very difficult thing to agree to. Let's not confuse that with the past statement. On the past statement, I said it started out little equivocal, then the doorstop, it became clearer, and after the Prime Minister gave his press conference at night, it was quite clear by Mr. Singh. So keep the two separate. The government dealt with the two different issues, both through the MHA ELD statement though it didn't mention Deros, and through the Prime Minister's press conference.
Mr. Zulkarnain Abdurrahim.
Thank you, sir. I thank the Minister for the statement. I do agree that identity politics would be disastrous for Singapore, especially minorities, and I thank him for the statement. However, listening to Minister's statement, I can't help but notice that some may interpret his statement as suggesting that a particular group or community, in this case the Malay Muslim community, should bear some responsibility for allowing such sentiments to take root in the first place. Is the Honourable Minister suggesting that, or would he not agree with me that it is in fact part of a broader issue or trend that political actors both here and abroad are taking advantage of our racial or religious sensitivities for their own gain? And if so, it can happen to any communities, any race, any religion, or groups like New Citizens. Thank you.
Minister.
Sir, I think we should be clear. I wasn't singling out any particular community. Our Malay Muslim community during this GE was a victim of these tactics. They didn't ask for these provocations, nor did they support these tactics. They share the same strong commitment as any other community to Singapore's multiracial, multireligious approach. The Malay Muslim community has stayed calm in spite of the deliberate attempts to rile up racial and religious sentiments amongst the community. This time, these people whom I have mentioned targeted the Malay Muslim community. Previously, in other GEs, the Chinese community has been targeted. Those who play identity politics don't just target one community. In fact, one thrust of my speech is that we go down this route of identity politics, everyone will be targeting the Chinese community for obvious reasons. So after the statement by the government issued, Ministry of Home Affairs and Elections Department, and Prime Minister's press conference, many members of the Malay Muslim communities spoke up to affirm their support for a multiracial Singapore. In every society, there will be an attempt to draw invidious comparisons to mobilize different communities. As I've said in my ministerial statement, we have seen this in many countries, and that is what was being tried in this general elections, to divide Singaporeans. The attempts included the attempts by PAS, and we can see how societies are getting increasingly divided. So let us continue to stay firm to our principles and avoid the pull of identity politics. But certainly, it's not the Malay Muslim community that is targeted. They are the victims.
Mr. Xiao Chen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for reminding us all of the absolutely fundamental principles with regard to identity politics. But I also like to ask the Minister to clarify if he is also saying that it would be wrong for any political party to appeal to voters based on what the party can offer to any specific community? Or is he also saying that it would be wrong for an individual to question whether the government has done enough for any community or to demand the government to do more for a specific community? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I think it's perfectly acceptable for political parties, candidates, politicians to say that their policies will benefit a specific community. In fact, if you look at my ministerial statement, one of the key points is that this government's policies over the last 60 years have benefited the minorities, Malays, Indians, and others. And that if we had followed the norms set in other places in the world, minorities would have been in a far worse position. So it's entirely possible for a PAP politician to go and say, the PAP is the best party to protect minority interests, or protect Malay Muslim interests, to protect Indian interests. It's perfectly possible to say that. And it's perfectly possible for someone to counter and say that's not correct. And if you look at the Malay Muslim community, it's been a long-standing commitment of the PAP government to support and uplift the Malay Muslim community. It dates back to pre-independence, to the days of Mr. Lee Kuan Yew. And successive prime ministers have reiterated this fundamental commitment. That is why our constitution recognizes the special position of Malays. It states that it shall be the responsibility of the government to protect, safeguard, support, foster, promote their political, educational, religious, economic, social, and cultural interests, and the Malay language. So it's entirely acceptable to say or contradict that one of the government's key policies is the upliftment of the Malay Muslim community. There is nothing wrong with advocating ways to advance a particular community or discussing legitimate community concerns. But when we advocate for the concerns of the Malay Muslim community or any other community, we must ensure that our advocacy is conducted responsibly in a manner that upholds Singapore's unity. So just as the government's policies benefit the Malay Muslim community, they must also benefit all other Singaporeans. And there is a distinction between advocating for the legitimate needs of a community versus pitting the different racial and religious groups against each other, or calling on Singaporeans to vote along racial and religious lines. The latter is what causes division. Take Deros as an example. He's entitled to his opinions, ideas, and suggestions, regardless of how absurd these were. But what was troubling was his call for Singaporean Muslims, Malay Muslims, to vote along racial and religious lines for specific candidates. As I said in my speech, if you go down this route, if you go down the route that Mr. Daman Huri has advocated and Deros is advocating, who will benefit? The largest groups will be the ones that all political parties will cater to. And who will suffer? Not the Chinese. And that will be the road to Singapore's ruin, because ultimately the Chinese will also suffer, because we will not remain a country in the way we are. Everyone will suffer. So when raising issues that relate to particular racial or religious community, the tone matters, the setting matters. We have to adopt a give and take approach, avoid a zero-sum mentality, avoid casting every issue as an ideological battle where no compromises can be made. Otherwise, we risk reducing our common space and inviting pushback from other communities. And never insult or belittle any racial or religious group or attempt to pit certain groups against others. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim, Mr. Kenneth Tong, and Dr. Charlene Chen have seen your hands. I'll come to you next.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the coordinating minister for reminding us the importance of believing how we serve everyone and that this is a Singapore for all. And I also appreciate members' appreciation of peace and harmony being important tenets that we commit to. I would like to see clarifications from the Minister on two fronts. One is when and one is how. The Minister cited Mr. Noor Deros and Mr. Daman Huri as an illustration of attempts to bring race and religion into electoral politics. Now, while the Minister has mentioned earlier that he was looking for the earliest opportunity to bring this up, and also was mindful about being seen as threatening smaller political parties, could the Minister help us understand why are we raising these concerns now in particular and not back then? And furthermore, what again warrants revisiting it today? Was that also above and beyond incidents that we recently saw with regards to, for example, Masjid Al-Istiqamah? Now, on the how, expanding a little bit on earlier honourable member's question, as well as Deputy Speaker's question, which is about hesitance. I wanted to highlight that minority voices may hesitate to speak up on discrimination. And so, how can we as Singapore ensure a safer space for us to be able to do that, to ensure that Singaporeans can continue to have difficult, tough, but meaningful conversation on race and religion? In particular, by taking the stand of preserving mutual respect when doing so, and ensuring that it's not misused or not allowed for exploitation, especially due to external forces. Thank you.
Minister.
So on why now, I have explained, during the elections, the government issued a statement through MHA and ELD. The Prime Minister spoke as Prime Minister, the highest level of intervention, and he said what our principles ought to be, and he set out and asked political parties to make clear their position, and that had some impact. After that, the President's speech mentioned it, the importance. Then the Prime Minister again spoke during the debate on the President's speech. As I said in my ministerial statement, why are we saying this, repeating this over and over again? Because it's fundamental. Without an agreement on this basic point, Singapore will not survive. It's existential, which is why I have pitched my speech as one that I hope all sides can agree on as Singaporeans and learn from for the future. That is very important. How do we deal with such incidents in future? I think responsibility means doing that well. Now, after that, after the Prime Minister's intervention in the President's debate, this is the earliest opportunity. This is an important issue. This is the earliest opportunity. We decided that it should be dealt with in Parliament, and I'm speaking in Parliament at the earliest possible opportunity. So that answers why now. On the incident relating to pork, the items of meat being sent to various mosques, the matter is under investigation. You know that somebody has been charged. Members would have heard me say we take this very seriously. It's not acceptable. And we will deal with it very stiffly in terms of the charging position that we take and decisions that are taken from the government side. Then the Attorney General chambers will have to independently look at it. And what happens in court, that's for the courts to decide. But I'm not speaking today because of the incidents relating to the mosques, just in case members get that impression. The sequence for my speech today is, as I said, after the President's speech, this is the first occasion, and it is a speech that seeks to set out the framework and fundamentals, first to remind ourselves, and second, to guide us for the future, all political parties, so that we accept what is precious in Singapore and we say we will protect it. Now, on safe spaces for minorities, or for anyone really, I mentioned it in my speech. Now, there are various fora, there are young people, unions, other associations, grassroots, a variety of formats where these issues can be raised, safe spaces. Nobody pulls punches on the substance of things, but they are respectful of each other. Now, beyond that, if people want to organize fora on their own, they are welcome to do so and discuss these issues. All we ask is, first of all, don't attack other religions or races, because that will breach the law and we will enforce the law. 2, be respectful and take the approach of give and take. Because if you push with only your views, then others will push with only their views. Remember that we are in a multiracial, multi-religious society, so approach it with common sense and give and take. And within that framework, it doesn't mean that you must accept discrimination, you must accept racism. You are entitled to bring it up. And in fact, recently, legislation has been put in place that protects minorities and others from, having their employment terminated for the wrong reasons, including that of race or religion. So, the government will continue doing it in terms of protecting everyone and trying to create a bigger common space. It's also individual responsibility, but my speech should not be understood as saying, oh, you cannot speak about race or religion or discrimination or racism. The way to deal with those is to speak about it, but do so, have a care, do so sensibly.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
One clarification. The Minister has set clear bars for responding to foreign influence: immediacy, categorical rejection, and explicit disavowal, regardless of ambiguity or delay. Will the Minister now apply those same standards to Michael Petraeus, the Polish national whose Critical Spectator platform has published racially charged commentary on Singapore politics, including a piece titled, quote, "WP abandons Muslim voters, turns to the Chinese," end quote. His platform was previously taken down from Facebook for policy violations. He continues to try to influence our politics from his foreign perch, this time favoring the PAP. Will the PAP categorically reject and disavow his support today, just as the Minister demanded that the Workers' Party do so within 24 hours?
I thank the member for this question because different people ask this. I think it arises from a misunderstanding of the law. There are a variety of people who have commentaries running on Singapore. The Economist comments on politics in Singapore. The New York Times runs articles on Singapore. The South China Morning Post runs articles on Singapore. And Michael Petraeus is not the only person who is a foreigner who runs commentaries, sometimes for the government, sometimes against the government, sometimes favoring the Workers' Party. We can cite various people who favor the Workers' Party who are foreigners. That doesn't amount to, within the definition, interfering with our local politics. If we took that definition, every day we'll be doing nothing but taking down and trying to object to various international journals. Hundreds of articles appear, hundreds of posts appear. It's not the government's business to be going and censoring all of this. And nor is it going to be possible. But if there is a specific attempt to interfere in the elections, and if Critical Spectator has put out any such post, I would welcome Mr. Tiong to send it to us, and we will take a look at it. As far as I know, there isn't one, but I could be mistaken because I don't follow his posts. And nothing has been sent to me.
Mr. Tiong.
I thank the Minister for clarifying that the PAP will not be categorically rejecting Michael Petraeus' actions.
Ask the member not to put words in my mouth. I would say, I would invite the Workers' Party to tell me, would they take the position that we ought to be censoring and objecting to every article on politics in Singapore by any foreigner? And would that apply to all the international journals? If Mr. Tiong's position is that, and that we should similarly take down all posts by any foreigner, and if we put forward legislation to that effect, if the Workers' Party would support it, then we'll talk about it.
Ms. Haslina, you have a further clarification? Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I think it's important to recognize the fact that Singapore is for Singapore, and that's why we're all here today. I was reflecting on the Minister's speech on identity and what it means. It's just a small part of what we can do and what we have to offer and who we serve. I wanted to clarify the point about the Malay community rising above targeted intentions during hustings and actually really seeing the unity of Singapore coming together and taking all of our identities as strengths and really serving for Singapore for all. Not so much feeling victimized, but realizing that while there could have been targets or attempts, it's really about coming together for what's best. Thank you.
Minister?
Sorry, can I invite the MP to maybe repeat the question because I missed part of it? I'm sorry.
Ms. Haslina?
Thank you, Minister. It was more of a clarification to state that while there were potentially attempts to make the Malay community victims during hustings, falling for identity politics, we, as a community, I believe, rose above it and took the point of really coming together and realizing their identity is a strength. So that was a point of clarification on not falling victim, but wanting to rise above it while targeted. Would the Minister see in the same light?
Yes, I will agree with that description, and that is in fact what I said as well, maybe not as elegantly as the member. Thank you.
Dr. Charlene Chen.
Speaker, sir, I'd like to thank the Minister for his ministerial statement. I'd just like to say that Tampines has a very diverse yet mutually respectful community. And our residents in Tampines would agree that Singapore's survival depends on our unity. And I believe that harmony comes from confidence and trust, and sometimes not avoiding difficult conversations. So beyond calling out and effecting the law in response to potential attempts to influence voting behavior along racial and religious lines, how can we strengthen public awareness and civic education to help our Singaporeans recognize and reject such messages so that they do not become victims of politically motivated individuals? Thank you.
Minister?
So thank you. I would say that two, maybe three parts to this. The first is to do what we have done up to now, eschew race-based politics in the mainstream, do our best, and what we do every weekend, go down to the ground as MPs, have events which bring in all the different races together, continue with all the policies that you see in the annex, including the ethnic integration policy, our races mixed in integrated schools, other areas, and continue to make sure our legal framework protects everyone and give everyone the confidence. That is important. Now, of course, everyone must feel, regardless of race, language, or religion, that they are participating in the economic progress, in the social progress of Singapore. Now, the second is when there are attempts to play the race card or the religious card, I think we have to be clear and we have to stand firm which is why I said, it would have been far easier for me not to make this statement and just move on. But I think something good is achieved in setting out a clear framework and heartening to hear Mr. Singh say, yes, we could have been clear. We could have been clearer on Deros. On timing, to me, every day matters. He says he disagrees, but I'm sure on reflection, he will agree that during campaign, it should just have been immediate, the moment it comes out, the response. So I think we have achieved some degree of common ground, and we hope that through statements of this nature, serious discussions in Parliament, our understanding increases. Every member of Parliament here goes away with a better understanding of the framework. You will be able to talk to your grassroots leaders, to your residents, and also put the points across. This is what matters in Singapore. And going forward, we have to continue with that. There will always be attempts to divide us, both from outside and from within, and it's up to us, each one of us, to be standing strong against it, and essentially our society has to be given the immunity. Immunity comes from these discussions. And when the leader of the opposition stands up and says he agrees, then I think the immunity increases. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Andre Loh.
Thank you, Speaker. I have one clarification for the Minister. So in his speech, he referred to one of the policy pillars being our reasonable, calibrated approach to discussing such views in public, referring to religious issues. Now, I want to refer to the Minister's citing of the Institute of Policy Studies 2024 survey on racial and religious harmony, and the headline statistic in Annex C, where it stated that 65.4% of respondents rated Singapore's racial and religious harmony as high or very high, and this is on the uptrend from the last time the survey was run. Now, of course, this is a heartening statistic, but there is some nuance to it. That same report highlighted that there was a perception gap between what the Chinese majority felt versus our minorities, quite a significant one, as well as a perception gap between the younger generation and the older generation. The below 35s, the 35s and below, felt that racial and religious harmony was worse than the older respondents. So my clarification for the Minister is, would the Minister consider recalibrating that reasonable and calibrated approach that the government has taken to racial and religious harmony in Singapore, given these findings? Maybe it's perhaps not working for certain demographics, such as our younger Singaporeans, who may feel that safe spaces, as my fellow member referred to, can be more open, because if you're constantly wary of tripping over whether it's actual legislation or perhaps unseen OB markers, perhaps these conversations might not be had in the most open and respectful manner.
Minister.
Thank the member for the clarification. As I listened to him, and I think this is a point he might have made in his maiden speech as well, all these fora that the government talks about are curated. They are not quote-unquote real fora. Real fora is where people come and they can speak whatever they like. We have many examples of such real fora. Look around the world. The United States, you have such fora. Are we colonized in our minds so much that we have to continue to hark back to these theories which have failed all around the world? What's happened in the US? What's happened in the UK, where they have all these fora that you refer to? What's happened in France? What's happened in Germany? Go look at the statistics. The far right in Germany is getting into power. The far right in France is now getting into power too. Because when you allow such free-flowing expressions without any kind of legal framework, what's going to happen? Identity politics. What will be the identity politics in Singapore? I'm Chinese, you are Chinese, vote for me. Why you want to vote for that Malay or that Indian? So you have GRC systems. You have Maintenance of Racial Harmony Act. Why don't we look at what we have and objectively ask, is it better than what is there elsewhere? That's the first question. Is our situation better than what you see in the United States, in Europe, in many Asian countries? Yes, no. If the answer is yes, what has worked? Something has worked. I have listed the things that have worked. Now, is it perfect? No. I said it's work in progress. Perhaps it will always be work in progress because of the deep-seated human emotions. And I think it is very pertinent then to say, how are the demographics working out? Is there a difference? Are the younger people less accepting? Is there an issue? I think that is something that should be looked at. But the answer then is not to jump immediately to models which have failed miserably everywhere else. The answer is to say, how do we reach these people? How do we get them to come and talk? Now, these so-called curated fora, all it means is a safe space is created, different people with different views come together, moderators come in, they discuss. It's hard-hitting, and on substance, nobody pulls their punches, but they are respectful. And as I said earlier, there is nothing to stop Mr. Low or anyone else from organizing more of such on their own terms, as long as you don't insult any race or religion, and hopefully you will encourage people to be more respectful. But the answer is not to do away with the Maintenance of Racial Harmony Act or Maintenance of Religious Harmony Act. That's a false solution. That simply means that you're colonized in your minds. I'm not saying Mr. Low is, but I frequently read, from often foreigners telling us, advising us on how we should run our country, and among that would be, you shouldn't have all these laws. I say, look at yourself first before you prescribe to me.
Mr. Satyandi Supat.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a clarification with Minister, but before that, I would like to thank the Minister for his speech, where he mentioned the historical sort of story fact that the Malays being offered land back in the 1960s, and none has actually gone over during the 1960s. I think that sort of brings out the fact about our older generation of the Malay community being part of Singapore identity going forward. So I thank Minister for highlighting that. Mr. Speaker, my clarification is in relation to what I think the discussion earlier. I've been hearing the issue about what LO has mentioned. I find it hard to believe that the LO is suggesting, or somewhat suggesting, that Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Faisal Manap, did not know who Mr. Deros is and what were the implications of his endorsement, given that his reach is quite significant online, and his positions have been quite clear. And I think it's on both sides, the PAP MPs, PAP Malay MPs, and of course the WP Malay MPs would know Mr. Deros back then. So I think my clarification is somewhat related to that in some ways in terms of the guidelines and framework, Minister. Can you share a bit more about the guidelines and framework and I think because the situation happened during the heat of the general elections, how can we be more clearer going forward in terms of how the guidelines and framework that you've shared? And I think I truly support the fact that having a very clear guideline and framework, as you have shared during this ministerial statement, will go a long way in bringing a bit more clear direction into how we should deal in relation to race and religion going forward. Thank you, Minister.
Minister.
So on the points relating to Mr. Singh and the Workers' Party and Mr. Faisal Manap, I think I've said what I needed to say. I think listening carefully to Mr. Singh, he doesn't say Mr. Faisal Manap didn't know. He doesn't say that the Workers' Party Malay Muslim candidates didn't know. So anyway, it's obvious that they know about Mr. Deros. They went to meet Deros. What was discussed, as I said, we don't know. Deros put out his posts. I think we have talked about it. I think Mr. Singh agrees it should have been responded to clearly. I think we leave it at that. Now, in terms of in terms of the framework and guidelines, there is one set of hard framework and guidelines in the law. Then there is common sense and the way we have applied, and frankly, it hasn't been too bad in Singapore. Most people have kept to that framework, or one of trying to achieve consensus, trying to achieve a common ground and increase the common space. And in my speech, I've given some indicators. You don't need to pull back on the substance, but remember, it's a multiracial society. You have demands, others have demands too. Think about it, and then see what is the give and take approach. But that doesn't mean you ought to allow yourselves to be discriminated against. You shouldn't agree or keep quiet when there is racism. But in terms of demands for the community, what do you want? What can others ask? Remember, in a democracy, everyone can demand. So what is reasonable? How do we mediate these? And if you leave it for a free-for-all, the domination will be by the majority community. So we need politicians to be actually in there as leaders to try and give a framework and bring good sense to these discussions and guide. And not just politicians, but community leaders, religious leaders. So in Singapore, a lot of that goes on, the constant linkage and interactions between government, community leaders, religious leaders, MPs on the ground. That is Singapore's another secret sauce. That's why we succeed so far. But as Mr. Loh points out, some of the statistics for the younger generation are slightly different. We have to look at that. We look at that, but there are many reasons for it, amongst which is the role of the internet and external influences which are coming in, and people now forming tribes on the net amongst themselves and not forming relationships and communities on the ground. And therefore, it becomes more difficult to reach out to them and get them to buy into shared values, because their shared values are with their own net communities. That is also happening. So these studies are going on. And also, as regards the Malay community, and as Ms. Hazlinda said, and you have alluded to, I said they were the victims, meaning they were being the targets, but they were bigger and they rose. They didn't allow themselves to become victims. They rose above it, and they dealt with it.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did not intend to participate further in this exchange, but as Member Saktiandi seems to suggest, I shared publicly the circumstances which relate to how Mr. Nur Diros met up with the Workers' Party candidates, certain Workers' Party candidates. Mr. Nur Diros himself, in a post on the 6th of May, says he was invited by an ustaz, delegated by Mr. Faisal Manab. That's those are his views. This idea that, just like the minister says, we meet with people from all walks of life. I believe there was a Channel News Asia article shortly after the elections. Ong Yi Kang, Chi Ong Tat have no dealings with Fu Chien gang members Su Hai Jin, says press secretaries. And it quotes, the quote is, as ministers, they meet a diverse range of people at various events and gatherings. Key point to note is, Mr. Nur Diros has some views. He wants to advance a certain view of society. The Workers' Party rejected it.
Minister.
I think we need to be very clear, sir. Workers' Party never rejected De Rosa's views. I think never rejected his endorsement, never rejected him saying, vote for Mr. Faisal Manap over Minister Masagos. Workers' Party rejected passes overtures and endorsements through Mr. Singh's rally speech. On De Ros, the most that was said was that we made no commitments, promises, or agreements. And then during subsequent doorstops, Mr. Singh made various statements about De Ros being a nobody. But Mr. Singh can let me know if ever there was a rejection of De Ros's endorsement of the Workers' Party's candidates. A clear rejection.
Mr. Singh?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go beyond what we said during the elections. That would be correct, because that was what was said. But the point that I made earlier on before this exchange is, it was quite unequivocal, in my understanding, by the time the matter came to a head at the Tampines rally. The statements that were made, I think it was very clear where we stood on involvement of race or religion in politics. Now, if somebody comes along and says, we are going, I am of a certain race, and the Workers' Party should support us because we are taking certain identity politics type of arguments forward, we will reject those, as we have to.
Minister?
I'm glad to hear that, except that it was not done for this election. De Rosa's endorsement on the basis of race and religion was not rejected during the last GE. We hope that going forward, it will be rejected unequivocally and immediately. What was done was to say, we don't know who he is, he's a nobody, and we've made no promises, agreements, or commitments, which is very different from a rejection. And Mr. Singh knows what a rejection sounds like, because he was clear and unequivocal after the Prime Minister called for a clear rejection. He was rejected Passes endorsement, but he never rejected, neither the Workers' Party nor Mr. Singh ever rejected De Rosa's endorsement of the Workers' Party's Malay candidates, nor, quite crucially, De Rosa's endorsement of Mr. Faisal Manap for Tampines.
Mr. Singh?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to clarify this for the record. And I think it's important that I do so. And this is an extract of a question that was asked to me during the doorstop. And the minister can take a view whether the Workers' Party rejected what Mr. Doros was proposing. And in my view, I believe we did. The question was, we saw the post that WP has put up this morning, this is from the journalists, regarding foreign interference and regarding the WP Muslim candidate meeting with the Malaysian activist Nur Diros. That's wrong, he's Singaporean. So could you walk us through some details of the meeting? When did the meeting take place? And then it goes on. Was it part of the consideration that WP fielded Mr. Faisal Manap in Tampines to meet with this? Tampines MP Masagos, is it a coincidence that he's the Muslim Affairs Minister in this area? Was the meeting part of the consideration following? My reply, no, absolutely not. Let me add to what has been already shared by way of the media statement this morning. What had happened was that in one of our Muslim committee members in one of the mosques in Al Junaid wanted to speak to Mr. Faisal and to the Malay members of the party. And what happened was that the meeting was supposed to take place with some ulama, some senior Malay Muslim religious leaders. There was no indication that this individual would be joining in the meeting. So when the meeting started, he was there, and my understanding is he had this list of demands. And of course, as our statement makes it quite clear, there's no situation of, I quote, if the WP pushes forward this agenda, I will support you, unquote. I'm sorry, we don't work politics like that in Singapore. We don't work politics like that in the Workers' Party. People have views. I think government officials, even ministers, meet with various members of religious groups in Singapore. So do we. And if this gentleman thinks that his advocacy will lead to the issues being brought up by the Workers' Party, I think he's sadly mistaken. So in my view, that's a rejection of what Mr. De Ros is trying to put forth. And I don't intend to repeat myself, but in the broad approach that the minister is suggesting going forward in terms of ensuring that religion, race is not involved or it doesn't mix with politics, we can agree with that. And I think most sensible Singaporeans, and the vast majority of Singaporeans, I would add, would agree with that. The ministerial statement today was about race or religion. I want to pick up on a second point which Mr. Loh was alluding to. I believe after the last elections, the ones before in GE 2020, a minister himself came out to say that an older generation of Singaporeans has a certain approach with regard to race and religion, and a younger generation take a different approach. Now, can I confirm with the minister, is there a new framework that the government is considering in view of this difference of approach in addressing race or religion issues? Can we, for example, see more in safe spaces or a different style of trying to deal with race or religion issues, particularly for the reasons that the minister states, the nature of social media and how a certain tribalism can develop in society?
Minister?
There are two different parts. I think Mr. Singh also knows what he said about PASS, when there was a clear and categorical rejection of PASS's endorsement. So I don't want to keep repeating myself. When it came to PASS, after the PM called for it, there was a clear rejection of the endorsement. We unequivocally reject, and we don't need their support. When it came to no De Ros, it was all about, well, it doesn't mean that we are going to carry on with his policies. It doesn't mean who is he, and so on. But the crucial point is, it's very easy to have said, we reject. Anyway, I think the point has been made, but more important is what's for the future. Now, as regards ways of engaging, what I would say is, what we have done so far has worked very well. At the same time, to say that we have achieved the best possible way of doing things is a route to disaster, because you need to be constantly alert to changing circumstances. And we read the surveys just as Mr. Singh does and Mr. Loh does and others do. We all have our different interpretations. I don't necessarily agree with all the interpretations he puts forward, but on many issues, demographically, there are different viewpoints. And it's important to analyze them carefully, not jump to conclusions. What are the reasons for these diverse viewpoints? On some issues, the younger people are more nationalistic and more Singaporean compared with older generations. And we find that younger Singaporeans are less prone to foreign influence compared with some demographics in the older generation. So there are these variances, and what influences are working on them. Often we find that these are influences from outside of Singapore. So there are a variety of things that the government is doing, and also it's constantly analyzing. But we always welcome ideas on how we can do this better. And if they are workable, we will consider.
After 2.5 hours, I believe all clarifications sought have been addressed by the Minister.
Order. End of ministerial statement. Introduction of government bills. Second Minister for Defence.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the Second Minister of Finance, I signify that the President's recommendation for the introduction of this bill has been obtained. and I introduce the bill institute an act to amend the Income Tax Act 1947 and the Multinational Enterprise Minimum Tax 2024, and to make a related amendment to the Goods and Services Tax Act of 1993.
Finance Income Taxes Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting, sir.
So be it. Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Second Minister for Finance, I introduce a bill institute an act to amend the Accounting and Corporate Regulatory Authority Act 2004 and certain acts administered by the Accounting and Corporate Regulatory Authority, and to make consequential and related amendments to certain other acts.
Corporate and Accounting Laws Amendment Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting.
So be it. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Trade and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Trade and Industry, I introduce a bill institute and act to amend the Regulation of Imports and Exports Act 1995.
Regulation of Imports and Exports Amendment Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting.
So be it. Coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs, I introduce a bill institute an act to amend the various acts to provide for the punishment of caning for certain offences relating to scams, to create certain new offences, to increase the penalties for certain offences, to remove caning or mandatory caning for certain offences, to prescribe court procedures for certain young persons who commit offences, and to provide for other criminal law matters and related matters.
Criminal Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting.
So be it. Minister for Manpower.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Manpower, I introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Workplace Fairness Act 2025 to provide for mediation of workplace fairness disputes and to provide for civil actions for a statutory tort of discrimination, and to make consequential and related amendments to the Employment Claims Act 2016, the Industrial Relations Act 1960, and the Retirement and Re-employment Act 1993, sir. Thank you, sir.
Workplace Fairness Dispute Resolution Bill.
Second reading what day?
The next available sitting, sir.
So be it. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Item 1, Transport Sector Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, second reading.
Acting Minister for Transport.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the Acting Minister for Transport, I move that the bill be now read a second time. The Transport Sector Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2025, or the TSMA Bill in short, seeks to make various amendments to land and sea transport-related legislation and a related amendment to the Public Utilities Act 2001. The bill covers 5 areas. First, the bill reinforces our efforts to make our public transport system more secure and more comfortable for all. As announced at MOT's Committee of Supply debate this year, we intend to regulate the conduct of commuters to prevent inconsiderate behavior on public buses and bus interchanges. Through the proposed amendments, we will align the regulatory framework against inconsiderate behavior across trains and buses. Examples of such behavior include littering and consumption of food and drinks, or causing a nuisance or annoyance to other passengers, such as playing loud music or videos on mobile phones. Those who contravene the regulations will face penalties commensurate with how the prescribed conduct impacts on other bus commuters, with higher penalties for repeat offenders. To enable the intent, clauses 2A, F, and I of the bill amends the Bus Service Industry Act to provide for regulation-making powers to regulate the conduct of bus passengers and members of the public, which includes prohibiting disruptive and nuisance-causing behavior on board buses and at bus interchanges. The regulations, which will be made later, will take reference from existing regulations under the Rapid Transit Systems Act, or RTSA, which prohibits certain behavior within the MRT framework network. Clause 2I also includes a new Part 7A that provides for the screening of bus passengers and entrance to bus interchanges, and prohibits the carriage of dangerous items onto buses and in bus interchanges. These provisions are currently found in the Road Traffic Act 1961 and are now being consolidated in the Bus Service Industry Act 2015. Hence, this is not a new requirement at law. It is also aligned with the same requirements under the Rapid Transit Systems Act, which deals with the MRT system, as provided for in Section 23A of the RTSA and Regulation 9 of the Rapid Transit Systems Regulations. In addition, Sections 42AC and 42AD of the new Part 7A also provides that it will be an offense for someone to willfully do anything or omit to do anything in relation to a bus, bus depot, or bus interchange, thereby endangering the safety of anyone on buses or within bus depot or bus interchange, or cause damage to anything that is part of any bus, bus depot, or bus interchange. These offenses will be aligned with existing offenses provided for in Sections 25 and 26 of the RTSA in relation to railway and railway premises. Once this bill is passed, we will be able to set out the prohibited behaviors in the regulations and take enforcement against those who do not comply. With these changes, authorized officers such as LTA enforcement officers and public transport staff like ticket inspectors and interchange staff who are empowered by LTA to carry out enforcement will be able to better protect members of public at bus depots, interchanges, and public buses. Second, Clause 4 amends Section 32 of the Public Transport Council Act, or PTCA, to allow the Public Transport Council, or PTC, to grant an application by bus operators to withdraw monies from the fuel equalization fund that they originally contributed. The withdrawals can be granted for reasons unassociated with the original purpose of the fund. The fund was set up in 1992 to mitigate the effects of transient increases in fuel or electricity prices. Operators contributed to their own fund accounts when energy prices fell below a reference price and could apply to PTC to withdraw funds when energy prices were higher. With the implementation of the bus contracting model in 2016, the impact of any increases in the fuel price and electricity tariff on bus operators is already mitigated, as the government pays service fees to the bus operators which are indexed to the corresponding energy prices. Therefore, this amendment seeks to allow bus operators to withdraw monies that they have contributed to the fund over the years before contributions were suspended. Third, Clause 4 also raises the maximum composition sum under the PTC Act from $500 to $10,000, or half the amount of the maximum fine that is prescribed for the offense, whichever is lower. This will allow PTC to increase the deterrence effect of composition sums imposed against point-to-point transport P2P operators for breaches under the PTC Act. For example, this could cover instances where a ride-hail platform operator charges incorrect fares arising from system errors. At present, the maximum composition sum of $500 under the Act is not commensurate with the severity of the offense, as operators are otherwise liable on conviction to a fine of up to $100,000. Therefore, this offense is not currently prescribed to be compoundable. With these amendments, we will be able to prescribe this offense as a compoundable offense and to offer composition of up to $10,000 per offense in less egregious cases. Fourth, Clause 6F amends the Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore Act 1996 to empower MPA to demarcate deposit sites for the dumping of objects and materials, such as dredged and reclamation materials. Clause 6E allows MPA to prescribe fees with the approval of the Minister for Transport for the use of these deposit sites. These fees recover MPA's costs in relation to the deposit sites, including developing, managing, monitoring, and maintaining deposit sites, monitoring the deposit of materials at the deposit sites, and investigating the impact of the deposits on the surrounding seabed and marine environment. These matters are essential to ensure safe navigation and safeguarding of the environment. The fees were originally introduced by the then Port of Singapore Authority and subsequently continued by MPA when it established in 1996. They were not formally prescribed in legislation, as the then PSA and MPA had regarded them as charges for private contractual services. Following the Auditor General's Office FY 2024-2025 report, MPA has been advised that the fees must be prescribed in legislation. This amendment will therefore provide legislative basis for MPA to continue collecting such fees. As MPA has already incurred significant costs in maintaining the deposit sites and managing dumping activities since 1996, and has been collecting fees in connection with the dumping activities, Clause 7 will also validate the past collection of such fees up to the commencement of the new provisions. Fifth, Clauses 3, 6, 8, 9, and 10 introduce several operational and housekeeping amendments to the Multimodal Transport Act 2021, the MPA Act 1996, the MPA Amendment Act 2017, Merchant Shipping Act 1995, and a related amendment to the Public Utilities Act 2001. These include provisions to simplify processes and better manage MPA's operations in this digital age to achieve greater efficiency. Provisions to renumber section numbers of provisions enacted in a 2017 Act, as well as amendments to ensure that terminology used in the Multimodal Transport Act 2021 is consistent with our international obligations. So, some of the amendments I'm moving today are the legal equivalent of housekeeping, such as aligning the requirements of law across different transportation modes. But the crux of the bill is to strengthen the foundation of the public transport system itself. A shared vehicle, whether a train or bus, in a dense, fast-paced, and highly networked city, is only safe if we guard against the worst of our base instincts, whether against those who wish us harm, those whose behavior are boorishly unreasonable in a public space, or even those who do not comply with our collective understanding of what it means to respect the rights and space of others in close proximity. This bill sets out to all parties the expectations of the specific forms of compliance when traveling on public transport, deters antisocial and harmful behaviors, and ensures a safer and more salubrious experience for all. Sir, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Ang Wei Neng.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would first like to declare my interest as a CEO of Strike Premier, a subsidiary of SMRT. In 2012, I stood in this House to speak up for a bus captain, to raise a concern close to my heart. At the time, we had a glaring inconsistency. If a passenger brought a dangerous item on board a bus, the bus captain, not the passengers, faced a penalty. Yet, for the same offence on our trains, the passenger was held accountable. This was not just a policy gap. It was a profound injustice for the hard-working men and women at the wheel. I was relieved and thankful when the ministry moved decisively to rectify this anomaly with the advent of the bus contracting model. Now, with Section 42AB of the Bus Service Industry Amendment Bill, it is clearly the responsibility of the bus passengers not to bring dangerous items on board the bus. The bus contracting model, or BCM, was a watershed moment because it forced a fundamental shift in perspective. With BCM, LTA took direct ownership of bus service levels, and the result has been transformative. Service improved significantly. Crucially, the first tender set a new and strong benchmark focused on quality and service, not just the lowest cost. However, a concerning trend has since emerged. From 2015 to 2024, almost all the bus packages have been awarded based on the lowest or second lowest price. And the service fee per kilometre has also been on a decreasing trend over the last decade. While this has driven apparent cost efficiency, even as bus captains' starting pay rightly rose from just over $2,000 a month in 2013 to about $4,000 a month today. We must ask, how far can we push this? There's a limit to efficiency. Internationally, in the UK and in Australia, similar systems have shown a tipping point at CIS. It seems that we also have reached our tipping point. The recent Tampines bus package was awarded not to the lowest bidder, but to an operator with the highest bid, significantly higher than competitors. While we are not privy to the award considerations, it will be worthwhile that we review the trajectory of the BCM model and send a clear signal to the industry insofar on how the various operators should gear themselves up to service and support Singapore bus transport needs. Next, I would like to address the issue that weighs heavily on the minds of many Singaporeans, the high COE prices. The COE is a big elephant in the room of our transport sector. With Category A prices recently hitting record high, the COE revenue for the ministry in 2025 is projected to dwarf the $4.7 billion collected in 2024. To put this in perspective, the entire operating expenditure of the MOT was only $2.5 billion in 2024, as compared to the COE revenue of $4.7 billion in the same year. Currently, all this substantial revenue flows into the government consolidated fund. For the Singaporeans who dreams of owning a car but is priced out of these sky-high COEs, this creates a painful disconnect. They see a system that generates immense revenue from a good they cannot afford, with no direct benefit to their daily commute. To bridge this gap and restore a sense of fairness, I propose the government consider establishing a dedicated COE PT fund. PT is public transport in short. This fund could earmark a percentage of COE revenue specifically to enhance our public transport ecosystem over and above the existing MOT's operating budget. In this way, for those who will not be able to afford a private car, they will see a continuous improvement to the public transport system, one which will continue to be safe and reliable, and they can fully rely on for their daily commute needs. This COT-PT fund could be used to, firstly, directly offset a portion of the annual public transport fare increase decided by the PTC, easing the financial burden on every commuter. A portion of the fund could also be used for the much-needed asset renewal across the public transport ecosystem, addressing life cycle management needs, especially our train system. This will keep our system functioning safely and reliably well into the future. Secondly, the fund can also be used to accelerate the building of covered ways, ensuring a more comfortable and sheltered journey from our HDB flat to MRT station and bus stop. Thirdly, the fund can also bolster for low-income families to enhance public transport voucher scheme. Today, for the household to qualify for public transport vouchers, the monthly household income per person cannot be more than $1,800. With the COE-PT fund, we can have more resources to allow households with Orange Trust Card, that is, household with monthly income per person of not more than $2,300, to also qualify for the public transport voucher. With the COE-PT fund, even those who cannot own a car would see a tangible direct benefit from the COE system. It would partly take the sting out of the high COE prices and demonstrate that the system is designed to support all Singaporeans. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've spoken candidly today out of a deep care for the public transport system and for the people it serves. My observations are meant to be constructive. Therefore, with the hope that this point will be given serious considerations, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while I support the broader objectives of this bill, particularly the administrative amendments that seek to streamline our land and sea transport regulations for greater efficiency, I have a number of questions regarding the proposed amendments to the Bus Services Industry Act, BSIA, concerning security screening and searches. We have already travelled this road with the rail network. The legal provisions for mandatory screening, including X-ray scans and free searches, were variously introduced under the Rapid Transit Systems Act, RTSA, and implemented in phases in 2018 and 2021. I have no issue with the principle of transport security, but I have some questions regarding the proposed expansion to the bus network and ensuring that we learn from the rollout on the MRT. One, justification for expansion. What did we learn from the RTSA rollout? The existing security paradigm has already been seen the implementation of enhanced security MRT stations, many of which are physically integrated with bus interchanges. I would like to ask the Minister, what are the key operational or threat-based lessons drawn from the implementation of mandatory screening and free searches on the MRT-LRT network that necessitate this extension to the bus network? How often were the searches carried out, and what was the level of non-compliance on the MRT? Can the Minister clarify the specific heightened threat assessment, if any, that necessitates extending powers of free searches and mandatory screening to our bus interchanges and onboard public buses at this time? Can the Minister also provide a detailed explanation of the specific and unique threat profile to the bus network? Finally, given that buses and bus interchanges are inherently more porous than enclosed rail systems, how effective will mandatory screening be, and how can we avoid creating unnecessary tension, especially given passenger loads during peak times? Two, operational challenges and effect on seamlessness and commuter flow. The LTA has previously stated that the time taken for random screening on the MRT is kept to a minimum, often under 30 seconds. However, the operational environment of a bus interchange and a public bus is vastly different from a fare control MRT station. Touching on issues of operational impact and public convenience, how will the LTA and the bus operators ensure these checks, whether on a moving bus or at a busy bus interchange, do not cause disproportionate delays to commuter journeys, which rely on rapid boarding and alighting? Specifically for bus interchanges, they are co-located with MRT stations like Jurong East, Woodlands, or Ang Mo Kio, where commuters may have already been screened upon entering the MRT. What steps will be taken to prevent the duplication of checks and thus minimize commuter inconvenience? What is the projected manpower requirement to staff for these new screening points at bus interchanges? And will this draw resources away from other crucial public transport operations? 3, safeguards and training, applying the approved person experience. Like the RTSA, extending the proposed powers of approved persons under the BSIA similarly necessitates a high level of public confidence and scrutiny. On accountability and safeguards, the implementation of free searches on the rail network was backed by the 2021 legislative amendments. Could the Minister elaborate on the specific post-2021 training enhancements and refresher courses introduced for approved persons under the RTSA, and how will these proven standards be directly adopted or even enhanced for the new cohort of bus-related approved persons? Can the Minister explain, for the benefit of the public, what are the specific protocols that will govern a free search on board a public bus or at a bus interchange? Are there any protocols to ensure both commuter privacy and officer safety? Mr. Speaker, Singaporeans understand the need for security, just as we also value clarity and efficiency. There is the opportunity to apply the lessons learned from the RTSA introduction to make the BSIA amendments as seamless and publicly acceptable as possible. This expansion must be a justified necessity beyond mere legislative symmetry. I look forward to the Minister's clarification on the matters of necessity, operational efficiency, and critical safeguards. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the concerns I've raised, I support the bill.
Ms. Joan Pereira.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I welcome the proposed amendments to the bill. In particular, I would like to express my support for the alignment of enforcement powers against delinquent passenger behavior for buses and trains, which I will focus my speech on. Buses are an integral part of our public transport system, complementing our MRT. To encourage more people to use our buses and help reduce the demand for private vehicles, the conduct of fellow passengers play a very important role. Mutual respect and considerate behavior improve the traveling experience on our buses and help ensure safe, reliable, and enjoyable journeys. Most passengers are mindful and cooperative, but we need to guard against potentially dangerous and disruptive behaviors on our public transport systems. Empowering our transportation teams, security, and police officers through legislation is a fundamental step and will provide the necessary support for enforcement. In addition to legislative backing, transport officers should also be offered robust training on how to enforce the law fairly and sensitively. I would like to call for special attention to be given to how our officers will be trained to handle vulnerable commuters such as the elderly, persons with disabilities, or those with mental health challenges. There are also some important differences that may make addressing delinquent passengers a greater challenge on buses than on MRT trains. For example, all MRT trains will stop at MRT stations that are staffed by transport officers on duty and have CCTVs and other safety features in place. However, for buses, this is not available except at the bus interchanges, and bus drivers have to focus on driving the bus safely, navigating traffic conditions, and looking after the safety of all passengers on board. We have also had cases where the bus driver's own personal safety was threatened by violence. Therefore, while bus drivers are often in the first line when it comes to delinquent behaviors on buses, we must remember not to add on to the stresses of their jobs. With enforcement powers now available, I hope that the ministry will continue to prioritize the safety of our bus drivers as well as this is being rolled out. Would we also be expecting more enforcement officers being deployed along bus routes as a result? Or if bus drivers will be able to call for assistance from quick response teams if required? Sir, in Mandarin. 既然执法权已经到位，我希望交通部实施这项政策时，优先考虑公共巴士司机的安全。我们期望当局在巴士路线上部署更多执法人员，或者巴士司机可在需要时能尽快向反应小组寻求帮助。In addition to enforcement powers and penalties, I also believe that continued public education will help to serve as a reminder to all to exercise considerate and gracious behaviors on public transport. I hope that the ministry will consider putting up such reminders on social media, radio stations, television, and on buses and at interchanges to reinforce such messaging. I would like to conclude with my support for the bill.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ning.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I declare my current appointment as the Executive Secretary of the National Transport Workers Union. For decades, our transport workers have done far more than simply get us from point A to point B. With quiet dedication and pride, they have stepped forward time and again to keep Singapore moving, not just in routine times, peace times, but in moments that truly mattered. They are the first to welcome our visitors during large-scale concerts and events. They are also the ones who hold out a steady hand to help a senior on board a bus. And they are the ones who ensure millions reach their destinations safely every single day. During the pandemic, when the nation was tested, they stood firm, calmly and consistently, ensuring public compliance with mask wearing. And more recently, they once again stepped up to support the nationwide crackdown on e-vapes. Every time, they answered the call with professionalism, resilience, and heart. I note that the passenger screening provisions have long existed under the Road Traffic Act. The bill rightly consolidates these under the Bus Services Industry Act 2015, bringing greater clarity and strengthening our public safety. But, Mr. Speaker, as we enhance security, we must also remember what our transport workers are and what they are not. Their primary duty is and must remain to operate our public transport system safely, reliably, and efficiently. If additional responsibilities such as passenger screening are needed, this should ideally be undertaken by personnel who are trained and equipped for security enforcement. And where our public transport workers are expected to support these efforts, we must set them up for success. This means clear, simple, and practical operating procedures and ensuring that these new duties do not compromise their core responsibilities. We have seen what clarity can achieve. When the vaping crackdown began, many workers from our unions, we heard, were understandably anxious about being tasked to seize e-vapes. These concerns were addressed only after clear rules of engagements were laid out and their roles alongside HSA authority were properly explained. Once they had that clarity, they adapted quickly and effectively. Their professionalism helped lead to around 60 offenders being caught around the public transport network using vapes. And therein, this is the powerful reminder that we're looking at. When we support our workers will rise to the occasion. And that's why I urge the government to ensure they continue to receive proper training, clear protocols, sufficient equipment, and manpower support, not just only for this initiative, but for all future national assignments that our public transport workers will see coming their way. Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill introduces penalties against those who endanger the safety of individuals on buses and in interchanges. I seek clarification on whether this protection also covers cases of abuse or harassment against the public transport workers themselves, because abuse, whether physical or verbal, endangers not only just their well-being, but the safety of everyone else who relies on our public transport workers. Every single day, our transport workers serve around 7.5 million commuter journeys. Their constant engagement with the public means they face a higher risk of abuse. Most commuters are, of course, gracious and respectful, but when incidents happen, it can be devastating. I recently heard of a bus captain who was kicked in the face after asking a commuter to lower the volume on his phone. He required stitches on his eye, near his eye. Thankfully, the injuries were not permanent, but then again, they could have very easily been so. And we must not forget the early months of the pandemic when our bus captains bore the frustrations of some commuters while enforcing mask requirements. But I must say they stood their ground with calm professionalism. Preventing abuse requires a comprehensive approach, but deterrence through legislation is an important part of that strategy. Today, the Penal Code and the Protection from Harassment Act, POHA, provides recourse, but the penalties under the bill, up to $10,000 in fines and or imprisonment of up to 5 years, send an even clearer message. If the clause does not currently cover abuse directed at transport workers, it is perhaps timely to strengthen these protections. After all, no one should have to fear for their safety while doing their jobs. Our bus captains, rail staff, and all who serve on the front lines deserve not only respect, but also protection. Tougher penalties are not just about punishment, they are about recognizing their dignity and standing firmly behind them. Mr. Speaker, a world-class transport system is not built by buses or trains alone, it is built by people. More than 20,000 men and women who keep Singapore moving every single day. Their work is often unseen, but it is indispensable. They adapt to new responsibilities at speed. They shoulder national duties without hesitation, and they do this with quiet pride and with a deep commitment to serving others. So let us match their dedication with our support. Let us give them the training, protection, and recognition they deserve, and let us make it clear through both words and action that Singapore stands firmly behind those who keep us moving. And with this, I support the bill. Thank you.
SMS Murali.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank honourable members for their support of the bill, as well as their comments and suggestions. Our transport agencies operate within a dynamic context where operational realities evolve quickly. And the honourable member, Ms. Yeo, just mentioned that, or gave some examples of it. From time to time, certain lacuna in legislative provisions may also be identified. Periodic updates are necessary to keep pace with these changes and update the legislation so that our agencies can continue to perform their functions effectively and accountably. The amendments in the bill serve as an important purpose to strengthen enforcement levers, provide legal basis for crucial statutory functions, ensure clarity for our stakeholders, and streamline operational processes across our land and sea transport sectors. Sir, let me begin by addressing our public transport system. Both honourable members, Ms. Yeo and Ms. Pereira, spoke about how we should provide adequate support for our public transport workers. The honourable member, Mr. Dennis Tan, also spoke about sufficient training so that authorised officers can carry out their duties to keep commuters safe. I thank them for their concern for the safety and well-being of our public transport workers. This is something that MOT and LTA will pay special attention to. We would like to assure honourable members that under the amended Bus Service Industry Act, or BSIA, authorised officers will be provided with the necessary training to carry out their duties professionally and with sensitivity towards more vulnerable groups. To Ms. Yeo's question about engaging more manpower, we augment the presence of public transport staff by deploying transit security officers at both MRT stations and bus interchanges to conduct patrols, respond to security incidents, and conduct security screenings. This will continue. I also thank Mr. Dennis Tan for his queries on how LTA has incorporated lessons from security operations already conducted under the RTSA and how we will minimize the impact on bus commuters. Powers to conduct security screenings at our public transport nodes, including at bus premises, is not new. As I mentioned in my speech, these powers already exist in the Road Traffic Act 1961. But what we are doing here is to consolidate it under the amendment, under the proposed amendments. Our transit security officers already conduct random screening to keep out threats from our public transport network. These screenings are stepped up depending on prevailing threat levels. Such screening remains a necessary deterrence. As noted in the latest Singapore Terrorism Threat Assessment Report released in July this year, our public transport nodes, including bus interchanges, remain attractive targets for malicious actors because of high foot traffic. Based on the experience of LTA and public transport operators, commuters are generally understanding and cooperative. Each search takes less than 1 minute. Only police and senior approved persons are allowed to conduct frisk searches, and it will be only done on a need-to basis. As far as staffing is concerned, a point that Honourable Member Mr. Dennis Tan raised, no additional manpower is required. As I mentioned earlier, the amendment here is serves to consolidate the powers from the RTA to the BSIA. But as Ms. Pereira pointed out, the safety risks and enforcement in bus settings will differ from that of the trains. Our bus captains are one-man operations. They have to focus on driving buses, helping those who need assistance, and keeping passengers safe. When they spot behavior that is disruptive or causing nuisance to other passengers, or if passengers report such behavior to them, they will stop their buses to report to the Operation Control Center, or the OCC, where there are trained personnel to advise them on the next course of action. If the behavior is dangerous, they will have the authority to stop the bus service for the safety of the passengers. The police will be activated for cases where passengers get violent or if there are other safety or security concerns. Ms. Yeo asked about whether Section 42AC of the new Part 7A, which provides that it will be an offence to endanger the safety of anyone travelling on a bus or within a bus interchange, will cover our public transport workers. While this specific offence only covers acts involving bus assets or infrastructure that endanger safety, we intend to issue new regulations that will allow LTA enforcement officers to take stern action against passengers who abuse our public transport workers under the amended BSIA. For more egregious cases, bus passengers who abuse our public transport workers can also be prosecuted under the Penal Code as per today. Indeed, a major reason for the amendments to the Bus Services Industry Act is to ensure that our buses continue to offer passengers and our workers a more pleasant and secure environment. In this same vein, I thank Mr. Ang Wei Neng for sharing his views on the bus contracting model. We agree with the Honourable Member that we should not be chasing ever lower prices. That is not our intent. LTA evaluates bus tenders based on the two envelope process where quality evaluation is conducted before looking at price submissions. The goal is not to have the cheapest bid, but the best value for money proposal. Beyond price and quality factors at each individual tender, LTA also works closely with the National Transport Workers Union and transport operators to improve the attractiveness and sustainability of the sector. I was personally involved in working with Ms. Yeo and her predecessor, Mr. Melvin Yong, and tripartite partners to improve safety in our public bus sector earlier this year. We are also working with union to improve our bus captains' welfare, including how we can ensure the salaries of bus captains are kept competitive so that the jobs can be more attractive to our local Singaporeans. Mr. Ang also made other suggestions on how we can strengthen the financial sustainability and affordability of the public transport system. Specifically, he asked whether we can directly earmark part of COE revenue for public transport. In general, that's not the approach that we take for government revenue. Instead, we look at the needs across different sectors to maximize the impact of government spending. The public transport sector is a key area for government investment, and we already provide substantial operating subsidies of $2 billion for public transport every year. This equates to more than $1 in subsidies for every journey taken. MOT will consider his suggestion on tying public transport vouchers eligibility to CHAS or CHAS. Mr. Speaker, sir, ensuring a safer or more secure, comfortable public transport network is a collective responsibility. The intention of strengthening enforcement is not to just catch more egregious cases, but to stop them from happening in the first place. As Ms. Pereira has pointed out, this means continuing our public education efforts as to remind the public to be considerate and gracious when taking public transport. Likewise, safeguarding sea resources and marine environment serves a collective good. We aim to empower MPA to do so through this bill. Taken together, the amendments in this bill are part of our broader effort to maintain a well-governed, forward-looking, and trusted transport ecosystem, one that continues to support Singapore's connectivity, competitiveness, and environmental sustainability. I thank honourable members for supporting this bill to strengthen the resilience of our transport sectors. Sir, I beg to move.
Are there any clarifications for SMS? No. Bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Transport Sector Miscellaneous Amendments Bill.
Committee stage what day?
Now, sir, I move that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 to 13 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. SMS Murali.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the Acting Minister for Transport, I report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading what day?
Now, sir, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Transport Sector Miscellaneous Amendments Bill.
It's been some time since we sat. Order, I propose to take a break now. I will suspend the sitting and will take the chair at 4:35 p.m. Order, order.
Order.
Item 2, Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore Amendment Bill, second reading.
SMS Sun Shui Ling.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Acting Minister for Transport, I move that the bill be now read a second time. Aviation is a critical sector for Singapore. It connects us to the world and anchors our status as a global hub. Prime Minister Lawrence Wong just broke ground on Terminal 5, which will increase Changi's capacity by about 50 million passengers a year. As we continue to grow, we want to do so sustainably, so that future generations of Singaporeans can also experience the joy of air travel, and Singapore can continue to serve as a premier air hub for the region and the world. The International Civil Aviation Organization, or ICAO, has set a long-term aspirational goal of net zero carbon emissions for international aviation by 2050. As a member of the International Civil Aviation Community and an ICAO Council member, we are committed to working towards that goal. We will do so in a practical manner, advancing both sustainability and competitiveness, not one at the expense of the other. The Singapore Sustainable Air Hub Blueprint was launched last year and sets out Singapore's approach. Within this, the implementation of sustainable aviation fuels, or SAF in short, is a critical pathway for us to realize our aviation decarbonization goals. This bill provides a legislative framework to enable its adoption in Singapore. SAF is the most practical way to decarbonize aviation today. It is a drop-in fuel that can be blended with jet fuel for use with existing aircraft and refueling infrastructure without the need for costly modifications. SAF is expected to contribute around 65% of the carbon emission reduction needed by aviation to achieve net zero by 2050. Recognizing the importance of SAF to aviation decarbonization, ICAO and its member states have agreed to a collective global aspirational vision to reduce international aviation emissions by 5% by 2030 through the use of SAF and other cleaner energies. However, there are challenges in the adoption of SAF. Firstly, global supply remains limited, with production capacity only gradually scaling up. Number two, on the demand side, uptake is uneven and often concentrated in regions with strong mandates or subsidies. Number three, the sector is still nascent and the costs remain high and volatile. Currently, SAF costs about 3 to 4 times more than conventional jet fuel. Countries around the world have taken different approaches. Some jurisdictions adopt mandates. They require fuel suppliers to blend SAF into conventional jet fuel. The EU's Refuel EU Aviation Regulation, for instance, requires a 2% SAF blend by 2025, rising progressively to 70% by 2050. The UK's SAF mandate targets a 10% blend by 2030. They are exploring a revenue certainty mechanism to encourage investment in SAF production. This includes a guaranteed minimum level of revenue for SAF producers, even when market prices fluctuate. Other jurisdictions use incentives. In the United States, federal incentives as well as state-level programs help to lower the cost of SAF and encourage domestic production. We have studied these approaches for Singapore carefully. Both have their merits, but they also come with trade-offs. Due to price volatility, mandates create significant cost uncertainty for airlines and passengers. In adopting SAF, we want to provide cost certainty to airlines and passengers and ensure that the cost is manageable. Subsidies, on the other hand, require large and recurring fiscal commitments, which are not fiscally sustainable for Singapore. Singapore has therefore chosen a pragmatic and balanced approach, calibrated to our circumstances. We do this in 3 ways: through a SAF target, fixed cost envelope model, and centralized procurement approach. To anchor supply resilience, Singapore has set a 1% SAF uplift target by 2026, with the goal to raise this to 3 to 5% by 2030, subject to global developments and the wider availability of SAF. We have consulted the industry and assessed that starting with a 1% target is manageable. It will not increase air ticket prices significantly. On the other hand, the 1% target will send a firm demand signal to the market to spur production and industry development in Singapore. It allows us to do our part to support aviation decarbonization while laying the groundwork for broader adoption in the future. At the same time, cost certainty is critical. SAF is still a nascent product that is subject to high price volatility. Unlike fossil jet fuel, airlines cannot hedge the price of SAF. Simply mandating the use of SAF would impose unpredictable and unsustainable costs on airlines and passengers, as SAF prices may vary significantly. This is why Singapore will adopt a fixed cost envelope model funded through a SAF levy. Under this model, the total amount spent on SAF each year will be predetermined based on our SAF target and the projected SAF premium. The amount needed will be collected upfront via the SAF levy. Importantly, the levy quantum for that year will not change even if the actual SAF premium differs from our projection. Instead, SAF uplift volumes will be adjusted accordingly. This ensures cost certainty for airlines, passengers, and shippers. Airlines can plan with confidence, and passengers and shippers can expect predictable and stable charges instead of facing sharp and unpredictable fluctuations. We will also aggregate SAF demand across airlines and centrally procure SAF using the SAF levy collected. This allows us to secure better commercial terms with fuel suppliers and ensures that the levy proceeds are used in an accountable and effective manner. Our approach balances ambition with pragmatism. It helps to encourage SAF production through clear demand signals, while ensuring that costs remain contained, predictable, and fairly shared. These, in turn, allow us to meet our environmental responsibilities while safeguarding the competitiveness of our air hub. Mr. Speaker, I will now go into the key features of the bill, which proposes to make amendments to the Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore Act 2009. Clause 9 of the bill provides for the SAF levy to be payable in respect of passengers, cargoes, and flights departing from an airport in Singapore to land in a place outside Singapore. The airports in Singapore that require the payment of SAF levy will be specified in an order made by the Minister for Transport. Clause 9 also provides that the SAF levy is payable to CAAS. The amount or rate will be prescribed in the order and must be paid into the SAF fund. The order may also provide for other details, such as different amounts or rates that may be imposed in respect of different classes of passengers, cargoes, airports, or aircraft. Clause 3 of the bill amends Section 7.1 to create a new function for CAAS. CAAS may procure, manage, account for, and allocate SAF and SAF environmental attributes, or establish and appoint a company to carry out these functions. SAF environmental attributes, or SAF EAs in short, represent the difference in carbon dioxide emissions between the same quantities of SAF and conventional aviation fuel throughout their respective life cycles. Under the bill, the SAF and SAF EAs may be allocated to persons who pay SAF levies or any other person as prescribed in an order. Clause 5 of the bill inserts new sections 25C and 25D. The new Section 25C establishes the SAF Fund, which comprises, among other monies, all the SAF levies collected and all interests and penalties imposed in relation to the SAF levies. The new Section 25D sets out an exhaustive list of the purposes of the SAF Fund, which includes procuring SAF and SAF EAs and paying for the cost of procuring, managing, and allocating SAF and SAF EAs. Clauses 6, 7, and 8 make miscellaneous amendments to Sections 86, 87, and 87A to align the provisions on the aviation levy and airport development levy with a new Section 87B for consistency. This bill is an important enabler of Singapore's aviation decarbonization journey. It reflects Singapore's commitment to international decarbonization goals and our determination to pursue a pragmatic and balanced approach that supports the competitiveness of our Singapore air hub. We will continue to work closely with the aviation industry and stakeholders to ensure the smooth implementation of this bill. Sir, I beg to move.
Mr. Edward Chia.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd first like to declare that I'm an owner and operator of a food waste valorization enterprise which produces a side stream product that could be used as a feedstock for biofuels. The intent behind these amendments to decarbonize aviation and align Singapore with the global net zero targets is a step in the right direction. The global aviation sector is at a crossroads. While sustainable aviation fuel, SAF, offers a promising pathway to decarbonization, it is still in its infancy in terms of supply, cost, and scalability. The question before us is how we get there, and at what pace and price. To this end, I would like to raise a few points of clarification. First, on the viability of SAF, both economically and technologically. Second, on upstream capacity and whether global supply can meet our ambitions. And third, on feedstock availability and type, given regional constraints. Fourth, the impact on levy on investors and airlines. And finally, on regional opportunities, how this transition could create green jobs and help Singapore leapfrog as a regional hub for sustainable aviation. Sustainable aviation fuel, SAF, is the aviation industry's best near-term pathway to decarbonization. Yet, SAF today remains 3 to 5 times more expensive than conventional jet fuel. According to IATA, global productions account for only 0.2% of jet fuel consumption in 2023. This raises a question of just how economically and technologically viable SAF is. Without sufficient scale, a SAF levy risks becoming a cost burden on airlines and passengers rather than a market signal strong enough to catalyze real change. In Norway and the European Union, SAF blending mandates have been introduced. In Norway, 0.5% blending requirement implemented in 2020 did increase SAF uptake, but at significant cost to carriers, which in turn led to ticket prices increases and logistical complexities in supply. Similarly, the EU's Refuel EU Aviation Regulation passed this year mandated a progressive SAF blend rising to 70% by 2050. However, the European Commission itself acknowledges high production costs remain the biggest constraint. The energy transition towards carbon neutrality demands transformation across the entire aviation supply chain, from producers to off-takers, from regulators to the flying public. This is not a change that one sector can shoulder alone. It requires a shared understanding of how costs and upstream investments are borne, how responsibilities are shared, and how each phase implementations unfolds. For SAF levy to succeed, it must inspire confidence, de-risk investments, and drive down costs over time. Globally, even major energy players such as Shell and BP have slowed or even paused SAF investments. Just this year, Shell suspended plans for its 820,000 tons per year SAF facility in Rotterdam, citing rising costs and uncertain margins. To put things in perspective, the world total SAF production capacity today stands at around 600 million litres a year, less than what airlines consume in a single day. To meet ICAO's target of 5% SAF by 2030, the global production output would need to increase 50-fold in just 5 years. Sir, even the largest integrated energy companies remain cautious. Without strong market guarantees or co-investments frameworks, smaller producers will not invest in new refineries or feedstock supply chains. Singapore's SAF levy could be made more effective by pairing it with targeted incentives, such as joint ventures or green finance instruments like transition bonds to support feedstock aggregation and upstream infrastructure. Japan's Act for Sky consortium offers a useful model where the government united airlines, fuel suppliers, and trading houses to co-invest in early-stage SAF projects, aligning public and private risks to achieve scale. I would like to ask if the Ministry will consider allocating part of the SAF levy revenue towards developing upstream production capacity. The success of SAF depends very much on feedstock, which is the raw material to use to produce it. Today, most SAF comes from things like used cooking oil, animal fats, or farm waste. But these materials are limited in supply. A McKinsey study found that by 2030, such waste-based sources can meet only about 30% of global demand. The rest will have to come from more advanced fuels made from captured carbon or green hydrogen, technologies that are still expensive and developing. To build Singapore's position as a sustainable aviation hub, we must look closely at what kind of feedstock are available in our region. Broadly, there are two types. First-generation feedstock is made from food crops, such as corn, sugarcane, or palm oil. Second-generation feedstock is made from waste materials, such as used cooking oil or animal fat. The difference between them is significant. For example, when you take into account the clearing of land to grow palm oil, the total carbon pollution from palm oil-based fuel can actually be higher than regular jet fuel. More than 100 grams of CO2 per unit of energy compared to 89 grams for conventional jet fuel. In contrast, fuels made from used cooking oil or animal fat can reduce emissions by 60 to 70% because the recycled waste material, because it uses recycled existing waste rather than growing new crops. The problem is that these waste materials are limited and already in demand by other industries. This is why international bodies like ICAO, through its CORSIA framework, now define which feedstock truly count as sustainable. Some, like palm oil residues, are still hotly debated because of concerns about deforestation and how carbon is measured. Choosing the wrong mix of feedstock could hurt both our environmental goals and economic opportunities in the carbon market. So, Singapore should build feedstock differentiation and traceability into its SAF framework from the very start, ensuring accountability to ICAO's sustainability standards. Alternatively, a more practical approach could be to set uniform emission targets, adjusting according to each feedstock carbon intensity, so the producers are rewarded for using cleaner inputs and held accountable for those with higher carbon intensities. May I ask the Ministry which approach Singapore plans to adopt in aligning our SAF framework with international standards, and what are the plans to develop upstream feedstock capacity? Sir, the SAF levy has been introduced as a flat charge to provide price predictability for end consumers and airlines. The levy takings will be used to purchase SAF at market prices, meaning that the volume of offtake will fluctuate in response to price movements. This design ensures cost stability for airlines and travelers, but not volume stability for producers. For investors developing refineries, feedstock logistics, or synthetic fuel technologies, such uncertainty poses a challenge. Manufacturing operations require minimum scale to be viable. The SAF levy rightly internalizes environmental costs and encourages greener choices, but does it drive more upstream investments? Experience abroad offers valuable lessons. In the United States, the Inflation Reduction Act introduced SAF tax credits of up to $1.75 per gallon, narrowing the price gap with conventional jet fuel. That single policy unlocked billions in private investments across 14 states, demonstrating how clear price and volume signals coupled with investments incentive can provide the certainty needed to scale production. I'd like to emphasize my earlier point. Singapore could consider a similar approach, such as a performance-linked rebate or co-investment scheme where part of the levy revenue is directed into SAF R&D, production infrastructure, or feedstock aggregation. This will create a more circular levy and crucially send a strong signal of long-term policy confidence to investors. Another avenue to enable voluntary contributions is actually voluntary contributions, especially from corporate travelers, to fund SAF adoption. This will expand financing options and engage the public in Changi's sustainability journey. Ultimately, producers need predictability in terms of offtake volumes to justify investments. The current levy provides price certainty, but it risks volume volatility. A minimum offtake commitment could help bridge that gap. So may I ask the government, what are the plans to ensure minimum offtake guarantees for producers while maintaining price stability for airlines and travelers? Despite these challenges, sir, there are promising opportunities. With strategic design, the SAF levy could put us in the lead as a regional hub for sustainable aviation fuel, attracting new green investments, encouraging co-location of upstream production facility, creating high-value jobs across the feedstock, refining, and carbon management value chains. Given our established petrochemical expertise and proximity to Southeast Asia agriculture base, Singapore is uniquely positioned to coordinate feedstock to fuel supply chains. A collaborative framework with ASEAN partners could enable joint certification, financing, and trade of SAF across borders, much like how Singapore pioneered regional liquefied natural gas trading. Beyond serving as a trading and refining hub, Singapore can also derive direct benefits from co-locating SAF production and carbon management activities. This would generate quality employment in advanced manufacturing, logistics, and sustainability services, and anchor Singapore in the upstream value chain, from feedstock aggregation and processing to downstream carbon credit generation through verified emission reductions. May I ask the Minister how the Ministry plans to grow the broader SAF ecosystem, and what are the new high-value jobs and opportunities for local enterprises it expects to create through this transition? Sir, to summarize, the success of SAF levy will depend on how well we drive real investments and innovation across the value chain. I've raised clarifications on 5 areas. 1, the viability of SAF. 2, upstream production capacity. 3, feedstock standards. 4, investment capacities. And 5, regional opportunities. In particular, how the Ministry plans to support upstream development, ensure offtake stability for producers, and grow high-value jobs and opportunities for local enterprises through this transition. With clear policies and strong partnerships, Singapore can turn this levy into a catalyst for green aviation leadership. Sir, notwithstanding my clarifications, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore Amendment Bill, while seemingly technical, is a critical piece of legislation that puts into policy and operationalizes Singapore's commitment to tackling carbon emissions from the aviation sector through the increased adoption of sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF. The adoption of SAF is broadly recognized by the scientific community and the industry as a necessary step in our pathway towards achieving net zero emissions by 2050, and crucially in striving to meet the Paris Agreement goals of limiting global warming to below 2 degrees Celsius. The production of SAF is still nascent, and breakthroughs may come in spurts, so Singapore must stay agile to capitalize on them. With our world-class logistics, trade links, and existing refinery presence, we are well placed to lead in the regional SAF industry. We can build flexibility into our SAF regime so that when new pathways mature, we can scale up quickly. As a party that supports ambitious climate action in line with scientific consensus, the Workers' Party supports the intent and broad purpose of this bill. We believe it is important to tackle carbon emissions from international aviation even if they are not covered under Singapore's national carbon budget. This is because it is the right thing to do. It is an area where we have a measure of control, and it is a move that will benefit our economy and society in the long run by future-proofing our status as an international aviation hub. Generally, the new provisions in the bill allow for a more straightforward and policy-stable approach to SAF adoption. This is commendable. Nevertheless, I have some clarifications to seek from the Minister regarding the mechanics and implications of this legislation. My queries fall broadly into the following categories. 1. The rationale and transparency of the proposed SAF fund mechanism. 2. Issues of process regarding the implementation of the fund. 3. The impact of the new levy on travellers and the broader strategy for fair decarbonization of Singapore's aviation sector. And 4. Ensuring that we remain ready to scale and capture market share as the technology develops. 1. Why the fund mechanism? Mr. Deputy Speaker, according to Clause 9 of this bill, airlines are expected to potentially pass down the cost of SAF adoption to travellers. If the costs are ultimately borne by the consumer, may I ask why has the government chosen the method of establishing a fund for the collection of SAF levies to procure SAF over other methods? I note this is different from the funding mechanism in, say, the EU or the UK. Why not allow the cost to be passed through directly and transparently by the airlines? Is the fund primarily intended as a risk-pooling mechanism, or does it serve another strategic purpose? Secondly, on the issue of transparency, I would like to ask, will the collections, purchases, and timing of SAF procurement through the fund be made public and transparent? It is stated that the fund will not form part of the CAS revenue and will also be used for administrative costs. Given that the fund appears designed to have some slack after SAF purchases, which is prudent, will the public have access to information on how much surplus or slack there is in the fund annually? Furthermore, does the government have any objections yet on the annual total collections have any projections yet on the annual total collections via the levy? This information is vital for public accountability and for assessing the efficiency and scale of this new policy tool. 2. Issues of process for the implementation of the SAF procurement mechanism. I turn to the issues of process regarding the implementation of the procurement mechanism. It is not entirely clear from the bill who or what will be the procuring entity mentioned in Clause 5, which outlines the purposes of the SAF fund. Currently, there's only one major SAF operator in Singapore. Given that we have ambitions to scale up the sector, how can new players be assured that the procurement process is fair and open to all? I would also like to ask the Minister, what is the timeline for the formal establishment and operationalization of this procuring entity? In the interim, before the entity is formally set up, is the CAAS the designated procuring entity? How is the procuring entity going to be appointed and governed? Will its structure be similar to existing models, such as the Singapore Gas Coal Private Limited under the Energy Market Authority? Will private sector firms be involved in this procuring entity? Regardless of whether it is a wholly owned public or mixed entity, will the procuring entity be subject to the standard public agency procurement rules to ensure fair and competitive processing of SAF? Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a small nation, Singapore does not produce enough convertible feedstock to be self-sufficient in SAFs, especially given our status as a regional air hub. However, our neighbors in Malaysia, Indonesia, and Australia produce or are capable of producing large volumes of feedstock. We have healthy trade relationships with many economies in the region, and we should consider establishing a cooperative framework that can ensure a steady supply of feedstock into our facilities. Having a clear and fair framework for regional cooperation will also strengthen Singapore's status as a leader in decarbonization efforts in the region. Furthermore, not all feedstock are made equal. Some have significantly higher GHG emissions due to inefficient conversion, higher carbon costs at production, or polluting byproducts. we must ensure that we do not inadvertently become a tool for greenwashing in our quest to be a leader in the nascent SAF industry. We can perhaps strengthen safeguards by defining categories of feedstock acceptable under this bill. Next, the impact on travellers and fare decarbonization. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm conscious of the potential financial impact this levy will have on travellers, especially those who rely on air travel to visit family or pursue work opportunities. This is set against the context that Singapore already charges fairly high airport fees, for example, due to the Terminal 5 Development Levy, otherwise known as Airport Development Levy. On the issue of financial impact of travellers, I have the following questions. First, on the expected cost. Based on the current market rates for SAF and the projected adoption mandate, can the government provide any illustration on the additional expected cost for a typical passenger flying out of Changi Airport? A clear illustration is helpful to manage public expectations. Second, I note that the bill allows for the possibility of prescribing different rates of SAF levy for different classes of passengers or cargoes, airports or aircraft, places of landing, or any other differential basis. This seems rather broad. So I'd like to ask, as a matter of equity and fairness, will the SAF levy be stratified or differentiated to charge those who pollute more, such as private jets, special chartered flights, or passengers on different classes of travel on commercial airlines? And if so, how it will be done? Is the bill designed to simply allow airlines the discretion to decide how these new costs are passed down to different classes of passengers? At least in terms of costs, a flat rate imposition could disproportionately affect those travelling in economy class. Can the Minister also provide some information on the way SAF levy charges will apply for outbound air cargo? Next, fare decarbonisation and supply side. Sir, this bill represents the government's first ever airport levy specifically intended for decarbonisation purposes, which is a noteworthy step. I would like the Minister to elaborate on the expected impact of this levy and fund on the development of Singapore's domestic SAF industry and its overall supply. I would also like to ask whether the industry is currently constrained primarily by a lack of guaranteed demand from airlines, or is this levy needed more because it will provide the financial support necessary for the industry to overcome the technological and cost challenges of producing SAF? I note that the International Air Transport Association, IATA, recently released a study suggesting the main bottleneck is more with technology rather than the availability of feedstocks, with used cooking oil being the main commercially available process. In the government's view, how far is the industry from commercially scaling up other crucial processes, such as power-to-liquid SAF? I ask this because if our ability to make aviation fuel more sustainable is still constrained by technological or supply-side limitation, we must also think more broadly about reducing emissions through other viable means. This includes reducing per-passenger emissions by encouraging airlines to adopt higher passenger density on their aircraft, albeit carefully drawing appropriate balance between basic acceptable comfort and numbers, especially for the economy class. Expert groups such as the Global Solidarity Levies Task Force have suggested that this could be achieved by raising fees on classes with lower passenger density, such as business or first class, as well as on private jet passengers. Such a policy structure would align the cost of travel more closely with the environmental impact and promote a fairer distribution of the decarbonisation burden. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, an SAF levy is intended to fund the use of more expensive SAF, but this increases operating costs for airlines, which are then typically passed on to passengers as higher ticket prices. This situation creates a risk of carbon leakage, which is commonly understood as the increase in emissions outside a region imposing a climate policy due to businesses or consumers shifting their activities to areas with less stringent regulations. In aviation, this leakage may happen when airlines or passengers avoid the levy by hub switching. That is to say, they opt for connecting flights to international airports that do not impose the SAF charge, thereby displacing the carbon-intensive activity rather than truly reducing global emissions and putting the regulated hub at a competitive disadvantage. Given the goal of net zero future, how does the government intend to prevent or significantly reduce such carbon leakage after the introduction of our levy? Next, scalability and market capture. Singapore is spearheading the development of SAFs in the region with Neste's Tuas facility, the first of its kind globally, marking a significant step forward. The government has made clear its intent to continue advancing SAF as a key pillar of Singapore's sustainable aviation strategy. However, in a nascent and rapidly evolving industry, technological breakthroughs are unpredictable and can often occur in bursts rather than along a steady trajectory. The CAS Amendment Bill does not prescribe a fixed schedule for increasing the SAF levy or blending ratio. It empowers CAS to review these from time to time. This raises an important policy question. What should trigger future changes to the levy or SAF target? Should adjustment depend on global supply milestones, declining price differentials, or broader regional capacity developments? I know the SMS have explained on this. Nevertheless, let me suggest to ensure flexibility and market alignment, Singapore could adopt a trigger-based framework where each revision is activated only when specific verifiable conditions are met. For example, a new blending target could be triggered when global certified SAF supply reaches a certain threshold or once SAF price premiums fall below a defined multiple of Jet A1 fuel. Alternatively, escalation could be tied to regional production capacity or carbon intensity benchmarks verified under ICAO's CORSIA framework. Such an approach ensures that taxpayers and airlines can be confident that adjustments are implemented only when the market is ready, keeping Singapore nimble and responsive to dynamic global conditions rather than bound to an arbitrary timeline. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in closing, I will reiterate that the market-based solution of an SAF levy, as legislated by this bill, is a good step forward. I'm heartened that Singapore is taking tangible first steps in line with the global aviation industry's goals. Of course, this must only be the beginning, and we should and must explore further avenues for fair and effective decarbonization after this. I look forward to the Minister's clarifications on the questions I have raised. Mr. Deputy Speaker, notwithstanding the questions and concerns I have raised, I support this amendment bill.
Ms. Po Lee San.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I declare my interest as an employee in the aviation sector. Every passenger departing Singapore through Changi Airport will pay $16.90 for levies, that is $6.10 for aviation levy and $10.80 for aviation development levy to CAS on top of the air ticket. With the SAF levy, the total levy per trip will increase to between $19.90 and $32.90, or an increase of between 18% and 95%, depending on the distance of the destination. This is a price which every departing passenger has to pay. And while it may be a small amount, it is one in which consumers have no choice in, have no control over in terms of adapting their behaviors to the change in price, and actually from which they enjoy no benefit except indirectly. In my speech, I will request for clarifications on 3 points. A, why is the cost burden levied solely on passengers? B, will SAF levy rates increase in the future? And C, is the central procurement model necessarily the most cost-effective? The global aviation sector is responsible for about 3% of global carbon emissions. In 2024, Changi Airport reported 1.207 million tons of CO2 emissions, which is about 2% of Singapore's carbon emission, and only 0.13% share of CO2 emissions from global aviation, or only 0.0039% of global CO2 emissions. As Singapore has only one international airport, estimated at 0.0039%, our effective contribution to global carbon emissions is actually very, very small. Nevertheless, as a key leader in global aviation and Singapore Changi Airport being a leading regional and international air hub, we must do our part to support global efforts in sustainable aviation and meet ICAO's net zero goal by 2050. In the recent ICAO Assembly, a collective global aspiration vision to reduce CO2 emissions in international aviation by 5% by 2030 was adopted. In fact, several airports and jurisdictions have already implemented mandatory SAF policies. For instance, the European Aviation Security Agency, or EASA, has mandated since January this year a minimum 2% blend on aviation fuel suppliers in EU airports. Their long-term target is to increase to 70% blend by 2050. At the same time, airlines such as KLM and Delta Airlines have pledged a 10% SAF blend by 2030. While industry bodies such as IATA's Fly Net Zero roadmap lean on SAF for 65% of all emission cuts by 2050. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is clear from this that the specific behaviors we should target are at the airlines and not the consumer. At the same time, it is the airlines which will benefit from the carbon credits that accrue from the use of these clean fuels. It is therefore the airlines and not the consumer who should be the object of taxes. In many countries and jurisdictions, the cost of SAF is indeed directly borne by airlines or by aviation fuel suppliers. In fact, Singapore is the only country to have a SAF levy imposed solely on passengers. Hence, the first question is, why do passengers and not the airlines pay? Second, why does the government even need to mandate a SAF levy on passengers when some airlines have already voluntarily committed to decarbonization through SAF for their corporate decarbonization targets? Some airlines have also signed up on the Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation, or CORSIA in short, under ICAO to reduce their carbon footprint. If I may draw an analogy, it is akin to restaurants using styrofoam packaging and the government wanting them to switch to green packaging. And rather than levying taxes on those restaurants using styrofoams, the government then decides to tax the diners instead. Further, this tax is not only on diners at restaurants with styrofoam packaging, but on all diners, even those dining at establishments that are already using green packaging. This is, to say the least, a very odd state of affairs. I hope the Minister can clarify why is Singapore's approach different from all countries in the world? Was there public engagement with passengers on the imposition of the SAF levy? Also, can the Minister clarify if there is a plan to roll back on the SAF levy if more airlines are voluntarily committing to decarbonization? The Singapore Sustainable Air Hub Blueprint has recommended a 1% SAF by 2026, rising to 3 to 5% by 2030. This is a small step in the right direction. In 2024, Changi Airport contributed only 0.13% to global aviation carbon emissions. With a 3 to 5% blend, what is the effectiveness in reducing the global aviation's carbon emissions? In order for Singapore to contribute more meaningfully to ICAO's net zero by 2050 goal, do we expect a steady increase in the SAF blend requirement above 5% after 2030? If so, will the SAF levy correspondingly increase in the future? Currently, SAF is 2 to 5 times more expensive than Jet A1 fuel. As demand for SAF increases, the cost may also increase if supply of feedstock continues to be limited. If the revenue from levy collected is insufficient to cope with the SAF price increase, will the SAF levy be expected to increase in the future? Following the successful expansion of a renewable diesel refinery in Tuas, up to 1 million tons of SAF can now be produced per annum at the Singapore facility. This makes Singapore the largest producer of renewable jet fuel in the world. The expanded facility is owned and operated by Finnish energy company Neste. With Neste being the only SAF producer in Singapore, how does the SAF Co then ensure that the SAF produced is most cost-effective? How will the SAF Co bring more producers in to increase competition? Currently, airlines have their own teams that will procure Jet A1 fuel. Many airlines hedge forward fuel prices, and some, which predict the trend wrongly, may turn airlines into huge losses. How can the SAF Co ensure they have the talents, who have the expertise, experience, and the market network of oil traders who can trade on behalf of the airlines and seek best value for the SAF levy collected from passengers, which is likely to be the tune of a few $100 million per annum? SAF is just one of the many ways to decarbonize the industry. At present, it is the most mature and easy to use, as it is a drop-in fuel. However, its scalability is limited by the high price, which is, in turn, caused by a limited feedstock. There are ongoing studies and trials on other pathways to reduce carbon emissions by airlines, such as hydrogen-powered aircraft, battery-operated aircraft for short-haul flights, and contrail avoidance routes, etc. While we get started on SAF operations, we should also keep an open mind on other viable options along the way. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would ask for serious consideration on my first question on whether passengers ought to be paying the levies. Notwithstanding, I support the bill amendment.
Ms. Lee Hui Ying.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I stand in support of the Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore CAAS Amendment Bill. In February 2016, the International Civil Aviation Organization, or ICAO, announced the first global CO2 standards for 13 new aircrafts launched after 2020. More countries than ever, including our neighbors such as Indonesia, have pledged to incorporate sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF, into their aviation industries. Malaysia has also opened a biofuel processing plant, facilitating potential regional trade in SAFs in the upcoming years. I'm glad that Singapore is joining this initiative, or this global movement, to achieve net zero emissions domestically and internationally in aviation emissions by 2050. The aviation industry is responsible for 2.5% of global emissions, and SAFs can contribute around 65% reduction in emissions. The CAAS bill, therefore, aims to aid Singapore towards this endeavour. On this bill, I have two questions. First, the risk of the SAF market. And number two, the levy impact on consumers while we maintain our competitiveness as an aviation hub. My first question really touches on the risk of investing in the SAF market, which is a novel market subject to high uncertainty. The new sections 25C and 25D proposed in the bill state that the authority may use the SAF fund to carry out investments. The net income of the fund is calculated by an addition or reduction from the income derived from investments. The bill also accounts for instances where such investments could lead to losses. A big concern in the sustainable aviation fuel industry is in its novelty stage, especially in second-generation SAF processes, which are not yet proven to be commercially viable. Many global players, like the US, the UK, and the EU, have enacted specific legislations that invest in the development of second-generation SAFs, as the available biofuels currently made from the HEFA process are in limited supply. The success of these projects is uncertain, whereby the cost of failed ventures are largely incurred by investors, and in this case, the CEF fund. Therefore, the CEF fund is inherently risky, as the CEF industry is still in an early stage, and profits may be vulnerable to sudden changes in technological advancements, viability of second-generation CEFs, and policies of other countries. I'd like to ask the Minister, what steps will be taken by the government to ensure the resilience of the CEF fund while managing the risk and fluctuations in the CEF industry due to technological developments and a global political uncertainty? In particular, will the CEF fund invest in the second-generation CEF industry? Second, on levy impact on consumers and how maintaining competitiveness as an aviation hub. I'd like to touch on the costs that would be incurred by consumers as a result of this act. Research has shown that biojet fuel can be 2 to 8 times more expensive than conventional kerosene jet fuel. Singapore is fortunate enough that we can afford to expend more to protect the environment, and the levies and funds set out in Clause 9 of the bill today would certainly assist us in affording this transitions towards CEFs. However, air travel in Singapore is already considerably expensive for regular consumers. I'd like to ask the Minister for Transport if the government has calculated how much of the levy costs are predicted to be shifted on to consumers versus industry stakeholders. What is the expected impact of the levy on passengers' fares and also air freight costs? And how does the government plan to maintain Singapore's competitiveness and perhaps also harmonize standards as an aviation hub, given that other regional airports may not impose a similar levy? Mr. Deputy Speaker, these questions aside, I support the bill and hope that such sustainable spirit would expand in future to other aviation adjacent industries. Thank you.
Mr. Yip Hon Weng.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I declare I work in a global investment firms that have investments in aviation companies and sustainable solutions. This is a forward-looking and pragmatic piece of legislation. The bill does more than establish the Sustainable Aviation Fuel, or SAF, fund and levy. It gives us a clear, stable framework to turn our sustainable air hub blueprint from aspiration into action. But this bill is not just about planes or policies. It is about people. It is about families planning their next holiday. It's about the thousands of Singaporeans whose livelihoods depend on our position as a trusted global air hub. So the question before us is this: how do we fly towards a greener future without losing our altitude as a competitive, connected economy? To that end, I wish to seek clarifications on 5 key areas: transparency, fairness, competitiveness, accountability, and international alignment. First, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, predictability builds trust. Singaporeans can accept modest green contributions when they understand what they are paying for. But a green cost must be a seen cost, not one hidden in the fine print. Section 87B of the bill rightly requires that if a levy is passed on, the amount must be stated. That is a strong start, but we can go further. Will the implementing order require the SAF levy to appear as a clear, separate line item on all passenger tickets and cargo contracts? It should never be buried inside a taxes and fees bundle. To strengthen cost certainty, will the government confirm that the indicative levy range shared publicly for the initial 1% target, around $3, $6, and $16 for short, medium, and long-haul flights respectively, while noting that final amounts are likely to be even lower? And will the ministry consider codifying a cap in subsidiary legislation so that families can plan with confidence? How will short, medium, and long haul be defined? By distance or flight time? And will rates vary across cabin classes? For SMEs, predictability matters even more. Can the minister ensure that cargo levies are transparently itemized in freight contracts instead of being rolled into all-in rates? This transparency gives our exporters the clarity to price their goods competitively and hold logistics partners accountable. Second, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for this levy to be legitimate, it must also be fair. Those who contribute more to carbon emissions should bear a proportionate share of the cost. The bill's powers for differentiation and remission under Section 87B are therefore critical. Can the Ministry commit to a progressive levy structure where non-commercial, private and business jets contribute more than regular families' flying economy? Globally, there's a growing call for fairness in climate policy. Studies show that a small fraction of frequent flyers and premium travelers account for a disproportionately large share of aviation emissions. Many countries are exploring progressive levies to address that imbalance. Singapore should not shy away from this conversation. On the other hand, essential flights, such as humanitarian missions, medical evacuations, or pilot training, should rightly be exempted. Will the Ministry publish clear exemption criteria so operators are not left guessing in an emergency? Will it also disclose annually how many exemptions were granted and why, so the public can see fairness in action? For SMEs facing urgent cargo needs, will there be a defined remission process, especially when cost pressures or timing makes the levy burdensome? Fairness is not only about who pays, it's about ensuring no one is penalized for trying to do the right thing. Third, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, our air hub is the heartbeat of our economy. Tens of thousands of Singaporeans, pilots, engineers, caterers, cleaners, depend on it every day. Section 87B specifies that the levy applies to flights taking off from Singapore. Can the Minister confirm that the levy will not apply to transit or transfer passengers? They are the lifeblood of Changi's success and essential to its competitiveness. We must also guard against what some have called green fatigue. Around the world, passengers and politicians are showing signs of giving up on greener air travel, weary of rising costs, divided politics, and confusing regulations. Singapore cannot afford to be part of that retreat. We must show that ambition and accountability can coexist. That is why the timing and design of this levy matter. Changi Airport raised passenger and airline fees in November 2024 to fund its $3 billion infrastructural plan. If we now add a new SAF levy, will that risk pricing Singapore out of the regional race, pushing airlines towards Bangkok or KLIA? Likewise, with sustainable fuel procurement mandated, will budget carriers with thinner margins struggle to operate here? Could that affect connectivity and affordability for travellers? Predictability is key. Will the Ministry consider publishing a multi-year levy schedule, setting out indicative rates for the next 3 to 5 years? A transparent roadmap will give both households and businesses the confidence to plan ahead. For cargo operators, can the Minister ensure that levies are structured with stable, geography-based rates and weight bands? That clarity will help our SMEs maintain Singapore's reputation as a reliable logistics hub. Next, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, every green dollar must now show its work. Singaporeans will support this levy only if they know each cent is used responsibly and effectively to make our skies cleaner. The creation of a ring-fenced SAF fund under Section 25C is the step in the right direction. But good governance demands more than just structure. It demands clarity, scrutiny, and stewardship. Will CAAS be required to publish a detailed annual report showing how much was collected, how much SAF was purchased, where it was sourced, who supplied it, and how the SAF environmental attributes were allocated? What KPIs will the SAF procuring entity be measured against? Competitive pricing, source diversification, and maximizing physical uplift at Changi. Will the fund and its registry undergo independent audits with findings made public? And will the Ministry consider a statutory review clause, perhaps every 3 years, to assess whether the levy and fund remain effective and fit for purpose? We must also be realistic. SAF currently accounts for less than 1% of global jet fuel consumption. Production remains costly and feedstocks are limited. That's why Singapore's approach must be pragmatic, scaling gradually, aggregating demand, and building credibility step by step. Furthermore, when sourcing SAF, can we ensure that Singapore's investment strengthens domestic and regional capabilities, building our own production base where feasible and positioning local firms within the green aviation value chain? Lastly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this bill must also work hand in hand with international frameworks, especially the Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation, or CORSIA. Singapore already mandates monitoring and reporting through the air navigation regulations, but we have not yet legislated the offsetting duties or penalties for non-compliance. Why stop halfway? Without enforcement, compliant airlines pay their fair share, while others may get a free ride. More importantly, passengers risk being double charged, once under the SAF levy and again under separate CORSIA-related offsets. This concern has been echoed internationally. If countries fail to coordinate their climate measures, consumers lose trust and the green agenda falters. Can the Minister clarify when and how the CORSIA offsetting and penalty framework will be implemented, ideally through subsidiary legislation under the Air Navigation Act? Will the Ministry ensure that any CORSIA-related costs passed to consumers are clearly displayed as a separate line item, distinct from the SAF levy, to prevent confusion or duplication? And finally, will the framework apply only to flights between states that are CORSIA participants, so our carriers remain aligned with global norms and remain competitive? In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this bill represents more than a change in law. It represents a change in mindset. It asks us to see sustainability not as a cost, but as an investment in our future, in our children, and in our planet. It asks our families to do their parts, our businesses to innovate, and our government to lead with integrity and foresight. We have spoken about transparency, so Singaporeans can see where every dollar goes. We have spoken about fairness, so the burden is shared justly. We have spoken about competitiveness, so our air hub remains strong in a turbulent world. We have spoken about accountability, so trust in our system remains unshakable. And we have spoken about alignment, so Singapore continues to lead by example on the global stage. But beyond all that, this bill challenges us to look skyward and ask, how do we build a future where progress does not come at the planet's expense? Around the world, some are giving up on greener air travel. They say the politics are too hard, the costs too high, and the people too weary. But Singapore must not be amongst them. We must show that realism and resolve can walk hand in hand, that we can fly further because we choose to fly cleaner. If we get this right, Singapore will not just be a world-class air hub. We will be a trusted one, known for doing the right thing even when it's not the easy thing. Let us move forward with clear eyes, steady hands, and open skies. Let us keep Singapore flying high, not just in the air, but in our ideals. Thank you, and I support the bill.
Mr. Chai Yin Cho.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So this bill aims to establish the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Fund and to provide for the imposition of a Sustainable Aviation Fuel Levy, and supports the laudable goal of the Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore and the Ministry of Transport to kickstart the adoption of Singapore Aviation Fuel, or SAF, in Singapore. So I seek to raise two key areas for the Minister's clarification. The first is on the financial structure of the levy. It is accepted that the high cost of SAF currently necessitates a measure and mechanism like this levy to support its initial adoption. However, I remain concerned that this policy decision appears to place the financial burden entirely upon passengers. I respectfully ask the Minister to justify the approach and explain the considerations behind the choice not to implement a model of financial risk sharing with airlines or fuel suppliers, or a direct volumetric mandate on these commercial entities, an approach which has been adopted in other jurisdictions, such as the European Union and the United Kingdom. As this levy is passed on to consumers, we need clear assurance that their contribution is both effective and monitored. Flights from Singapore were previously estimated to increase by $3 to Bangkok, $6 to Tokyo, and $16 to London. I would be grateful if the Minister could inform the House of the specific mechanisms and reporting protocols CAS will establish to actively monitor these estimates and ensure the actual financial impact of the levy on ticket prices remains predictable and consistently aligns with the Ministry's initial projections. A crucial point for public confidence is the technical basis for the cost difference. The Ministry has previously stated, including in its discussion in 2023, that SAF is currently more than 3 times the cost of conventional jet fuel, thereby being unsuitable for use by the RSAF and its aircrafts like the F-16. Could the Minister provide more detailed elaboration on the methodology, including the specific fossil fuel benchmark used to assess how the cost of the blended fuel, jet fuel, was calculated and substantiated to be more than 3 times that of jet propellant-8 fuel? Finally, we must leverage on our national strengths. Singapore is a major refining hub, home to significant SAF production capacity, such as Neste's expanded facility. The Minister's assurance is sought on the strategy for how the presence of these advanced facilities will be utilized to bring the cost of SAF lower over time, rather than merely acting as a platform for centralized procurement at persistently high global market rates. Secondly, on the need for public accounting in its management, this SAF levy is a public contribution towards a critical national goal, and the accompanying trust must be transparently maintained. While the blueprint indicates the fund will purchase SAF at its actual market price, the bill is not explicit on public reporting obligations. I urge to consider establishing a clear, formal reporting obligation for CAAS regarding the SAF fund. Will the Ministry commit to publish a regular and comprehensive report for the public? Such a report should document the total levy collected and expended, the volume and cost of SAF purchase, the actual SAF uplift proportion achieved by airlines, and most importantly, the measurable environmental impact and carbon emissions reduction delivered by the fund. I commend the Ministry for this decisive step towards the long-term decarbonization for aviation industry. Notwithstanding these clarifications, Deputy Speaker, sir, I stand in support of the bill.
Ms. Goh Zi Ki.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill introduces the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Levy, also known as SAF, a key part of the Sustainable Air Hub blueprint and a step towards Singapore's net zero carbon emissions. From next year, Singapore will be among the first countries and the first in Asia to mandate SAF use. The levy will also help airlines in Changi Airport meet CORSIA requirements, the global carbon reduction scheme for international aviation, which will become mandatory in 2027. Sir, let me begin by making my position unequivocal. I support the bill. Climate change is a major threat, especially for us, a tiny, low-lying island at the equator. We must do our part, not only for ourselves, but also for our future generations. However, notwithstanding my support, I must voice a few caveats and seek some clarifications or rather reassurances from the Minister. Allow me to share some quick numbers with the House. Currently, departing passengers from Changi Airport are charged a total of $65.20, comprising of the passenger service and security fee, the aviation levy, and the airport development levy. This total sum is significantly higher than those of competing air hubs in the region. Let me offer some comparisons based on current exchange rates in Singapore dollars. KLIA, Kuala Lumpur, $23. Suvarnabhumi Airport in Bangkok, $30. Dubai International, $45. Incheon, $24. Changi Airport's passenger charges are also projected to rise annually till 2030, reaching $79.20 before any SAF levy is added. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I understand that Changi Airport offers unique value propositions over its competitors. We have strong values in connectivity, efficiency, and quality of service. Changi is simply put a spectacular airport. Of course, I do not believe that we can successfully compete on cost, and perhaps nor should we. However, our current passenger fees are already higher than all regional competitors. If costs rise too much, surely we risk undermining Changi's position as a global air hub. Our competitors are also not standing still. Other airports are working hard to beat us at our own game. They are learning from us, improving on both hardware and software. Some are already nipping at our heels. Notably, none of our peer competitors, such as Incheon and Dubai, are as expensive. If we are not careful, if we take our eyes off the ball, someone else will be stealing our lunch. Next, I note that the proposed amendments enable a levy on both passenger and cargo flights. Indeed, CORSIA obligations cover both categories. I shall not preempt the detailed announcement of the levy structure, but we have some sense of how the centralized levy will work for passengers and a ballpark figure for the initial rate. However, there is still little detail on how the levy mechanism will apply to cargo flights. Sir, I must highlight this. Changi Airport is more than just a passenger hub. It is also a key cargo hub in Asia Pacific. Beyond pure cargo flights, many services are hybrids, carrying both passengers and freight. Cargo customers tend to be more cost-sensitive. For them, intangibles such as the Changi experience or the sights of the jewel have absolutely no bearing. What matters are efficiency, connectivity, and costs. In that regard, cargo operators will even be more sensitive to increases in levies and costs. The impact could also be more significant to them in absolute dollar terms, since freight consignments can be much larger than individual tickets. That is how equitable the levy system is. The size of the levy quantum would be of great concern to cargo operators. It will directly impact Singapore's standing as a leading cargo hub. Sir, our status as a thriving air hub is crucial to our economy. It is a major driver of trade. It connects Singapore to the rest of the world. It also supports a large number of jobs, both directly and indirectly. The success of our air hub is crucial importance to our country. We must ensure that it remains strong and competitive. I'm glad to know that the CAAS Sustainable Air Hub Blueprint, it was recognized that environmental sustainability must be balanced with competitiveness. The previous Minister for Transport had also repeatedly emphasized the same point in this House. There is no benefit in moving too far ahead of others in the SAF adoption. I could not agree more. Sustainability and competitiveness must go hand in hand. Only when we maintain competitiveness, only when we thrive, can we meaningfully pursue sustainability goals. Without economic strength, sustainability becomes a heavy burden and a constraint. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill demonstrates Singapore's commitment to our environmental responsibilities. But I hope the Minister can assure us that cost structures are being closely monitored and that our air hub will remain competitive even as we pursue sustainability goals. We must always remind ourselves that sustainability and economic competitiveness must be pursued together. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Shahril Taha.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to declare my interest as an authority member of the Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore and as one of more than 50,000 proud workers in our aviation and aerospace industry. Mr. Deputy Speaker, aviation has always been and remains one of the key pillars of Singapore's economic success and competitiveness. Globally, air passenger traffic is projected by IATA to double by 2040, driven by a growing middle class and rising regional connectivity. Asia-Pacific will lead this expansion, and as a major global air hub, Singapore is well placed to capture a significant share of this growth. With Terminal 5 coming online in 2030, Changi Airport's capacity will increase by 50 million passengers annually, bringing total throughput to nearly 140 million passengers per year. This will reinforce Singapore's position as a leading global air hub for the future. This growth will not only strengthen air connectivity, but also catalyze growth across tourism, logistics, hospitality, retail, e-commerce, and urban development. It will power our aerospace sector, a key pillar of our manufacturing base. Today, Singapore accounts for over 10% of global maintenance, repair, and overhaul output, and for engine maintenance, repair, and overhaul, it accounts for close to 20% of global market share, a position earned through decades of trust and capability. Singapore's aviation ecosystem, encompassing our airlines, airports, air navigation service providers, and logistics partners, contributes about 5% of our GDP and supports more than 190,000 jobs. When we include its wider economic impact through supply chain and tourism, aviation sustains about 529,000 jobs across our economy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these are not just numbers. They reflect how deeply aviation is woven into our economic fabric. A strong aviation sector anchors growth, attracts investment, drives innovation, and creates good jobs. Supporting it is not only an economic policy, it is a strategic necessity for Singapore's continued prosperity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is estimated that the aviation sector contributes about 2 to 2.5% of global CO2 emissions. The industry recognizes this challenge and is taking major steps to reduce its environmental impact. New generation aircraft such as the Airbus A350 powered by the Trent XWB engines achieve up to 25% lower fuel burn and CO2 emissions through better aerodynamics, advanced materials, and efficient propulsion. And the fleet renewal is supporting this transition. Another key lever is the sustainable aviation fuel. Under the eClif 3 program, Airbus, Rolls-Royce, and the German Aerospace Center successfully tested 100% sustainable aviation fuel on both engines of an A350, demonstrating its capability and emission benefits. Here in Singapore, CAS's Sustainable Air Hub Blueprint sets out our roadmap towards net zero aviation emissions by 2050, focusing on SAF adoption, electrification of ground operations, and renewable energy deployment. These efforts show that aviation growth and sustainability are not mutually exclusive. As a leading global hub, Singapore can prove that responsible aviation growth and climate stewardship can go hand in hand. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the bill, which strengthens Singapore's leadership in sustainable aviation and continues our commitment to global decarbonization efforts. However, as we advance this important goal, we must take a balanced approach, recognizing both its strategic advantages and practical implications. I wish to raise 3 clarifications. Firstly, how will Singapore ensure SAF supplies stability and manage price volatility while investing sufficiently in future capability and production? Second, how we will safeguard Singapore's competitiveness as an air hub amid regional expansion. And thirdly, how we will ensure fairness and equity in how the cost of transition is shared across passengers and industry stakeholders. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it has been noted in this debate that SAF currently costs 3 to 5 times more than conventional jet fuel. whilst global supply makes up less than 1% of total aviation fuel consumption. Decarbonizing aviation is essential, but the transition must also be economically and operationally sustainable for airlines, passengers, and industry players. Singapore has taken an important first step. Neste's expanded refinery in Tuas now produces more than 1 million tons of SAF annually, making it one of the largest facilities in the world and positioning Singapore as a key node in the regional SAF value chain. However, other countries are rapidly increasing their capacity too. In our region, EcoCare's Renewable Fuels and Petronas are developing similar facilities targeting about 1 million tons per year. With rising global demand and new mandates such as in France, Sweden and Japan requiring 10% SAF blending by 2030, we can expect increased competition for feedstock and price volatility. Hence my first clarification. How will Singapore manage this volatility? What measures will ensure stability in ticket pricing and airline operations, especially when market fluctuates? Clause 5 of the bill introduces Section 25D, creating the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Fund, financed by a levy estimated at $3 for short haul, $6 for medium haul, and $16 for long haul flights. This is in addition to the levies that's already been imposed. Based on 2024 Changi Airport passenger volumes of 67.7 million passengers, this could generate at least a minimum of 210 million annually. A meaningful start. But will the fund be sufficient to not only procure SAF, but to also develop local production capacity, support R&D, and also diversify feedstock? How will this fund be aligned across agencies like CAS, EDB, Enterprise SG, to build an end-to-end resilient SAF supply chain that creates new green industries, good jobs, and regional leadership for Singapore? This transition is not merely about sustainable aviation fuel. It is also an economic opportunity to secure Singapore's place as a leader in sustainable aviation innovation. Deputy Speaker, on my second point, the global aviation race is intensifying. KLIA's Aeropolis Master Plan aims to handle over 100 million passengers a year. Bangkok's airport is expanding through a $4 billion project. Incheon Airport and Hong Kong International Airport's 3-runway system will each soon handle up to 120 million passengers annually. Against this backdrop, Singapore must remain vigilant. The proposed SAF levy, in addition to the levy that we've already introduced, though small in absolute terms, could affect our price competitiveness, especially for transit traffic and air freight, if neighbouring hubs delay similar moves. Has the Ministry assessed the potential impact of this levy on Singapore's attractiveness as a transit and cargo hub? And what mitigation strategies are being considered to preserve our competitiveness while sustaining our leadership in sustainable aviation? We must ensure that environmental responsibility does not inadvertently erode our competitiveness as an international air hub. Instead, it should be a source of differentiation and trust. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as we move towards increased sustainability, we must also ensure fairness in implementation. The proposed levy applies different rates by flight distance, $3, $6, and $16, depending on short, medium, or long-haul flights. But within each flight, passengers pay vastly different fares across the different classes of flight. Will the levy be applied proportionally across the different passenger classes so that it does not disproportionately burden economy class travellers? And likewise, how will the cargo sector be factored into this framework, given its integral role in Singapore's hub competitiveness? And what about private flights? How will it fit into this framework? Ensuring fairness and transparency will be critical to maintaining public trust and broad-based support for this important transition. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in summary, my clarifications concern, firstly, ensuring price stability and meaningful investments in building local SAF capability and capacity. Second, safeguarding Singapore's air hub competitiveness. And thirdly, upholding fairness and transparency in sharing this burden of cost. We must monitor these developments carefully to ensure that the policy intent to encourage SAF adoption remains aligned with Singapore's long-term strategic goal of being a leading global and sustainable aviation hub. I also note that there is no timeline has been specified for future price adjustments. It is therefore important that we are clear about the levels and the conditions that must be met before any price revisions are made to ensure transparency, predictability, and fairness. Ultimately, this is not a choice between economic growth and environmental stewardship. It is about advancing both together sustainably. Notwithstanding these clarifications, I express my support for the bill, which marks an important step in positioning Singapore as a global leader in sustainable and responsible aviation, while creating good jobs, fostering innovation, and ensuring that our skies and our future remain bright and green. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Mr. Foo Che Siang.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world. This was how President Donald Trump described climate change just last month when he addressed the UN General Assembly. And he went on. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people. But of course, their countries' fortunes, and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. Given President Trump's remarks, and in the current context where cost of living continues to be of high concern, it may be attractive for countries worldwide to abandon our climate change strategies. After all, if even the second largest emitter of carbon dioxide has decided to rubbish the endeavor, none of us alone will be able to move the needle. Certainly not Singapore. The Sustainable Aviation Fuel Levy, which this bill provides for, is one of Singapore's policies that will contribute towards the global climate change mitigation effort. It will mean that from 2026, travellers flying out of Singapore will pay slightly higher airfares. The previous preliminary estimates from CAAS suggest that economy class passengers may incur an additional $3 levy for flights to Bangkok, $6 for flights to Tokyo, $16 for flights to London. The levy will be used to purchase SAF in bulk to achieve our target of 1% of all jet fuel used at Changi Airport and Seletar Airport in 2026. Now, should we abandon this policy? On the other hand, there are some who say that our target is not ambitious enough. They may quote regions like the European Union, which I understand has agreed to rules mandating 6% in 2030, rising to 70% in 2050, and countries like Japan, which aims to have SAF account for 10% of its aviation fuel supply by 2030. I note that the Honourable Member, Mr. Dennis Tan, too, had asked last year if the government will study plans by other countries with higher sustainable aviation fuel targets, such as Britain, Japan, and the European Union, to raise our projected targets even further. But today I heard he also say that he was conscious of the financial impact to travellers. So I perhaps would invite him to clarify whether he's of the view that we should have higher targets and therefore a higher levy on travellers, or has he changed his mind with the concern of the financial impact on travellers today? Sir, I speak as someone who has benefited from and believes in the potential of air travel. It connected me to people and cultures worldwide to develop friendships which I know will last a lifetime. It opened my eyes, my mind to new sights, sounds, and perspectives, and it further anchored my sense of multiculturalism. I hope that many more in our current generation and future generations in Singapore and beyond Singapore will also be able to benefit from air travel. aviation is responsible for about 2.5% of global carbon emissions. However, the estimates are that 80%, 80, of the global population, about 5 to 6 billion people worldwide, have never taken an air flight. And there will be some in Singapore as well. Imagine if everyone took just one flight. The aviation-related emissions will skyrocket, the impact on the environment will be immense, and this may then severely constrain the options for future generations. This is why I believe we need to reduce emissions from air travel. And based on current science, SAF is the most viable pathway to do so in the short and medium term. Members have highlighted Singapore's approach to introducing SAF is novel. We are the first country to introduce a levy rather than a mandate. CAAS's intent is to fix the cost of using greener jet fuel so that travelers have certainty. CAAS will also manage costs by procuring sustainable fuel centrally on behalf of carriers, reaping economies of scale. Some members asked, would it be better to charge the airlines instead? But I'm of the view that having a transparent charge to the travelers avoids the risk of airlines using this as a reason to inject further upward pressure on prices because of a lack of transparency. So, sir, this approach protects both the environment and the competitiveness of Singapore's air hub, a major economic sector for us. It has at its heart the interests of both the current generations and future generations. It may not have as ambitious a target as some other countries, but it is a target backed by a robust plan, as the bill shows, implementable, deliverable, not just for show. And may I add, while it is important that we understand, consider, and assess the strategies taken by other countries, there must be occasions where our convictions give us the strength to take our own path. And this is something this government has never shied away from. In conclusion, Singapore's SAF levy may not move the global needle on climate change, but it is a commitment by all Singaporeans and all travelers who come through our airports to give hope to our future generations. In the words of Dr. Jane Goodall, and even today, when the planet is dark, there is still hope. Don't lose hope. If you lose hope, you become apathetic and do nothing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you.
SMS Sun Shui Ling.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank members for their support of the bill as well as their comments and suggestions. Ms. Lee Hui Ying, Ms. Goh Soo Khee, Mr. Cheryl Taha, and Mr. Ip Hong Wing asked about the impact of the SAF levy on Singapore's hub competitiveness. Singapore has chosen a pragmatic and balanced approach. We are a council member of the International Civil Aviation Organization and are committed to working towards the ICAO's long-term aspirational goal of net zero carbon emissions for international aviation by 2050. Airlines and passengers fly through Changi Airport for various reasons, including safety, network, and connectivity. We will continue to keep a close watch on our charges and costs to ensure our air hub's competitiveness. With regards to SAF's adoption, we have calibrated our approach to our circumstances with safeguards to maintain our air hub's competitiveness. As international aviation moves towards decarbonization, our modest 1% SAF target sends a firm demand signal to spur in production and ecosystem development in Singapore. As a leading air hub, this lays the groundwork for Singapore's broader SAF adoption in the future. At the same time, with a fixed cost envelope approach, we can decide how much costs we want to bear and provide cost certainty for airlines and passengers. This ensures that our competitiveness is not adversely impacted. We have also adopted a differentiated approach for transit and transfer passengers, where they will not incur the levy. I will elaborate on this later. Mr. Tan and Ms. Polisan asked about adjustments and triggers to the SAF target and levy. In the future, if airlines were to voluntarily decarbonize or if SAF prices remain volatile. We will review Singapore's national SAF target and the SAF levy periodically, taking into account global development in SAF supply, prices, and the policies of other countries. To echo Mr. Fu, Ms. Goh, and Ms. Po, we will ensure Singapore remains aligned with international progress while safeguarding our hub's competitiveness. Ms. Lee, Ms. Goh, Mr. Taha, Mr. Tan, and Mr. Ip have asked about further details on the design of the SAF levy. Should this bill pass, CAAS will share more details on the SAF levy and the implementation date by the end of this year. The SAF levy is designed to allocate the cost of meeting Singapore's SAF target across different user groups, including passenger, cargo, and general or business aviation flights based on their relative fuel consumption. This approach ensures that the costs of SAF adoption are shared across all air transport users. For passenger flights, we have earlier estimated the SAF levy amounts for passengers on an economy class direct flight to be about $3, $6, and $16 for short, medium, and long-haul flights, respectively. I would like to assure the House that the levy to be announced later this year is within what we have communicated earlier and is determined based on factors such as distance flown and cabin class. Stakeholders will be given sufficient lead time to prepare ahead of the implementation date. As Mr. Ip has highlighted, transit and transfer passengers are a critical part of air traffic through Changi Airport. Although they do not start or end their journeys in Singapore, transit and transfer passengers enhance Singapore's connectivity by supporting a broader network of destinations and higher flight frequencies. This strengthens Singapore's position as a global aviation hub, which in turn benefits origin destination passengers, particularly Singapore residents, by making flights more convenient and affordable. As passengers may choose to transit or transfer through different hubs, we need to ensure that Changi remains competitive so that they will continue to choose to transit or transfer through Changi. As such, there are currently no plans for passengers transiting or transferring through Changi Airport to incur the SAF levy. Mr. Dennis Tan had also asked about potential carbon leakage arising from the levy and if airline operators may choose to operate elsewhere. Airlines choose where to operate based on a variety of factors, including safety, network connectivity, and experience at various airports. In addition, other jurisdictions in the region are exploring and developing SAF policies and targets. Our differentiated approach towards transit and transfer passengers will avoid situations where such passengers choose to fly via other air hubs or airlines where there are no SAF policies in place. Mr. Taha and Mr. Ip asked about how Singapore will manage the volatility of SAF prices to minimize disruption to airlines and consumers. Mr. Tsai In-jo also asked about the methodology used to calculate the SAF premium. SAF levy rates will be calculated based on the current 1% SAF target. However, within a fixed period, should the actual SAF premium fluctuate, the SAF levy rates will remain fixed. This provides certainty to passengers and airlines. What then changes is the actual SAF uplift. As the SAF market remains nascent, we will closely monitor SAF premiums and global developments and review if adjustments to the SAF levy are required in the longer run. We will continue to prioritize providing cost certainty to passengers and businesses. Ms. Po and Mr. Tsai asked about the decision to impose the levy on passengers instead of airlines. To clarify, the SAF levy is payable by persons that will be specified in the order, such as aircraft operators. The levy payable is calculated based on, among other things, the ultimate user of the air transport service, such as the passengers or shippers. Aircraft operators will be allowed to pass on the levy to the end users, such as passengers and shippers. To assure Mr. Ip, if the levy is passed on to end users, the amount of the SAF levy that each end user is paying must be reflected transparently. Mr. Ip asked about the exemption criteria for the SAF levy. The SAF levy will apply to all flights departing from Singapore. We nonetheless recognize that there are flights where the levy should not be payable, such as aircraft used for flight training and flights for charitable and humanitarian purposes. The types of flights that are excluded from the payment of SAF levy will be specified in the order, similar to the approach taken for the aviation levy and airport development levy. Ms. Poh asked for details on the public consultations done. CAAS has been engaging airlines and other industry partners closely on the SAF levy framework since last year. Feedback has been constructive. CAAS will continue to do so as it firms up details for implementation. Mr. Tai, Mr. Chia, Ms. Lee, Ms. Poh, Mr. Taha, Mr. Tan, and Mr. Ip asked for more details on the procurement of SAF and our plans to strengthen production capabilities. To support long-term supply resilience, Singapore's 1% SAF uplift target is designed to send a clear and credible demand signal to the market. This will give producers the certainty to invest in production capacity and supply chains in Singapore and the region. As a member of the international civil aviation community, Singapore is committed to ensure that the SAF procured complies with the requirements under ICAO's Carbon Offsetting and Reduction for International Aviation, or CORSIA. In line with Singapore's sustainable Jurong Island vision to manufacture sustainable products to help sectors decarbonize, EDB has been in discussions with existing energy majors on retrofitting existing refinery units and new entrants for greenfield SAF production. A-STAR and research institutes are also pre-investing in technologies that could be of use to advance biofuels production. These are part of our efforts to build a sustainable and reliable SAF ecosystem, which will also result in more good jobs for Singaporeans. Should this bill pass, CAAS will share more details on the central procurement of SAF and SAF environmental attributes subsequently. To Mr. Tai, Mr. Tan, and Mr. Ip's questions on governance and reporting requirements, the SAF fund will be administered and managed by CAAS, with robust governance mechanisms in place to ensure transparency and accountability in the use of the fund. These include regular reporting, independent audits, and outcome tracking against the national SAF target. CAAS will provide updates on the SAF fund and SAF target in its annual financial statements and sustainability reports. Mr. Chia and Mr. Ip asked about how the bill would work in tandem with international frameworks, such as CORSIA. CORSIA is the world's only global market-based measure for international aviation. The international aviation community reaffirmed its commitment to CORSIA at the recent ICAO Assembly last month. Singapore is already complying with the monitoring, reporting, and verification requirements under CORSIA. When implemented, the SAF framework will further enable aircraft operators to comply with the requirements under CORSIA, such as by procuring SAF that is CORSIA eligible. Legislation such as this bill, alongside others such as the air navigation, carbon emissions and reporting regulations, will continue to support our sustainability plans. Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill enables Singapore to take a meaningful step towards decarbonizing aviation. It balances our environmental responsibility with pragmatism, providing the foundation for Singapore to grow as a sustainable air hub. I thank members for supporting this bill, and I look forward to working closely with all stakeholders to implement this bill effectively. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move.
Clarifications, Mr. Dennis Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the SMS for her concluding remarks. I just want to reply to the clarification which member Mr. Fu sought Mr. Fu is right. I had made certain clarifications on this issue with the previous minister. I heard the minister with his explanation, and I am prepared to let this fund and the plans take off and see how we progress in the initial years, and then we can take it from there. So thank you for the clarification.
Any other clarifications for SMS soon? No? The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore Amendment Bill.
Committee stage what day?
Now, sir, I move that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 to 10 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. SMS soon.
Mr. Speaker, I report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading what day?
Now, sir, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
Question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore Amendment Bill.
Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Mr. Speaker, since serving as an MP, I have seen firsthand the impact of national policies on small, independent preschools in my division. As a parent of young children, I feel these issues acutely. Their voices warn of a serious problem, the quiet extinction of diversity in our preschools. Many young parents may have read in CNA of a spate of preschool closures over the last few years, at least 6 reported in the past 2 years alone, and there are many that go unreported. I will explain why. Mr. Speaker, let us first understand the landscape. In 2013, the Early Childhood Development Agency, or ECDA, was formed under NSF to raise preschool standards. Under it, 2 major schemes now dominate the sector. First, the Anchor Operator Scheme, or AOPS, 5 large government-supported operators, PCF Sparkle Tots, NTUC My First School, eBridge School for Kids, and MY World. They receive significant grant funding and priority HDB site allocation in exchange for capping fees and meeting quality requirements. Second, the Partner Operator Scheme, or POPS. These are mid-sized players with slightly higher fee caps, but similar obligations. Together, these schemes have grown at a staggering rate. Today, over 53% of all preschools in Singapore are either anchor operators or a partner operator. PCF and NTUC My First School alone account for at least 30% of all preschools. The government has stated that over 65% of preschoolers are in government-supported preschools, with a target of 80%, around 80% by 2025. There's another angle of competition coming directly from MOE. MOE kindergartens, or MKs, were launched in 2014 and are co-located within primary schools. A major draw for parents is priority under Phase 2A of P1 registration for the primary school, which creates a true train for P1 admission. There are now 56 MKs. You may know some of these primary schools: Temasek, Princess Elizabeth, Gongshan. This has pulled students away from independent preschools. Independent operators face a pincer movement from MSF and ECDA, anchor and partner operators who receive significant fiscal funding and preferential allocation to HDB sites with much lower rent. From MOE, kindergartens operating with the full backing of the national budget, no binding constraint of rental costs, and a compelling competitive advantage, an implicit pathway into the affiliated primary school. In this environment, even church kindergartens, who have been operating for decades, paying zero rent to use church premises, are also shutting down, halving from over 200 centers 10 years ago to over 100 today. As one operator told me, even zero rent also cannot survive. The direction of travel is clear. The middle tier of independent preschools is shrinking. Mr. Speaker, I support making preschools affordable and raising educator wages, but the method of direct operator subsidies used to achieve them has inadvertently created a deeply distorted market. The unfairness comes from the way subsidies are given. There are two types of subsidies. The first is the parent-level subsidy, which many parents will know. The basic childcare subsidy provides a transparent and fair offset of $150 to $300 per month for any citizen child in an EGDA licensed center. But the second, far more opaque category of operator-level subsidy is largely implemented through direct fiscal transfers. On the MSF side, this is only available to AOPS and POPS. On the MOE kindergarten side, this comes directly from the MOE national budget. This is a direct transfer to these chosen government-supported operators and no one else. The government's method has thus not created a level playing field. It has created a trap. For independent operators, this trap has three walls. First, they cannot remain. They face dwindling enrollment due to the breakneck expansion of AOPS and MKs, which use unequal fiscal grants to offer lower fees. Simultaneously, these state-backed centers create a net talent drain by offering higher salaries, leaving independents to struggle with rising rental costs and a fight for survival. Second, they cannot consolidate. Some say join the partner operator scheme, as this is the intended way for private operators to enter the government-supported umbrella. For many, this is a difficult choice. A, the consortium requirement means that they must expose their books to one another. One lead holds the purse strings and counterparty risk is high. B, the selection criteria is opaque. If rejected, EGDA provides no reason and no feedback. C, there is commercial lock-in. Once fees are capped under the POP scheme, exiting is near impossible, as parents will likely not accept a reversion to significantly higher fees. Third, many cannot sell. For many operators in HDB sites, the inability to sell their businesses is a frustrating obstacle. Transfer of lease requires HDB and EGDA approval, but rejections are given without reasons. One operator's sale was blocked with the vague one-sentence justification that the new owner could not ensure the continuity of care and education, leaving them with no path of appeal. Cannot remain, cannot consolidate, cannot sell. The only path left is to shut down, and that is what many do, and so this quiet extinction continues. Mr. Speaker, this is not right. Many private operators started with good intentions to provide a way of education for their kids, pouring their life savings and their passions into creating nurturing spaces. But today, many feel trapped. Speaker, let me state plainly what many operators believe. They suspect the government wants to nationalize the sector. They ask three questions, and they deserve straight answers. Question 1, does the government want standardized cookie-cutter early education? Many feel the push for AOPS and MKs penalizes operators who offer unique models, small teacher-child ratios, project-based learning, Montessori, Reggio Emilia, faith-based schools that don't fit the standard mold. Question 2, does the government wish to nationalize the sector? Because if the intention is not nationalization, why are these features present? AOPS share increasing, MK count increasing, share of children served by AOPS, POPS, and MKs targeted to be 80% by 2025, and no articulated vision for the independent sector beyond its managed decline. Question 3, is the government's ideal outcome a kindergarten market dominated by MOE kindergartens, with the pre-kindergarten market dominated by major anchor operators? Mr. Speaker, let me give a further example of why operators perceive a deep lack of fairness in the system and raises questions about whether EGDA's actions serve the entire sector equitably. On 29 October 2022, MSF Minister Masagos announced significant pay rises for educators in AOPS. However, long-standing EGDA rules require that fee increases for the following year must be notified by 1 September of the previous year. So fee notifications for 2023 had to be submitted by 1 September 2022. This timing trapped private operators. They were locked out of adjusting fees to match new wage benchmarks. They were immediately exposed to talent poaching by AOPS offering the pay rises. I asked the ministry to clarify if any transitional provisions were made for private operators caught by this announcement. Mr. Speaker, the human cost of this system starts with our taxpayer children and radiates outwards to their teachers, their parents, and finally all of us as taxpayers. At the center are the children. While I have great admiration for those who work in AOPS and MKs, which have good programs on STEM and public speaking, we must acknowledge these systems' flaws. High teacher-child ratio means less individual attention. Furthermore, MSF's top-down directives to include neurodiverse children create chaotic environments. The typical AOPS setting, with its bright white lights, cluttered displays, and high noise levels, is often unsuited for the neurodiverse, and in turn diverts resources from neurotypical children who must learn in a more disrupted environment. The educational philosophy itself is also narrowing. MKs increasingly run a standardized program, as their principles focus on P1 readiness and schoolify our young children. I do not blame them if their KPIs are more for P1 results over preschool creativity. The push for P1 readiness will almost always win. But we should have the space to let children be children. The accelerated rollout of MKs with priority P1 admission feeds parental anxiety and creates focus on academic readiness over holistic development. Mr. Speaker, we should be preparing children not for P1, but for life. There is an immense cost placed on our teachers who are on the front lines of a system breeding burnout. They navigate an unstable market with centers shutting down left and right and are increasingly pushed into cookie-cutter, state-led models that kill their passion for teaching. They manage large K2 classes of 25 children and find it hard to give individualized attention. They spend precious time dealing with paperwork and writing incident reports instead of teaching. And they operate in a kiasi culture, driven by conservative interpretations of EGDA circulars. This is a culture where pencils must be stored lying flat for safety, where operators are afraid to let children taste prata during cultural lessons. This high-stress, low-trust model is unsustainable. I am told by both teachers and operators that it's causing many teachers to burn out and leave the AOPS system, often after bonuses are paid. While I do not have official data, the anecdotal attrition estimates shared with me are concerningly high. This brings us to a cost for parents, a severe diminution of choice. As independent operators close, parents lose access to a diversity that could offer a refuge from these systemic flaws. Finally, there is a cost to all of us as taxpayers. The current funding model is entirely opaque. Without transparency on operator-level subsidies, it is impossible to assess the true cost and efficiency of these schemes. Worse, we may be funding wasteful competition. In some estates like Punggol and Jurong West, multiple AOPS are clustered together in a small area, all fighting for numbers, displaying what they in China call involution, or 内卷, a zero-sum game of wasteful competition. Mr. Speaker, the fundamental problem is that MSF and MOE are relying on operators, AOPS, POPS, and MKs to uplift the sector instead of genuinely implementing sector-wide reforms. Their three policy goals, affordability, increasing educator salaries, and quality assurance, are rolled out via chosen operators. I will lay out a sector-wide reform without biasing towards particular operators. First, we must fund the child, not the school. Let subsidies follow the child. Instead of funneling opaque grants to select operators, we can create a portable preschool voucher that bundles all public support into a transparent per-child amount. Parents can use it at any licensed center. This empowers parents to choose a preschool that best fits their child's needs, be it PCF, Montessori, faith-based organizations, or play-based centers. It forces all schools, including state-backed giants, to compete fairly on quality philosophy service without predetermining the winner's business model. In fact, this is not a radical leap, because EGDA itself moved from funding AOPS based on center capacity to a per-child funding model earlier this year. This principle should be expanded to all operators, not just AOPS. On fee control, the government may fear subsidy capture, that operators will absorb the voucher without lowering fees. Let me offer a different view. The surest way to keep fees in check is to keep the market open and contestable. A January 2024 study on childcare in Minnesota found that when you fund parents directly, the market finds a way to create more supply. They found that increased voucher funding led to more providers entering the market, an expansion of available slots, and only modest price increases. This is what a healthy, responsive market looks like. It is diversity and the capacity of all to scale that gives a market supply elasticity. A system where operators cannot remain, cannot consolidate, and cannot sell would create inelasticity and potential future subsidy capture. This is not a leap into the unknown. Australia runs a portable per-child subsidy, the childcare subsidy that follows the child to any approved service. It's paid to providers to reduce the bill and is governed by a published rate cap that limits the total subsidized amount. Portable funding across operators, transparent reference prices, and quality assurance can coexist. By contrast, the current system is highly susceptible to subsidy capture, with chosen operators capturing massive unequal subsidies that may not reach parents as choice or quality improvements. With vouchers, parents can control where the money goes. This will fix the school-level market, where subsidies distort operator competition. Second, embed policy goals in the voucher. Speaker, the government's instinct is to solve every preschool problem, from teacher pay to special needs, by leaning on its chosen operators. This creates a two-tier system by design. Every preschool policy target begins to look for an operator-led solution. There's a better way. We can use voucher supplements to achieve these policy targets while preserving a contestable market. For teacher wages, instead of selective grants, we can offer a wage supplement to the voucher for any center that pays its teachers above certain benchmarks. The higher the pay, the larger the supplement. We can enforce this transparently using CPF data to verify wages and NIEC standards to ensure teacher quality. It turns every operator into a potential partner in raising standards. For special need, the same principle applies. Instead of forcing top-down integration, we give every child with assessed needs a portable ring-fence voucher supplement based on their assessed needs, such as specialized teachers, lower ratios, or sensory-friendly environments. This funding follows the child, empowering parents of neurodiverse children to choose centers with resources to provide proper support. It will also allow the emergence of specialized centers. Some may point to Hong Kong, which once had a pure flat-rate voucher system but moved away from it in 2017. Among the reasons given for moving away were ineffectiveness for raising teacher pay, addressing special needs, or helping low-income families. In my assessment, the Hong Kong system's flaw lay more of the flat rate than the voucher system itself. We can learn from this by using targeted funding supplements for these policy targets: lower-income families, special needs, and teacher wages. 3, contestable sites for public benefit. Speaker, Singapore has unique policy levers that many other systems, including Hong Kong's, do not, such as our stock of preferential allocation sites at HDB estates and primary schools. I believe we must make access to these locations fair and contestable. The principle should be simple: public sites for public benefit. We can open up tenders for new preschool sites in HDB estates and kindergarten spaces within our primary school, making it a core contractual requirement that any winning bidder must adhere to a strict fee cap. This ensures the public subsidy on rent is passed on directly to parents as affordability. I propose 2 pilots. First, MSF and MND to run a sector-wide open tender for the next batch of preschool sites in new HDB estates. Second, MOE to pilot the same open tender model in a small number of primary schools, say 5 initially, inviting all qualified operators to compete. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I ask the government for the following. First, to answer the 3 questions. A, does the government want standardized cookie-cutter early education? B, does the government want to nationalize this sector? C, is the government's ideal outcome an AOP to MK nationalized model? Second, fairness. To clarify AGDA's actions in October 2022 regarding the wage announcement timing, and to commit to level playing field policies going forward. This means dismantling the walls of the trap that operators find themselves in. Allow them to consolidate by providing detailed POP selection criteria and right of appeal. Allow them to sell their preschools. Third, to implement the 3-pillar reform. A portable voucher system to fund the child, not the school. A tiered voucher supplement system that embeds policy goals like better teacher pay and special needs support. And a fair and contestable process for allocating preferential sites with fee caps as a firm condition. Mr. Speaker, this government mentions how the world is becoming more uncertain. At this juncture, enforcing an educational monoculture is exactly the wrong philosophy towards an uncertain world. We need more diversity, not less. I appeal to the government's sense of fairness and to parents' lived experience. Let us not allow this quiet extinction to continue. If we have 5 more years of this, I think there will be nothing left to save. Let us shift our focus from creating national champions to nurturing a vibrant and resilient preschool ecosystem for all our children. Let us be pro-child, pro-teacher, pro-market, pro-diversity. Thank you.
SPS Eric Chua.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Mr. Kenneth Tiong for moving this motion. This government is focused on outcomes, and we're committed to providing every child with a good start in life. Preschools play an important part in supporting our children's development while meeting parents' caregiving needs. Over the past decade, preschool enrollment in Singapore has steadily increased. Today, around 9 in 10 Singaporean children aged 3 to 6 are enrolled in preschool. We have enough full-day preschool places to accommodate every resident child aged 3 and above. The government has no plans to nationalize preschool education. We value a diverse preschool sector where private preschools offer niche programs that meet different preferences and needs of parents. We intend to keep the market open so that parents can continue to have choices. Our foremost objective, as rightly mentioned by Mr. Tiong, has been to ensure accessibility, affordability, as well as quality of our preschools for our parents' children. And we do this today through a mix of measures. First, on the supply side, we provide operator grants and impose fee caps for government-supported preschools, and 80% of preschoolers can have a place in government-supported preschools by the end of this year. Second, on the demand end, we provide a suite of subsidies. And third, to uplift overall sectorial standards, which will not happen by organically, we work with the sector to provide broad-based support. On the supply side, we fund private operators on the anchor operator AOP or partner operator POP schemes to ensure they keep within fee caps while investing in quality improvements. In January this year, we reduced full-day childcare monthly fee caps for AOP and POP by $40 and will further reduce it by $30 next year. To ensure that our AOP and POPs maintain high standards of quality, operators go through a rigorous selection process, not one that is opaque, as the member suggested. Criterion considers factors such as the applicant's track record in providing quality childcare services, financial sustainability and accessibility of centres, and local preschool demand. Applicants must also demonstrate commitment and ability to meet the AOP and POP scheme requirements, which includes the ability to provide affordable and quality preschool services and enhance professional development and career prospects for early childhood professionals. Mr. Tiong suggested removing direct operator grants, and replacing them with a per-child subsidy via preschool vouchers for families. Implementing a voucher scheme alone may result in unintended consequences, such as increases in preschool fees without corresponding improvements in accessibility or quality, as experiences in some countries have shown. In Hong Kong, where a preschool voucher scheme was implemented in 2007, but eventually discontinued, it worsened inequity as affluent families utilized vouchers for extra educational programs. Similarly, in the UK, a nursery voucher program implemented in 1996 was also discontinued shortly because rather than improving quality and choice, it created unfair competition, reduced provider diversity, and potentially harmed educational outcomes for young children. On the demand end, we adopt a comprehensive approach to preschool affordability by keeping fees for government-supported preschools low and providing both universal and means-tested childcare subsidies to parents. The government provides all Singaporean children with basic subsidies of up to $300 each for full-day childcare, as well as means-tested additional subsidies for eligible families. As a result of both fee caps as well as subsidies, we have been able to effectively reduce out-of-pocket expenses while ensuring access and choice of quality preschools for families. Full-day childcare expenses before means-tested subsidies will be similar to what households pay for primary school and after-school care fees combined in 2026. From January 2026, a dual-income family with a monthly income of $10,000 will pay $235 per month for full-day childcare in an AOP preschool after subsidies, half of what they would have paid in 2019. Mr. Tiong has implied that a preschool voucher system would give parents more autonomy to choose a preschool that suits their children's needs best and allowing for a market mechanism to work. Now, this incentive is already built into the nature of childcare subsidies, which preschools receive based on the number of children enrolled. Parents today are discerning when choosing preschools that best meet their child's needs and preferences. And this has promoted healthy competition amongst preschool operators and consequent improvements in quality. A third plank in our strategy is to work with the sector to provide broad-based support to uplift sectorial standards. Mr. Tiong suggested using targeted voucher supplements to advance national objectives, such as raising teacher wages. Salary increases must correspond with higher professional skills and contributions. A proposal to provide vouchers to preschools may not necessarily raise educators' salaries. Without due consideration for skills development and safeguards, such a move may run a risk of fee escalation without corresponding increase in quality of teaching. In contrast, the government has continued to make significant sector-wide moves over the past decade to invest heavily in professional development, enhance career progression, and improve working conditions of early childhood educators. And one such example is the setting up of the National Institute of Early Childhood Development, NIEC, in 2019. As a result of these concrete efforts to uplift sector quality, salaries of early childhood educators and leaders in AOP POP centers have increased by at least 19% on average from 2022 to 2024, reflecting the deeper skills and contributions of our EC professionals. I now address some other suggestions made. Mr. Tiong suggested using vouchers to advance support for children with special needs. The government has been enhancing support for children with developmental needs. We have enhanced subsidies for early intervention, or EI, services, and accelerated the increase in the number of government-funded places for children requiring moderate to high levels of EI support by almost 80% since 2020. ACDA is piloting a new inclusive support program, INSP, and we will expand the pilot by another 600 places from 2026. On tenders for HDB and primary school sites, HDB sites are allocated to government-supported preschools to avail affordable preschool services to residents soon after they move in. Nevertheless, I want to assure him that there are HDB sites open to all operators to bid competitively for, even as ACDA works with HDB to ensure that there are sufficient sites allocated for affordable preschool places today. Mr. Tiong asked about preschool salary enhancements in 2022. Now, to give better context, ACDA has been working with AOPs and POPs to raise salaries and deepen professionalization since 2016. In 2022, we signaled salary increases paced over 2 years to maintain competitiveness relative to the broader labor market. Before the 2022 announcement, salaries for early childhood educators in government-supported preschools had already increased by 20% on average since 2018. Sir, preschools play a key role in meeting families' caregiving needs and complement parents in supporting our children's development. I can say so because I think about this every day when I send my 5-year-old son to preschool in the mornings. The average government expenditure per preschool-aged child has increased from 7,900 Singapore dollars in 2020 to 13,000 Singapore dollars last year, with a higher amount spent per child in both AOP and POP preschools and on children from lower-income families. In 2019, we made a decisive move to expand government-supported preschool places to cater to 80% of preschoolers, so more Singaporean families can benefit from good access to affordable and quality preschools by the end of this year. We are getting there, but our work is not done. We will continue to evolve our policies to improve access to affordable and quality preschools across the sector so that every child can have a good start in life.
Question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 2, Section 3A, I wish to inform honourable members that the sitting tomorrow will commence at 11:30 a.m. Order, order.